Chapter 101 I want to learn bargaining techniques, but the middle way collapses. What's the problem? Broly felt that it was okay. But why? I'm not good looking. Lionel suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Since childhood, she often showed herself as a tomboy. She has never been pursued by others, and she is such a young boy. I don't like you because of my appearance. Whether Crystal Palace recognizes it is Broly's standard for judging his wife. What he likes is actually the ability of his wife recognized by Crystal Palace to produce happiness points for food. At least, before getting to know these wives, this is the easiest thing. Broly falls in love with his wife. The reason is that everything is driven by the most primitive appetite. And, Lionel, aren't you good looking? I don't think so. Although Broly cannot specifically judge other people's beauty and ugliness, there are still basic aesthetics, especially with many girls around him. Leonard is not the best one, but at least it is not below the level. Hey, is that true? Lionel pressed the brim of the hat, and the boy praised her for being nice, which made her feel embarrassed. I think you have at least ordinary resources. Broly continued. Actually, I'm not that good either, well, ordinary. Lionel was stunned and looked over. It's just ordinary. In my team, Ests looks better than you. Although Kaitanmain and others are not as good as you for the time being, they just haven't grown up yet. I think they will definitely be very beautiful people when they grow up. If you compare them with them, they will definitely be ordinary. Broly said seriously, and because Chi Tong and others have already agreed to be their wives, there are huge bonus points for Broly. Lionel. Return her excitement, bastard. What's wrong, why don't you talk? Lionel was a little tired and didn't want to talk much. There are stalls selling erotic goods over there. I plan to go shopping for something. Do you want to go together? She changed the subject. You haven't answered my question just now. Do you think I have money? The stubborn child has moved to the topic again. If you pay for me, I think you have money. Lionel said that she felt she shouldn't have treated the opposite sex as a boy who hadn't grown up but was persistent in finding a wife. We should treat him with the attitude towards the financial owner's father, and what is the financial owner's father? That is to use it to cheat money. This is definitely not because of the other party, who thinks that she looks ordinary. Okay, but I don't have money, you have to lend it to me first. Broly said seriously. The two customers want to buy something, I'm all good products with a sense of age. The thrift stall owner was originally looking at the newspaper, but when he saw two young guests stopping in front of the stall, he couldn't help but get up and entertain him with a warm attitude. Let's take a look first. Boss, your pendulum clock seems pretty good. Lionel's eyes were fixed on a quaint pendulum clock, and there was something in her house that could be timed. The guest has a good vision. This clock is the last work of a famous watchmaker, it. Stop, do you want to sell me for 500,000 yuan? Ah, guest, you are making things difficult for me, right? Isn't it a loss for you to sell for 500,000 yuan? But if you really like this thing, 500,000 yuan will be 500,000 yuan, I'll sell it. The stall owner first made a deliberate look, then slapped his thigh suddenly, as if he was willing to suffer this great loss and gave up his love treasure. Do you think I'm a fool? Will you buy this broken thing for 500,000? Lionel looked at the thrift stall owner with an idiot look. Hey, isn't this thing worth 500,000? Broly asked in surprise. Lionel turned around and saw the boy's simple gaze, she realized it. After understanding the reason why the stall owner dared to not and admitted this outrageous bid, he treated them as fat sheep. Just like this kind of handmade erotic stall, don't think about any good treasures inside. Lionel sighed and had to explain to Broly. But didn't you say that someone bought a painting that someone spent 50 yuan to buy was eventually bought by someone for 500,000 yuan? Broly asked curiously. It was because of that incident that happened that the boss who could set up a terrible stall now had a very sharp eye. The good goods were basically taken away before that. If you really want to shop, you should go to the street stalls sold by ordinary people. Of course, there may not be one of the ones that are valuable among 1,000 old things. And the prices are basically expensive. If you just want the actual use value of the thing itself, it is better to buy a new one. Lionel told Saiyans. So you are not here to buy old things. The stall owner was a little disappointed, put away his enthusiastic expression, pointed to the small pendulum clock that he had just sold for 500,000 yuan, and said lightly, pendulum clock, Third-hand goods, 500 yuan, no second price. In response to this, Lionel sneered and said, just this broken bell, 50 yuan, no more. This old pendulum clock that has been more than 20 years ago costs more than 5,000 yuan when I bought it more than 20 years ago. You just bought it for 50 yuan. Are you here to disturb my business? The scrambler stall owner was very aggressive, but suddenly changed his mind and said, 405, I have already reduced you 50, so I can't reduce it any more. 75, do you like to sell it or not? 400. 100. Lionel and the stall owner went around and the final clock was sold at 18, which made Broly's eyes wide open. If he can learn this bargaining technique, will the food sold in Crystal Palace be cheaper? Host, please note that the commodities exchanged in this Crystal Palace are not bargaining, and the price of each item is real price. However, when he felt Broly's perception, he immediately came out and poured him a basin of cold water, which made Broly's heart, who wanted to bargain, cooled down. After spending so much money and buying your broken pendulum clock, you have to give me some extra money. Lionel said panting. What do you want to add to the top? The owner of the terrible stall also asked breathlessly. It was true that he hadn't seen such a bargaining master like an ant in the vegetable market for a long time. The belt hanging on the old cabinet looks useful, so I'll tie my pants. Leone pointed to the belt hanging beside an old cabinet and said. The owner of the old stall looked in the direction Leone pointed and saw the belt with round iron sheets and broken leather strips. The thing was taken by the way when collecting old cabinets, so it was not a problem to add a head. But get the integers and give me $200, and the belt will be given to you together. He said. Okay. Lionel paid decisively, picked up the pendulum clock and belt and left. Seeing that this guy didn't bargain, the thrift stall owner looked surprised. After Lionel left, the stall owner slapped his thighs suddenly and felt regretful. Did he sell any treasures by mistake, but carefully checked the cabinets that followed the belt, but couldn't see what good thing it was. Can he really want a belt, but he just pays it decisively, so that I can't sleep tonight? Not to mention, there is really a possibility, but even if you know that this possibility, the thrift stall owner felt that he couldn't sleep tonight. What a master who makes people's mindset. Chapter 102. It seems that I lost another meal ticket. Lionel held the belt with one hand and hugged the pendulum clock, held Broly's hand with the other, and walked quickly with the boy. I stopped after I arrived at an unmanned alleyway entrance, with a comfortable look on my face. That guy will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Why? Broly was a little puzzled. I bargained with him just now, and he was so anxious, but he was on the last item and paid the order directly without bargaining. He would definitely think that I had picked up something in his stall. This idea would make him feel uncomfortable. Lionel explained to Broly with a smile. So, you just wanted to make him feel uncomfortable when you bought this thing, wasn't it because you heard the sound of your belt? Broly asked curiously. Yes, I just made that guy feel uncomfortable. Hey, wait, can you hear the sound? You can hear it, what's wrong? Lionel rubbed his ears, and she thought it was her auditory hallucination. The sound you hear is also the roar of the beast, right? To be precise, it is the roar of the dangerous species of lions. I have eaten a lot of that thing. Broly recalled the smell of the dangerous lion species and smacked her mouth. The taste is sweet and spicy, and the fishy smell is quite heavy, and it is not very delicious. Broly's evaluation is that it is not as good as the meat pieces of beef or dangerous species. Your recipe is quite broad. Lionel said, and the whimpering sound of a lion could be heard in his ears, as if it was coming from his belt. A belt that can make sounds is not something that carries curses, right? Lionel was a little worried. A self-conscious item may be imperial tools. I heard from my companions that some imperial tools will choose their own masters. At the moment you can hear the sound, Lionel may be one of the owners selected by this belt. What is imperial instrument? Forget it, do you want this thing? Lionel asked Broly. Can eat. Broly looked at the belt, but this thought came to his mind. It doesn't look delicious. But in the end, Broly shook his head. Isn't the belt used? Why do you think of eating? Lionel was speechless and looked at the belt in his hand. He felt that because Broly said just now, the belt seemed to meow at him, as if he hoped that she would not hand him over to the boy next to him. It's obviously a belt, but it's very cute. Such a cute thing shouldn't harm people, right? Thinking of this, Lionel put his belt around his waist. Not to mention, this belt is quite light, and it doesn't feel like it is cumbersome when worn on the waist. What, the Beast King becomes. Lionel, who had put on a belt, seemed to hear more sounds. As she spoke the sound in her ears, the beret on her head was pushed up, and her ears were extremely perky, shaking and shaking the beret. Ah, I'm cursed and turned into a monster. The girl who transformed for the first time was a little panicked, and even more so after seeing her hands turning into beast claws. This should be a reinforced imperial instrument that can enhance the physical fitness of the holder. Mellard shared a lot of information about imperial instruments. Brew used the information to compare and found out what kind of imperial instruments the belt Lionel wore. Don't worry, the enhanced imperial instrument will stop changing the body after it is cancelled. Then how should I cancel the use? Have no idea. Broly answered honestly, and Mellard only told him about the information about the imperial instrument, but did not tell him how to use the imperial instrument. Lionel. Damn, I can't pick it off at all. She tried to take off the belt around her waist, but the belt was tightly pressed on her waist and abdomen and could not be removed at all. If you insist on taking it, it seems that you can only tear off the skin on your waist. Click. The pendulum clock clamped with her arms was crushed by the girl who tried hard to remove her belt. Ah, I spent 180 yuan to buy the pendulum clock. Lionel let out a cry of pain, looking very distressed that the pendulum clock was broken on the ground. Don't be sad, this loss is mine. Broly hurriedly comforted her. Lionel's happiness value dropped, but it quickly rose. Yes, you are paying for the bill. Lionel was no longer sad, but her current appearance of a cat-eared girl also made her feel very troubled. No, there was no trouble at all. After discovering that his power suddenly became amazing, Lionel quickly tried out his body after he transformed, just like a child who had obtained a new toy. So awesome! Just a jump, he easily jumped onto the roof of the building next to him, and this amazing bounce ability made Lionel very excited, feeling like he suddenly became a martial arts master. Broly looked at the yellow ping-pong ball above his head at the entrance of the alley, and some comments that he should not say to others appeared in his mind. Childish ghost. Indeed, for the Saiyan who can jump higher than Lionel after a single jump, he really can't understand Lionel's excitement at this moment. After jumping for a while, Lionel realized that he was still working, so he quickly jumped off the roof, turned over and fell to the ground with his limbs, as clever as a cat, without any sound. This thing is bought for you. If you want to go back, I will return it to you after I figure out how to take it off. After landing, she found Broly looking at her waist. Lionel thought of this and experienced the powerful girl after her transformation. She was very entangled about it. She even thought of the baby she had found on her waist and ran away. But in the end, she just said that. No need to pay it back. This is what you chose yourself, and I just helped you pay the bill. For Broly, the imperial tools were just some strange props. He was preparing to purchase a large number of reinforced imperial tools from the empire. Naturally, there was nothing to do with this enhanced imperial tool he suddenly encountered in the black market. At least, compared with Lionel's own happiness value, it is really not worth mentioning. Hey, do you really want to give me this thing? Lionel was a little surprised, but then he thought of the scene where the boy was blowing his clothes in the evening, and it seemed that he felt normal again. Looking at the boy nodding, Lionel had the idea of receiving such a valuable gift and having to repay the other party, and asked Broly, "Boss, do you have anything you need to do for you? How about being my wife? Apart from this. Then can I ask, why are you unwilling to be my wife?" Lionel thought for a while and replied, "One reason is that you are too young, little boss, and the other reason is that I have not yet committed myself to others." "Then how can I make you promise to be my wife?" Broly asked afterwards. "When you grow up and I have the idea of committing myself to others." "Then when can you have the idea of committing yourself to others?" Broly asked again. "I don't know this. I actually don't know what it means to get married and I always think about doing a lot of things before getting married." "What are you going to do?" "Probably, it is to repay those who are willing to give me a bite of food after I lost my parents so that I can live healthy until now." Broly. He seemed to have lost another meal ticket. Chapter 103 Is my life not long? If I help you repay them, can you become my wife? Broly was a little unwilling to give up and continued to ask. How to repay? Lionel asked curiously when he was in a cat-eared girl. How about giving them a lot of money? Broly's answer was simple and crude. He had discovered that most people in this world would be satisfied with obtaining money. He can give a 100,000 wife who is not recognized by Crystal Palace. So he can give a more wife like Lionel who can be recognized by Crystal Palace. This is a great idea. Lionel nodded. She recognized the charm of money and felt that giving money directly could improve the life of the neighborhood in Slam Street. Being able to do this can be regarded as a reward for their life. Then if I do this, can you become my wife? Seeing that there was still a turning point in the matter, the boy's eyes lit up and asked quickly. If that's the case, I can indeed become your wife, but I still have to wait for you to grow up a little bit. Lionel has a pretty good impression of Broly. The boy gave her business when he first met yesterday, and today's tour guide work was also proposed by the other party. Although I saw the other party bullying other children this afternoon, it was understandable after all, and I was standing up for another girl with glasses whom I liked. Hey, when you think about it this way, you feel like the other person is flirting with love, giving people a situation where you are a big radish at a young age. However, if the other party can really give a large amount of money to those who are kind to themselves, then so much money is enough to repay the other party's kindness and dedicate it to the other party. But it was Lionel's first experience of committing to such things, and she felt that she needed some time to adapt. After all, you have to know and learn more about the other person with this little boss, right? That's why she gave another condition to wait for the other person to grow up. If the other party is really good and likes it, it is a natural type of family. If the other party reveals his bad nature later, she can also determine whether she wants to run away or pinch her nose and recognize her. In short, this leaves room for maneuver. However, in Broly's ears, it was no different from rejection. After all, he would not have the ability to grow up instantly and would be deported to Wanpaxing in 4 days. Broly showed a lost expression, looking like he was dumped by the girl he liked, and he looked like he was heartbroken. Of course, Broly was only in love with the food that left him before he got it, and he felt sad about it. However, in Lionel's opinion, it felt completely different. The cat-eared girl didn't expect that if she left some room for maneuver, it would cause such a big blow to the boy in front of her. For a moment, she felt a little guilty when she looked at the boy who looked lost, and felt like a scumbag hanging on someone else's face. I didn't say I can't be your wife, but this matter will last for you to grow up. She quickly added. There's no time. Broly was still in a low mood and replied with a little discouraged look. What's the time? Lionel did not understand what this answer meant, so he subconsciously asked. I said I don't have time to grow up, and I will leave this world soon. Broly raised his head and told the truth. Ah, this. Lionel's eyes suddenly widened, and his mind seemed to be enlightened. Something that was originally unthinkable was answered at this moment. Why is the little boss in front of him so anxiously trying to find the girl he likes to be his wife even though he is not yet addicted to women? It turns out that he is already alive. Is this true that you left the world? Lionel originally wanted to ask is it true if you want to die, but it felt too straightforward. If it was true, it would be not good, so he changed his words and asked. Is this fake? Broly asked in confusion, and the puzzled expression appeared on his face, without any false appearance. Lionel thought of Broly's performance in the game of drawing ghost cards, and he didn't think he was lying at all. My heart sank, and I felt a sigh of how little is the beauty? Of course, Broly cannot be regarded as a beauty, he should be called a generous little boss. People are stupid and have more money, young and rich, and close to people. The first one crossed out. But such a generous little boss can't even grow up and will be forced to leave this world. Although this world is not very good, it is really a pity for a life that is too short. If all you said is true, then I'd like to be your wife now. Lionel raised his beast claws, touched the boy's head boldly, and then made up his mind to say. The target of the strategy, Leone, is regretting that you are about to die in your youth. Thank you for your kindness and the money you have, and voluntarily become one of your wives. Now apply to join the Crystal Palace. The host accepts/rejects it. The sudden appearance of Crystal Palace prompted Broly was stunned. He didn't understand what he did, which made Leonard in front of him suddenly change his mind and didn't have to wait until he grew up before he agreed to be his wife. However, since things were good, Broly was too lazy to think about it. Out of the idea of maximizing happiness points, he decisively chose to refuse. Lionel, it's great that you are willing to be my wife, but don't worry about becoming my wife. Let's start with our best friend in 4 days. Broly arranged this way. At this time it was Lionel's turn to understand. The boy who just now wanted her to be his wife, but when she agreed, she became implicit. Oh. However, Lionel quickly figured out by relying on his brain that this is a serious abnormality in his wife, so how could he make a decision casually? Of course, he wanted to find a zodiac auspicious day. Perhaps 4 days later, it would be that zodiac auspicious day. People in the city are still quite superstitious. By the way, how much does it cost to repay others? Let me tell you a lot, I'll give it to you tomorrow. No, that's not necessary. Hearing this, Lionel quickly waved his hand. If she didn't know that the boy was about to die, she would definitely take advantage of the big boss in front of her without hesitation. But now I know that the other party is about to die soon, and I promise to be the other party's wife just to fulfill it, but the other party wants to have a complete life wish. Now it's a bit unreasonable to get the money again. After all, it's so hot to hold the dead. If it were to be treated as a kindness from the beginning, it would be just right. No, you have to take this money even if you don't, you have to take it even if you don't. Since I am willing to be my wife, I must also realize your wish, satisfy you hard, and make you feel happy. It is related to returning to Wanpaxing's good taste. Broly's tone is now very hard. How could he make Lionel willful and refuse to be satisfied by himself? Broly had decided that he must fill the happiness value of the girl in front of him in the next time before he was sent back. Lionel was a little stunned. Is this the feeling of agreeing to be the other party's wife and being directly supported by a wealthy child? It seems that this feels good. Chapter 104 The Lion King without effect. Under Broly's insistence, Lionel had to accept the result that he had to get the money. But she has to go back and calculate it carefully. It doesn't matter how much you want. I will give you as much as you want. The important thing is that you must make yourself happy in the process of repaying others. Before parting, Broly did not forget to give Lionel some instructions. After learning from Ists that hunting dangerous species and being able to exchange special materials for dangerous species for money, making money is not difficult for Broly. If he really wants to make money, he can go out to the wild and hunt a large number of dangerous species to harvest special materials at a speed that ordinary people can imagine in this world, and then exchange those materials for money. What, do you think this money-making speed is not fast enough? Okay, then just focus on the super dangerous species. According to Ists, the benefits that can be obtained by hunting a super dangerous species are basically calculated based on the value of tens of millions, and it is normal to even exceed 100 millions. The super dangerous species represents an existence that can only be defeated by dispatching troops. The special material of this terrifying creature is also of great value. It is worth mentioning that the chi of the super dangerous species is also much higher than that of normal creatures. People in this world may not be able to encounter the super dangerous species, but in Broly's perception, these creatures are like beacons in the dark night, so dazzling in this world. Among them, the most powerful thing to Broly feel is the chi in the east direction. If you only consider the energy, you may be the master who has this chi is no weaker than the giant Vanpa spider with 5,000 combat power on the Wanpa star. If necessary, Broly doesn't mind hunting the master of this aura. I think the more powerful super dangerous species, the higher the value of the special materials on it. In the East China Sea, on the Zhonglong Mountain tens of thousands of meters away, a big green dragon that entrenched here, and I don't know how long it took to sleep, was suddenly awakened. As soon as he woke up, the vertical pupils and Longan looked around with vigilantly. When he was sleeping last time, a group of villains secretly climbed up here and took the hair it replaced. However, last time he swept the group of villains and swept them down, but this time he was a little creepy, as if he was targeted by an unknown and even more terrifying existence than himself. Being targeted? The great Qinglong was a little confused. It had lived for a long time. Sometimes when it woke up, it traveled around the world, but had never encountered an existence stronger than itself, but now it felt like it was being targeted by something. This bad feeling reminded it of the situation when it was first born. The world was still very dangerous at that time, and there were many more powerful existences, but they all gradually disappeared in the struggle. After thinking about it, the big green dragon decided to hide. With the sound of the dragon roar, a huge dragon body soared into the sky. In more than 10 seconds, the huge body broke away from the pull of gravity and headed towards the outer atmosphere of the outermost circle of the planet. In some villages at the foot of Zhonglong Mountain, after hearing the roar of dragons from the sky, many villagers ran out to kneel down and kowtow. The people here regard the great azure dragon as the guardian of the local area, and do not know that it is because of the hunting thoughts arise from a certain Saiyan. After they sensed this inexplicable malice, the god they believed in directly acted like flying out of the sky to avoid unknown disasters. Back at the hotel, Broly raised his head, a little surprised. He could feel a huge aura in the east and suddenly moved away from the planet. I don't know why the other party suddenly made such a move. However, it doesn't matter. The other party's position is not very far away from the planet, it is a distance that he can easily catch up with. If Lionel needs more money and does not have enough money now, just treat the creature that is far away from the planet as its prey. Broly decided on this kind of thing happily. He originally had no main target for hunting, but the huge master in the east suddenly flew away, which made him notice the other party. The big green dragon was very uneasy. After coming to the outer atmosphere, the feeling of being targeted became even heavier. But because he didn't know where the crisis came from, it was better to not know whether it should go directly to space or descend to hide in the deep sea. This feeling of worry lasted for almost 10 hours before it suddenly disappeared without a trace. What, you only need 3 million and 3 million? Broly asked in surprise. Isn't it too much? Lionel felt a little embarrassed. No, it's too little. Why don't you ask for more? Broly was a little worried that if the money was less, the other party would not be happy enough. No, there are no more. There are only 33 families who have really helped me. Giving each family 100,000 repayment fee is enough to change their poverty situation. As for giving more money, it may not be a good thing. Lionel shook his head and refused, telling Broly about the follow-up of the man who found a baby painting in the black market and became rich all the time. I heard that the man suddenly changed his original living habits after he had money and gotten into gambling. After getting rich, he not only did not get happiness, but ended up with a family that was ruined. I wanted to repay those people, not to take revenge. Lionel is not very old, but she has been hanging around in the market since she was a child, which has made her see clearly about many things. Money is good, but it is easy to destroy such a family if it suddenly makes it too much money for a poor family. The lessons of the past are there. Whether it is the mentality of being unbalanced after getting rich, or the bad guys are targeted by the top and bottom, these are all things that need to be paid attention to. All right. After listening to Lionel's reasoning, Broly had no choice but to accept this result. He wanted to exchange money for the other party's happiness value, for only part of the plan was executed, so he could not continue. Broly can only hope that the other party may still need money and can feel happy from getting money. By the way, I know how to use this belt, it is controlled by thoughts. After taking the money, Lionel talked about the belt. When she got home last night, she was exploring herself at home. Thinking that the belt would make a sound, I tried to ask about the belt. As a result, the belt really gave a reply. Of course, it is not a definite reply to the instructions for use, but a feeling. The effect of her following the feeling and transforming into a cat-eared girl was cancelled. So that's it. Is this the imperial instrument? Chi Tong and the others knew what happened last night, so they shone their eyes and looked at Leonie's belt. Can we try your belt? Main asked directly. Lionel looked at Broly and nodded when he saw the boy, he could only hand over the magic belt. As expected, everyone in the suite began to play the transformation game. Each cat-eared girl is pleasing to the eye, but this belt seems to be more picky. A weak girl like Main fell down just after using it once. This thing consumes a lot of physical strength, and it is impossible to use without a strong body. This is a sharp comment from Melod, who has transformed into a cat-eared girl. In terms of combat, Melard believed that this imperial instrument was a bit useless for her, who would save her physical strength before launching an attack, but in terms of practicality, she thought this was a very good sex toy. Although I have enough physical strength and can feel that my body has been strengthened a lot, it feels like this. It cannot make me emit powerful energy cannon attack like you. After Ests turned into a cat-eared girl and found that she still couldn't let go, she took off her belt and held it on her fingertips. It can be seen that she was somewhat disgusted with the effect of this thing. Emperor's Tool Lion King, if you can really speak, you may say this at this time, excellent, don't wear me. In the end, Broly also tried it, but it turned out to be unresponsive. Is this broken? Broly was a little suspicious. It shouldn't be. Melard took the belt and tried it, and found that he could still become a cat-eared girl, but after handing it to Broly again, he found that it still couldn't. After trying several times, Mellard suddenly realized, I understand. Maybe it's because your body is too strong and has surpassed the super dangerous materials for making this thing, so this imperial tool cannot have a reinforcement effect on you. Chapter 105 Show Shopping Voucher. Mellard took the opportunity to propose the basic theory of the world's reinforcement secret technique, that is, the theory of power infiltration. There has always been only a powerful force to change the weak force, but no weak force to change the powerful force in turn. In other words, if all the imperial instruments that rely on changing the body to achieve the power amplification effect, if the super dangerous materials used cannot exceed your physical strength, they will not be able to produce any amplification effect on you, and they cannot even add icing on the cake. When Mellard said this, she felt saliva flowing. She knew that Broly was in good health, but she didn't expect that it was so exaggerated that even the enhancement effect of the imperial instrument made of super dangerous materials could not have any effect. Miss Mellard, please pay attention to expression management. The four-handed maid had to remind her lady. Cass Andorra, what do you think I and his future children should be named? Cass Andorra, When Mellard was in fantasy, Kai Tong and others looked at the boy with bright eyes. I am really worthy of being the eldest brother. I can do things we can't do easily. Lawsan said extremely excitedly. Imperial tools are not worthy of the power of the elder brother at all. Nahashu nodded in agreement. So, when can we also have our own imperial equipment? Boney only wants to transform toys. Immediately, I'll go buy imperial tools today. Because of Hill and Lionel, they almost forgot the purpose of the imperial capital. Now that they were reminded, Broly felt that it was not too late and was ready to discuss with the Empire today about purchasing imperial equipment. Hey, are there any places that specialize in selling such magical belts? Lionel took back his belt and asked in surprise. Main and others looked at each other and thought that Lionel was his own, so they said the meaning of buying. What, are you planning to steal the Imperial Armament Depot? Leone exclaimed, and his mouth was held down by the sisters of the two pupils. SHH, whisper, if someone hears this, it will be troublesome. Lionel. You are all going to steal the Imperial Armature Deposit, why are you afraid of trouble? She opened her pupils and lowered her voice, complaining about this. With our elder brother here, we are not afraid of trouble. We are just worried that the lives of those who come here to find trouble will be lost. Chi Tong and others said seriously. Lionel. Aren't that true just now? She asked Broly. Not real. Broly nodded and gave an affirmative reply. Hey. Lionel breathed a sigh of relief. She just said, how could anyone be so confused and planning to steal the Empire's things? I will give money. If I give money, it won't be considered robbing it. But the next moment, she heard Broly say this. By the way, Leone, after my brother finishes this vote, do you want to leave the imperial capital with us? Main asked. You just said that you finished this vote, right? Lionel wanted to complain, but he didn't know how to vomit. And the attention was also attracted by the problem of leaving the imperial capital together. Where to leave the imperial capital? Go to her house. Kai Tong pointed at Mellard, who was still in a delusional state. We must follow you, how can I not leave the imperial capital? It is difficult to get rid of my hometown, and it is the same for Lionel. I'm going to ask my brother. Black Pupil looked at Broly. Broly was stunned, scratched his head and replied, you can't go with me, as long as you can live happily from now on, no matter where you want. Broly brought Chi Tong and the others, but Chi Tong and others were homeless, and Mellard was considered a long-term meal ticket, only for use in this world. Then I want to stay in the imperial capital. This is the place where I give birth to and raise me, and the people I am familiar with are also here. Lionel replied, looking at Broly carefully, but he didn't see any unhappy look on the boy. After hearing the other party's good answer, he felt relieved. Lionel went to pay the Thanksgiving money, and Broly was also preparing to grab it. Well, it was to purchase imperial tools owned by the Empire. He brought the money, put on the mask that Mellard asked him to wear, and gave himself the nickname of Hangbaru as if he was looking like he was Hangbaru, and flew out of the window. He flew all the way to the gate of the palace, and did not go directly over the gate and flew into the palace. He fell from the sky and landed in front of the guards who had just come to stand guard in the morning. Who is it? Amid the vigilant shouts of the guards in front of the door, Broly explained his purpose of coming here to purchase imperial tools. No surprise, he had a conflict with the guards at the door, and kicked the guards out of the way. Broly took a pistol from the guard's waist, and a small song of 0 yuan shopping sounded in his head, and kicked the door in. Boom! The huge palace gate was kicked out, and the huge movement woke up the garrison troops in the palace and a large number of high-ranking officials and nobles in the inner city. Countless people woke up on the bed and ran out in panic to check the situation. At this time, only 3 years have passed since the bloody coup, and many people are still a little nervous, afraid that Minister wants to make some cleaning plan. However, no one guessed correctly this time. Minister, who was staying in the palace in the name of educating the little emperor, was also scared by the huge kick. What's going on? The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa appeared beside the bed. I'll go and check the situation now. The woman, one of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, spoke out and flashed out of the room. What's going on? Is there an enemy attacking the palace? General Buid, wearing Thunder God's armor, walked out with a mighty aura. General Buid, an invader attacked the palace. A guard came to report. How many attackers are there? There is only one. General Buid was a little surprised, but there were masters in the world. He didn't say anything, but just asked, where has that invader entered the palace now? He didn't break inside, but... Speaking of this, the palace guards were a little hesitant. Just report if you report, what should you do if you delay? General Buid glared at him, and the palace guards immediately shuddered and said what happened next. The invader did not break into the palace, he twisted his hips in front of the palace gate and danced enthusiastically. General Buid. Are you kidding me? General Buid was originally he did not believe in the strange report of the guard until he came to the vestibule and saw it surrounded by many guards. The short masked figure who was shaking his body, as if showing a pistol around his waist, was a little surprised. The subordinate who came to report did not lie to him. Chapter 106 The strongest general of the empire who was instantly. General Bud did not ask the guard why he didn't catch the invader, because the dozen guards who were lying on the ground wailing had already given the answer. As for why these guards do not use guns to attack, it is mainly because firing a gun in the palace is a taboo. Who are you? Don't you know that breaking into the palace is a serious crime? General Buid walked out of the passage given out by the palace guards, and his majestic appearance was obvious at first sight. Broly showed his shopping vouchers here for a while, and thought that the information in his mind was useless and was planning to exchange his communication methods, so he came out with a unique person. Immediately, Broly felt that the communication method in his mind played a role, and said directly, "You can call me Yangbaru. I had no intention of breaking into here. I just wanted to do business with the Empire, but the people at the door did not agree, so I came in." Doing business? General Buid frowned. What business do you want to do with the Empire? It's the business of Imperial tools. I heard that there are extra Imperial tools in the Imperial armament curtain, so I want to buy 1234. Broly said, counting it with his fingers, and then exposed the number of Imperial tools corresponding to the team. I want to buy 16 Imperial tools from the Imperial. Hearing this, General Buid was angry and laughed. What do you think the Imperial instruments are? They are cabbage from the streets? 16 Imperial instruments, not to mention whether the Imperial armament warehouse is available, even if there is one, do you think you can buy it by a guy who hides his head and doesn't show his face? Hey, can I buy it if I show my face? Broly's eyes lit up and he asked. Is this a problem of showing your face? General Buid yelled out and calmed down after the yell. If you really want to obtain Imperial robes, just serve the Empire. As long as you have the ability, the Empire will not be stingy to reward Imperial robes with the right to use them to some loyal ministers. The invaders in front of him had already shown their strength to be able to knock down more than a dozen palace guards, and the sounds they heard did not seem to be very mature. They should be just a young guy. General Buid loves talent more. If the other party is willing to join the Empire and pass his test, and there is no problem in investigating the background, he is willing to protect this guy who trespassed the palace in the name of the general. Okay, then what the Empire needs me to do? As long as it is not too complicated and cannot be done, I will do it for the Empire. General Bud said that. Broly just thought for a moment and agreed to the transaction conditions proposed by the other party. Although when I came here, I thought of giving money to force the Imperial Court, if there was a better trading method, Broly was still willing to use a better trading method. However, I want 16 imperial instruments, and one imperial instrument counts one thing, so I can do 16 things for the empire. Broly thought of the number of imperial tools needed, so he added. What do you think of the empire? What the empire wants is a loyal and capable minister, not a mercenary hired by the empire. General Bud felt that he was fooled by the invader in front of him, so he gave up the plan to use words to make the invader in front of him surrender. Forget it, I'd better take you down. Wearing heavy armor, the general's movements were very flexible, and he reached out and grabbed Broly's shoulder. What? Just as he was about to suppress the short masked man to the ground, the other party's hand grabbed his wrist and left his feet off the ground. Ha! General Bud was extremely shocked when his feet floated in the air, but his reaction was also very fast. He grabbed the invader's wrist with his backhand, turned over and landed on the ground, and lifted Broly up in a half-body iron bridge. Broly was a little surprised. He thought the other party would be thrown out like an ordinary guard, but he didn't expect that this person could react and make corresponding countermeasures. After thinking about it, Broly was lifted over his head and about to be hit on the ground by General Bud's backhand. His feet were pushed together on the other party's chest. Broly landed gently, while General Bud suffered a huge force in his chest, and his whole body was shot out like a shell. With a loud bang, a large pillar of the palace building not far away was broken. With such a buffer, General Bud, wearing imperial armor, was still stamped on the wall behind him, and then he stopped. When the gravel chips fell off and the human body broke away from the wall. When it fell from the wall, General Bud's eyes turned pale and he completely lost consciousness. Just one blow, General Bud fell down. The palace guards could not believe what was happening in front of them. Well. Broly jumped over with his toes, squatted down and poked the man's face with his finger. He found that the man showed no sign of awakening at all, so he became a little distressed. It seemed that the person who could make the decision was kicked unconscious by him. What should I do now? Broly thought about it, then grabbed a guard who was planning to stay away from him and asked, where are the imperial tools in the palace? Since the person who gave the advice was gone, then follow the transaction method he originally thought. He has already bought the 0 yuan purchase dance. After jumping, it was the turn to get sacks to load them. I have no idea. The guards who were caught didn't dare to say it or really didn't know. Anyway, they said that, and the person was thrown out. Broly continued to intercept the person and asked questions. Although it seems that the person who was lost will not die, but the fall is a bit serious, it cannot withstand the powerful children who are scattered in the palace guards. They shed some blood on weekdays. These powerful children are screaming. Under the threat of being seriously injured, someone soon pointed out the way for Broly. Thank you, you are a good person. Broly put down the man, sorted out the scattered clothes for the other party, and sincerely thanked him. The next second, the figure disappeared in the vestibule and headed towards the other parties pointing. These intersections all look similar. Which one is correct? However, Broly overestimated his ability to find specific rooms according to text descriptions, but he got lost in the palace with a complex environment. What? That stubborn guy Bud was knocked down by the invader in one move. Minister Wonister was shocked when he heard the report from his subordinates when he came back. Did the invader say what he is here for? Minister Wonister was a little worried that he would be assassinated. You should know that there are many righteous men in the empire now who regard him as a traitor and wish they could kill him quickly. It's too far, I didn't hear it clearly. Suzuka shook her head. When she passed by, she just happened to see General Bud being instantly caught. After seeing the Empire's #1 general was instantly killed, she did not dare to get close to her. However, she took advantage of Broly's arrest and questioning, and ran back to report the situation. No, I have to leave here. Minister Wonister felt insecure, and even Bud, the first general, was instantly killed. He didn't think that the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa could protect him. Where is the armament depot? Just as Wonister opened the door and went out, Broly happened to pass by the corridor outside. When the door next to him suddenly opened, he stopped. Suzuka, one of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, looked at him and was so scared that he popped out his nails. Seeing this, the other 4 ghosts of Rakshasa realized that the situation was not good and became alert. Chapter 107 The Treacherous Minister Who Leads the Way. Good guy, do it slowly, everything is easy to discuss. Wonister is a middle-aged fat man, but at this moment he showed his ability as a monk in Huangchuan Temple. He jumped back 2 big backs and jumped back into the protection circle of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. At the same time, he also used words to show weakness to interfere with the invader in front of him. Why should I do it? Broly felt a little strange when he heard the flexible fat man's words and asked directly. Aren't a hero here to kill people? Slander, I Buletin. Well, Baloo, how could I come to kill someone? Broly dared to swear that he had never killed himself until now. Those who were knocked down were seriously injured and unconscious, and absolutely none of them died. What did the heroes come to break into the palace? Wonister asked carefully. He did not dare to reveal his identity as a traitor. I'm here to do business with the Empire. Broly saw someone asking again, and he didn't mind saying his purpose. After hearing that Broly just wanted to buy strong gun, Imperial equipment, Wonister breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I can't find the armament warehouse here. Can you tell me? Oh no, did you take me there in person? Broly asked. He needed a guide now. Wonister did not answer directly, and looked at one of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. Although he heard Suzuka report that the invader could kill Bud in seconds, after calming down, looking at the short-masked invader at the door, the suspicious Wonister was still a little suspicious. If you can beat my subordinates, I will take you there. Wonister thought for a while and said. Thorn, one of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, stood up. Are you sure? Broly asked with his eyes lit up. Certainly. Minister Wonister nodded, and in the next moment, the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa beside him were thrown on the wall regardless of gender. Okay, I'll beat them, you can lead the way. It was like a gust of wind that appeared in front of Wonister, Broly clapping his hands, as if he had just waved a few flies. Suzuka, who fell on the wall, looked at Wonister, and Wonister also looked at her subordinate. At this moment, she had no doubt about the authenticity of the content of her report. Hi, Lord Invader, go here. I am familiar with the Imperial Palace. I will take you to see your Imperial equipment. Minister Wonister is different from General Bud's military officer. He is a complete treacherous minister. After discovering that the invader in front of him is invincible, he immediately showed a respectful attitude. Now, the Imperial instruments in his words have become yours. He led Broly to the Empire's armament warehouse where the Imperial equipment was stored. During this period, some palace guards tried to do their duty, but were directly yelled back by Wonister. Just kidding, even Bud's stubborn guy was instantly killed, and his personal guard, Rakshasa, was instantly stuck on the wall, just because the ordinary guards in the palace wanted to come. Being a hero, not peeing, see what you are? Of course, Wonister doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary guards. He is just worried that if others get angry with the invaders around him, he may be a disaster for the noble imperial minister. Lord Yangbaru, this is the armament warehouse in which the Empire stores imperial tools. Minister Wonister introduced to Broly with a smile. After turning to the guards of the armament warehouse, he immediately changed his face and roared at the 2 guards, what are you 2 idiots waiting for? Why don't you open the door quickly and let Lord Yangbaru go in and select imperial tools? The guard was a little surprised, but he could only obey and open the door of the armament warehouse with multiple steel locks. As soon as the door opened, a chill came out from inside. At the same time, there is a belt similar to that found by Lionel, which is a vague sound that acts on the spirit. Is this the only one? Walking inside, Broly saw various imperial tools such as swords, guns, swords, and axes. Just counting the numbers, he found that there were only 18 imperial tools here. A large part of the imperial instruments was lost 400 years ago. Although they have been recycled by the Empire for many years, the Empire currently has only 32 imperial instruments, and 14 of them are in service. If you need them, I can immediately order the imperial instruments. That the imperial instruments are being used by the Empire. Wonister said that he looked back at the door of the armed warehouse from time to time, thinking in his mind whether he could lock this terrifying invader in the armed warehouse where the imperial tools were stored. But thinking about the terrifying speed of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa being stuck on the wall and the other party's terrifying speed that made people unable to see the trajectory of action, Wonister decisively gave up this idea of committing suicide. It's not necessary to recycle it. The number of imperial instruments here is enough for me to want. Broly waved his hand and rejected the other party's proposal, took out the sack he brought with him from his pocket, and started buying 0 yuan with a relaxed pace. However, the sacks prepared by Broly were a little smaller after all. The emperor here had several large pieces, such as 2 big axes and an oversized scissors that were twice as tall as him. After putting the small imperial instruments into the sack, Broly felt a little worried that he had no more limbs to take. Lord Yangbaru really has a vision. These imperial tools are all good things. Why are you still watching outside? Come over with a hemp rope and tie up these imperial tools that Lord Yangbaru likes together, and let Lord Yangbaru take them away later. Fortunately, Wanister was a considerate treacherous minister. After seeing his frown, he immediately issued orders to the guards outside. Ah, you are such a kind person. Seeing this, Broly's favorability for the middle-aged fat man next to him increased greatly. If it's not the case, Lord Yangbaru, you have won the award. Wanister felt very subtle. It was the first time that someone praised him as a good person after being a treacherous minister for so long. By the way, sir, there is also the strongest imperial tool here. Minister Wanister endured the complaint in his heart and recommended a royal tool to Broly with some malicious intentions. It was a large silver jar, and the sounds came from it were the most uncomplicated. Broly heard it when he came in. This is the simplicity of the demon. It is said that it is a liquid-shaped imperial tool made by extracting blood from the super dangerous species of the north. It is said that those who drink it can obtain the ability to manipulate frost by the super dangerous species of northern territory, which is undoubtedly the strongest imperial tool in this armament library. The description of the demon's secret is correct. It is the strongest imperial tool except the Supreme Emperor's tool. However, when this imperial tool was made thousands of years ago, the methods used by the Empire were too cruel. After the imperial instrument is made, the creator will be killed to keep the imperial instrument secret, which will lead to the craftsman who discovered heretics secretly reducing the process of eliminating super dangerous resentment when making this thing, so that the super dangerous thoughts contained in the demonic celestial are not weakened. Although this also enhances the effect of this imperial instrument, giving the user stronger abilities, if the user can't suppress the super dangerous resentment in the demonic serum, after drinking this thing, he will either become a madman or explode and die. To this day, other imperial instruments have more or less recorded being used normally, but no one who tried this thing can die well. Even if you just take a small sip, you will either go crazy or die. Thanks for the reward. Chapter 108 The Old Blood That Is Not Drunk. No one can resist the temptation of power. Wanister thought maliciously and described the demonic sanity in the bottle as if he could kill other imperial tools in seconds. Broly was also said to have increased curiosity, so he opened the jar and smelled it. Well, it was just the frozen blood, and the fishy smell was not very strong. Broly picked up the jar, took a sip of the cold black and red liquid and tasted it slightly. It was not very delicious, but the taste of blood, and it still had thousands of years of old blood stored. He stuck out his tongue and felt a little disgusted with putting the silver jar in his hand back, while Wanister looked at him excitedly. But after waiting for a long time, the invader who drank the demon's sacred, nothing happened except sticking out his tongue under the scarf. It seemed that the legend that the demon's sacred would make the user crazy and explode and die was fake. Are you okay? Wanister asked. I have something to do, this is so bad. Broly felt that this thing could match the body fluids of Wampa Spider. Medicine is bitter. If you want to gain the stronger the power, you must endure the discomfort it brings. Wanister felt that the dose might be insufficient, so he did not let the invaders go crazy and explode and die, but wanted the invaders in front of him to drink a few more sips of the demonic sips. However, Broly was just here to purchase imperial instruments, and he didn't expect the imperial instruments to bring any power to him. He naturally covered the silver jar containing the demonic silence. As soon as the lid was covered, the resentment of super dangerous things emerged. Broly was disgusted by this thing and was in a bad mood. Now, when he heard the noisy sound, he shouted directly at the silver jar, "Shut up, or I will smash you." The confrontation at the level of consciousness, the resentment of the super dangerous species in the demonic serum was directly destroyed by the malice of the Saiyans, and the silver jar was yelled out of voice. Why should Lord Yangbaru bring this pot of demonic simplicity together? The armament warehouse was quickly emptied, and Wanister felt a little distressed. Looking at the useless imperial equipment left behind, he couldn't help but ask. The number of imperial tools I want is enough. Broly didn't want to bring the bad old blood, but Wanister was very enthusiastic, which made him a little bit enthusiastic and difficult to refuse. In the end, Broly had to pack this thing and walk to the door of the armament warehouse. Broly suddenly felt something was not good, so he asked the middle-aged fat man next to him, "You said, I bought so many things with the Empire, how much should I pay for the Empire?" "Ah, you're still going to give money?" Wanister asked in surprise. "What are you saying? If you don't give me money, I won't be able to rob it. Broly said righteously. I'm not a robber, nor a thief. How much is that Lord Yangbaru going to give? Wonister's expression was very solemn. He had to make a name for himself when he got the money and cream of the people. However, after he could do something to rob the palace in broad daylight, he looked righteous, saying that he was a person who would not steal or rob. He was the most shameless person he had ever seen in this life, but now he could only cooperate with the other party's performance and turn a blind eye. I prepared a budget for a bag of banknotes, and I don't know if it's enough. Broly took out a bag of money, which was stuffed in it. But at most it is only 2 million, which is better to pay Lenel's reward fee. Wonister. Is he brave enough to say enough? Enough, it's really enough. To put it bluntly, it's just some broken copper and iron that has been left for a long time, which is not worth much at all. Hearing this, Broly's eyes lit up and he immediately said, then you can make changes for me. Although the bargaining technology is useless to Crystal Palace, if you go to some difficult to make world in the future, won't this technology be useful? So Broly decided to exercise first. Then how much should I find Lord Baloo? Wonister asked carefully. You can do this by yourself, but naturally the more money you find, the better. Broly didn't have much conference price, so he could only say that. Wonister. First, I looked at the short masked man in front of me, and then at the money bag that was stuffed into my hand by the other party. This treacherous minister realized that he did not have to make changes by himself. He felt that having imperial tools alone was not enough. I feel a little distressed, but my life is important. Wonister immediately took the other party back to his room in the palace and opened the small treasury in the secret door inside the room. Sir Yangbaru, this is the money I'm asking for you. When Broly came, he brought a sack and 2 million. When I left, I was pushing a small cart. The cart was filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and imperial tools. Broly waved his hand and said goodbye to the person behind him. Behind him, Wonister and the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa who had recovered showed a reluctant smile on their faces. They also waved goodbye to the mysterious strongman who broke into the palace and could still walk out of the palace after robbing the disaster in a place without anyone else. Your Excellency, do you want to track the other party? Zhu Tian asked in a low voice. Of course I'll follow it. Not to mention those imperial instruments, the treasures taken away by my small treasury are worth 700 million. Minister Wonister gritted his teeth. Yes, then I secretly. Before Zhu Tian could finish his words, Broly had already flew away with his car. The speed was so fast that it disappeared from the edge of the sky in the blink of an eye. The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. Wonister. Not long after, General Bud woke up from his coma. After waking up, he found that his imperial instrument was missing. Where is my imperial instrument? It was stripped by the invader. You didn't stop it. Secretary Wonister asked him to dismiss. Wonist. Dragging his body, General Bud found Wonister and questioned him about this. This is not thanks to your Bud being useless enough, and being beaten down by the invader who attacked the palace with one move. In order to ensure that your majesty is not hurt, I cannot compromise with the invaders. Fortunately, the other party just wants the imperial instrument, not his majesty's life, otherwise. General Bud's face turned blue and purple, and he was so embarrassed that he was sprayed. I regret that if I had used imperial tools from the beginning, I would not have been defeated by the invaders in one move. But regret is useless. What about the invaders? Of course, after getting what he wanted, the invader left the main entrance of the palace. Then, didn't your personal guard stop him? General Bud, we are like you, and we were defeated in one move. The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa appeared beside him and gave an explanation. That's how it is. Wonist spread his hands, and he had moved his place from the outer palace to the inner palace. Although the little emperor was young, it was still fine to use the protective function of the supreme emperor. After meeting Broly's disguised sheep, Baru, the treacherous minister was in a state of lack of security. Chapter 109 You know how to find change. Broly returned successfully, and Chi Tong and others were not surprised. But he returned with a full load and brought back a cart of gold, silver, and jewelry. The number of them is surprising. I think we have to leave quickly. After being robbed of so much money and not silenced, the empire will definitely not give up. After hearing how Broly got these things, Mellard said decisively. It's okay. When I came back, I let no one find out. Moreover, these were not what I robbed, but the change that others found for me. Who will use gold and jewelry that exceeds the amount of money paid for? Even if Chi Tong and her children who had the filter of their elder brother were complaining in their hearts at this time. You know how to find change. Even as started to complain. It's nothing, maybe I'm talented. After being praised by us, Broly felt a little embarrassed and raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. That's not to praise you, forget it. Ests gave up complaining, pointed to a bunch of imperial tools and asked Mellard. Which one is the most powerful imperial tool here? Before Mellard could answer, Broly pointed at the silver jar and said. It's this demonic silence, but this thing is very bad. Is it hard to drink? That's nothing at all, as long as it can give me the most powerful strength. Ests opened the silver jar, raised his head and poured the thing into his mouth. Wait, the devil's sanity. Ests, don't drink that thing. When Mellard heard the name of the demonic sutra, she felt a little impressed. When she recalled the records of this imperial instrument within the assassin society and the killing of something deadly, it was already a little late. A large jar of demonic clay was drunk by Ests, and his flat belly even became bigger because of it. It's really hard to drink. Ests burped and agreed with Broly's comment on this thing being terrible. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with this thing? Then he looked at Mellard's puzzled. Mellard covered his forehead and looked at Ests with a pity. According to the records of our association, the demonic is an extremely bad imperial instrument. Anyone who has drunk it in history went crazy and died without exception. Ah, is this thing poisonous? Hearing this, the children exclaimed. Ests, are you okay? Broly looked at the girl with ice blue hair nervously. He didn't think it was poisonous after drinking this thing, but when he thought of his strong physique, he was a little worried about Estes' situation. Except for a little cold stomach, I feel good. Estes didn't feel anything uncomfortable, but in her chest, a secret magic mark representing the sacredness of the demon was emerging. When this happened, everyone had no time to choose other imperial instruments, but they were all taking care of Estes and asking this companion for fear that she would have any problems. However, in the evening, Estes had nothing to do, and after drinking the demonic sacred, he began to play the trick of condensing ice. The shape of the ice ranges from ice puck to ice thorns, the rate of fire ranges from the degree to the extent that a child loses things, to the point where he can hear the sound of breaking through the air. At an extremely fast speed, Estes adapted to the newly acquired power to control the ice, without any abnormality. I said, could it be that your Assassins Association record was wrong? Estes couldn't help asking. This is not impossible. It is old and it is possible to make mistakes in the records. No matter how you look at Estes, there is no problem, and Mellard can only think that his organization's record has been wrong. After confirming that Estes was fine, everyone felt relieved and chose the imperial equipment that suited them. Nahasha took a ring of water dragon dependence, and Lawson's 2 big axes called 2 big axes, and Main got the romantic gun turret he liked. Chi Tong thought that a strange headdress was very good. After wearing it, she could see through the clothes and penetrate people's hearts. Hei Tong got a small sword, but she didn't know what it was for. The huge scissors Zhu Ziyi thought it was good. Conaria fell in love with the mighty Thor heavy armor. It was said that the flute that could transform was taken away by Pawnee. Mellard also got a linear imperial tool called the changeable tail. Even Cass Andorra, who was the opponent's maid, got a imperial tool composed of 6 balls, and he could play pitching and juggle with 4 hands. After a bunch of imperial tools were divided, there were only 2 left. One was a compass-shaped imperial tool called Shangri-La, and the other was no heartbeat or no breathing, like a biological imperial instrument of a puppy doll. After getting the imperial tools I like, everyone wanted to try it, and slipped out of the imperial capital before nightfall. I thought that the imperial capital gate would be strictly investigated when the palace was purchased by the advanced version of Zero Yuan purchase, but there was no such thing as the city gate was as calm as nothing had happened. You didn't use energy cannons to blow up the palace and scare the upper class of the empire, so no one dared to investigate this matter, right? Mellard had to doubt this, the empire's reaction was too weird. How is it possible? I reached a friendly deal with the people in the palace. When I left, there was a man named Minister who smiled and waved goodbye to me. Broly defended himself that he was very satisfied with the shopping experience this morning, which was a very harmonious shopping process. Okay, Broly, don't worry about Mellard, come and have a big fight with me. After a group of people came to the suburbs, Usts, who had gained new power, was very excited. She picked up Broly and ran to the open space next to her to try the move. Ests tried the Imperial instruments in actual combat, while Boney went to find mushrooms. She was not here to try the Imperial instruments at all. Lawson was barely waving the big axe in his hand, while Main was holding an energy gun and facing the sky with a Baiu. The scene of trying out the Imperial instrument was a scattered group of demons for a while, but Chi Tong just needed to sit aside and watch everyone play, while Hei Tong, as her sister, was fumbled on the other side to explore the use of Xiao Tai Dao. After Broly finished playing with Ests, some headless rats appeared under her feet. Boney, who could not find the mushroom, was playing the flute, while the 8 headless rats were dancing around amid the sound of the flute. The scene is subtle and weird, and this is exactly how the Emperor's 8 room is used, which can manipulate the 8 corpses. At night, when Broly and others tried the Imperial Court and were satisfied and returned to the hotel, Hill, who was temporarily staying at Hualing's house, encountered some trouble. My friend's ex-boyfriend suddenly came here, looking like he was taking drugs and jokingly. After breaking in, he grabbed Hualing's neck and asked her why she didn't go to Huaja to sell to him to make money. This is a very outrageous question. As long as it is a normal person, it is impossible to say it, but unfortunately, this man is no longer a normal person. He was good before he became addicted to medicine, but after he became addicted to medicine, the man's parents cut off his relationship with him because of this incident. Only Hualing, as her girlfriend, did not give up on her boyfriend until he asked her to go to Huaja to sell. But because of this situation, the man regarded his girlfriend's behavior as betrayal. Now he is having fun with drugs, but he is here to vent his resentment he has accumulated in the past. Hill tried to stop this person from hurting his friend, but it was useless. As a woman, she was not an opponent of an adult male. However, when she saw the knife in the kitchen, she walked over to take it and stood behind the man's side and looked at the man's unprepared neck. The knife fell with his hand and blood splattered. The man's neck was cut halfway, and he looked back at her in disbelief. Hill's face and body were sputtered a lot of blood, but she was not afraid, but was surprised that the thing she wanted to do was succeed so easily. Hill smiled at the blood-stained knife. It was her delighted that she could do something meaningful for the first time. But soon she came to her senses. Now it was not the time to be happy to do something easily. Hill looked at his friend who had already coughed on the ground, reached out to pull her, and asked, "Hualing, are you okay?" But as a result, the girl on the ground kept rubbing her butt and looked at her in horror, as if she was looking at a stranger. This is mainly because Hill had a sweet smile on her face after she finished killing the person. The bun-headed girl Hualing was almost strangled to death. Unfortunately, she was scared to death when she saw Hill like this. Chapter 110 found something good. The murder case in the house was finally identified as self-defense under the testimony of the owner Hualing. After collecting a corpse disposal fee, the police corpse who had no background dragged away the body of a street man without any background. However, the blood on the ground needs to be cleaned by the owner himself. Hualing took up the mop and wiped the pool of blood on the ground. Hill was going to help, but after speaking, he heard Hualing screaming and then looked at him in horror. The bun-headed girl who reacted quickly apologized to Hill, but Hill could feel her friend's fear of her. Hualing is a normal person. Even though she knew that Hill killed someone for herself, after seeing Hill killing someone with a smile, she could not suppress her fear of her friends. In order to cover up this, she showed a reluctant smile and said, "I'll just clean up here." "Hill, go and take a shower." Hill nodded and went to take a shower. After she came out, the ground had been cleaned up. When she was a little worried about her friend's situation and knocked on her friend's room door to ask her about it, the door of the bun-headed girl's room had been locked from the inside. When he heard Hill's inquiry, a little nervous reply from the bun-headed girl came from inside, "Hill, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired and want to sleep and rest. You can go back to the room to sleep and rest." Hill was a little silent. "She was my friend, seemed to feel what my brother used to feel. Although I understood that it was not my friend's fault, I was still a little sad." "Good." She didn't say anything to herself, and replied and went back to her room. Last night, she was in the same bed with Hualing, talking about some future events. "But, Hualing, I plan to move out." The next day, at the silent dinner table, Hill put forward his own ideas. "Ah, why?" The bun in Hualing's hand fell on the table and asked subconsciously, but after seeing Hill's natural dazed eyes, she quickly avoided it and had an answer in her heart. Hill is indeed a clumsy person, but sometimes she is very careful. She will notice the injuries of others and knows her because she is okay. I don't think it's good to stay at your house all the time, although I only stayed for 2 nights. Your parents will be back soon. If I leave now, I won't cause them too much trouble. Hill. Do you have a place to go? I plan to go to the South Street and rent a house first. Nan Street is quite far from China Street. What should I do if I go to and from get off work every day? It doesn't matter, I'm going to change jobs. At the dining table, I fell silent again. Hualing struggled for a long time, but after breakfast, she did not make up her mind to keep her friends. So, Lingling, thank you for your care in the past 2 days. Hill was carrying the package, just like when she came, but now she was ready to leave. Hill, I'm sorry. Lingling, you are not sorry for me. You have always taken good care of me. Bring this knife with you. If you encounter a bad person again, you can use it to protect yourself. Hualing handed Hill the kitchen knife. Thanks. Take care of yourself. After leaving the neighborhood where his friend was, Hill became homeless again. She went to South Street and prepared to find a house there. It's a pity that she has been looking for a long time but can't find a suitable place. Either the rent is too expensive or the place is too noisy. Hill prefers reading, so he likes to be quieter. In the evening, the girl who was sitting on a bench on the street and rested with a long reflection arc felt a little lonely. Last night, shouldn't she have a knife and killed the drug-taking man who wanted to kill his friend? While Hill was thinking this, 3 sword-holding men came to her. Is there anything you guys? Looking at the 3 people approaching with malicious intentions, Hill asked in a daze. You dare to ask what's wrong and kill our companions? You won't think that the security guards will judge you as a self-defense and the matter will be over. The man who led the blood-stained knife asked maliciously that these 3 people and Hualing's ex-boyfriend who was killed last night were actually drug friends. We found out about your situation. Your family was killed by us just now. I didn't expect that your family is quite rich, but now it's your turn. Another man said, holding a bag of money in his hand. Murdering someone will pay for your life. If you are obedient, we may not be able to spare your life. The relationship between the 3 and the man who was killed last night was not so good that they avenged the other party. They just heard that the man who killed the man with self-defense was a young girl, so they thought they wanted to extort some money. When he found out that Hill's home and went to blackmail, Hill's parents revealed their wealth. During the dispute, Hill's father was killed. After a death, these 3 people simply did nothing and killed Sieter's mother and younger brother, and directly seized money. Before Hill's mother died, she said that the money was given to the person who bought her daughter. The 3 of them didn't know who the person who bought Hill was, but it didn't matter that they came here and wanted to make more money. Are my parents and brother dead? Hill asked. Yes, how about it? You're scared, if you're scared. Before the man could finish his words, the girl who suddenly approached her neck was wiped with her. Although I'm not very sad, in this case, I should avenge them, right? Hill asked a little uncertain. She was holding the self-defense knife given by her friend in her hand, but when the man closest was not prepared, she suddenly cut the other person's throat. Bastard, you guy! The other 2 were shocked and quickly raised the long knife in their hands. The man at the second distance pointed at the girl and slashed over. I don't know why, but I am always clumsy on weekdays, but now I feel very clear-headed and seem to be able to do anything like that. Hill flashed through the long sword's attack with a slight difference, and the blade cut off her hair, but the girl who saw this scene did not feel any fear. The man who just increased his concentration and cut the kitchen knife in front of him, and subconsciously closed his eyes when chopping people. Blood sprayed, Hill was like a butterfly spinning across his body and coming to another person. Before the other party showed a horror expression, he put the kitchen knife into the other party's throat step in advance. In one breath, the weak and confused girl killed 3 vicious adult men standing in the fountain of blood, as if baptized. Hill thought about what happened last night and now, and suddenly felt as if he had found something he was good at. Or why do you want to be a killer in the future and make a living by killing people from now on? Hill looked at the knife in his hand and said to himself. And she really thinks that being a killer may be a promising career for herself. Ah, it seems that it's not the time to talk about this. I should find a place to live first, but where should I live? Hill looked at the blood on his body and suddenly became a little worried. When he looked for a place to live in this way, he would definitely be regarded as a bad guy by others and then reported it to the police force, right? Are you okay? Just when she was a little distressed, a voice suddenly came from above her head. Hill raised her head and saw the boy falling from the sky in the afterglow of the sunset. Broly didn't care about the 3 corpses on the ground, but was just concerned about looking at the blood-stained girl on her body, worried about the other party's situation. Chapter 111 Hill's new Imperial Tool. It's you, the guest? Well, I'm fine, I'm just homeless again. When I saw Broly again, Hill was too natural to be alone, and I didn't wonder why the other party came down from the sky. It was just that after being alone again, I responded with a sweet smile because I saw a boy who was kind to me. Homeless. Broly was stunned for a moment, then asked, then do you want to come to me? Hey, is that okay? Hill was a little surprised, but soon looked at the boy with hope. Of course, but there are conditions. You have to agree to be my wife. Broly said seriously with a stern face. Last time he had already suffered from the pain of slapping his face and talking nonsense. This time he said that he would do a fierce act of repaying this girl with gratitude. Good. The original family member died, and her friend was also afraid of her. Now there is someone who is willing to accept her, but Hill has no reason to refuse. Hill's happiness value continues to rise. Broly picked up her luggage with his little hand, hooked her feet around her waist, and took Hill away in a very strange position. Broly did not go to the hotel because there was no one in the hotel. He was practicing daily improvement of happiness values with Ests in the suburbs, and suddenly found Hill's happiness value decreased, so he immediately found it. I said, what are you doing? It turns out that you are going to find other small wings. In the suburbs, I was a little nervous when I watched Broly and Hill fall from the sky. I was fighting just now but because the boy suddenly left, Ests, who was unable to get up and down, was a little emotional. However, Ests is easier to coax. Broly punched her and her awkward mood disappeared. The training continued to begin. The happiness value of northern girls should still be improved. Estes' fighting crazy personality has led to the fact that as long as the fight starts, any unhappy emotions can be left behind, and there is only the happiness you feel in the battle. Of course, Broly is too strong and cannot win. Estes also knows that he is just a kind of happiness for her to fight. Are you guys? Hill was a little stunned. Looking at the scene where the demons danced around in the field to try out imperial instruments, he felt that his body was covered with blood from others, as if it was a relatively normal type here. After all, the scene of controlling the 8 headless mice dancing gracefully in the sound of the flute is a bit too weird no matter how you look at it. We are trying out imperial tools. By the way, you promised to be the eldest brother's wife. Hill nodded. Then come here and get an imperial instrument, but now there are only 2 to choose from. Main, who was at the intermission, warmly invited the girl with glasses to come and receive benefits after learning that Hill was willing to become a wing. Hill looked at the compass and puppy taken off the carriage, and was a little at a loss. The Emperor's instrument will choose the owner. You can carefully experience which imperial instrument you have more feelings for. Main continued. Feel. Hill tilted his head, thought for a while, and reached out to touch the puppy. I think this plush toy puppy is quite cute. She didn't know much about the compass, but she could still see the cute puppy. Wong. Just as Hill said this and reached out to touch the puppy, who was not angry, suddenly had a heartbeat. I opened my eyes in a daze, and after seeing the girl with glasses in front of me, I screamed at Hill clearly. The little tail behind me seemed to be swaying left and right because of excitement. Hey, it moved. Hill was surprised. This is the imperial tool, and you will react when you are touched. It seems that this puppy chose you. Did you choose me? Hill looked at the puppy, but still didn't understand. Wong. The puppy screamed again, but the 3 round dots represent the holes in the eyes and mouth, which makes people unable to see what it is thinking. You try your imperial equipment, too. Main suggested that Hill was not a very opinionated girl. In Main's suggestion, she could only pick up the puppy on the ground and go to the open space next to her to try out the imperial tool she didn't know how to use. What do I want to do? If you have a biological imperial instrument, just give the order directly. Mellard came over and said that it was mainly because Hill did not wear glasses. He is quite good looking, which makes Mellard, who wants to have a good relationship with this girl, more enthusiastic. Of course, the more important reason is that the other girls in the team were somewhat wary of her after knowing that she was bisexual. What order should I give? Hill looked at the puppy in his arms blankly, and the puppy looked at the new owner who awakened him in a daze. Any command is okay, for example, specify it to attack the tree over there. Mellard said, pointing to the trees not far away. So, what's your name? Hill was about to do as Mellard said, but suddenly realized that he didn't know the name of the puppy in his arms, so he couldn't help but ask the puppy in his arms. Wang. The biological emperor's puppy could not speak human language, so he could only answer Hill's question with his screams. So that's it. Your name is Wang, then I'll call you Xiao Wang. Maine and Mellard. I originally wanted to introduce to Hill that the puppy in her arms was an imperial tool called Warcraft Change. 100-arm giant. But after seeing Hill casually give the puppy the name Xiao Wang, that's fine. Compared to the original strange emperor's name, the name given by the girl is obviously more suitable for the other party's puppy image. Xiao Wang, can you attack the tree over there? After giving the puppy a name, Hill asked the puppy in his arms in a requesting tone. Wang. Xiao Wang looked at the tree, then looked at the owner, screamed, and jumped out of Hill's arms. Roar. The roar sounded, and everyone was attracted by the movement and looked over. They saw a muscle giant dog waving his hand to interrupt a tree in the waist. Maine rubbed her eyes and the corners of her mouth twitched. She was watching a thin dog turn into a strong dog walking upright with a 3-meter-high height and full of muscles. No wonder he is called the 100-arm giant. Wang Zhang, you are so awesome. Hill's eyes widened, she could only cut someone else's neck with a knife. The big dog in front of me may be able to beat the person into meat sauce directly. Wang. The giant dog turned back to a puppy. Although his face was expressionless, his tail was swung rapidly. It seemed that he was a little embarrassed because of Hill's praise. He called out softly to respond and jumped back to Hill's arms. It likes this owner, and has a simple and clean mind. Chapter 112. 7 years old, afraid of bullying in the workplace. The countdown to return entered the last 8 hours. Broly and others packed up their things and were about to leave the imperial capital. Hill followed the team and didn't need to invite the other party to become his wife in advance, but Leonie wanted to stay, so Broly was ready to find the other party. However, before Broly went to find Lionel came over with his luggage, looking embarrassed. Can I leave with you? Aren't you going to stay in the imperial capital? Maine asked in surprise. I originally planned it, but... Lionel was a little nervous, but when he thought of what Broly did the day before yesterday, he killed the nobles in the street and told Chi Tong and others. Hey, when did it happen? It was yesterday that a few dandy nobles were running horses in the slum streets. Not only that, those hateful guys also deliberately drove the horses, intending to compete with whom the roadside children were trampled to death. I couldn't stand it, and I got the power of my belt. I was impulsive and turned into a few scumbags and beat them to death. Now, I am afraid of being implicated by the neighbors, so I can only choose to run away. Well, can you take me one? So that's the case. You don't have to worry, we can bring yours. Thanks. Lionel thanked him, and there was another member in the team that set out. Lionel was a little surprised when he saw Hill. In this girl who is almost the same age, Lionel only felt that the situation in life was very wonderful. Lionel suddenly changed his mind and was willing to go together, which made Broly very happy. The friends were all together and took care of each other, which made him feel more at ease. Are you all ready? After leaving the imperial capital, Broly asked. It's done. Then, it's going to take off. The reins were cut off, the horses were free, and the special large carriage was directly carried by the boy. Along the way, because he was not in a hurry, and now he was about to be deported. Broly was about to go and see what Mellard's home looked like. If her family is not good, Broly will help Chi Tong and the others find a new home while she is still in this world. The conical door of the car was closed, and outside the reinforced glass window was a scene of clouds retreating rapidly. Broly flew very steadily, but everyone in the car was still very excited. Except for Lionel, who was shocked by the fact that he was flying in the sky. Everyone else was actually told how he returned to the western region this time. We are flying, aren't you shocked? Lionel asked. Well, Brother Broly told us in advance. After the children were excited for a while, they returned to normal. Come and play the ghost cards. Kai Tong even took out the cards and asked. It's both delicious and fun. Lionel looked at her. I have this evaluation in my mind. Not surprisingly, without Lionel's intentional loss, Kai Tong was in prison 3 times in a row. The reason why he did not go to jail for the 4th time was that Broly had flew back to the Great Western Border and came over the place Mellard told him. I saw a huge basin below, and a Western-style castle stood on it on the edge of the basin valley. The castle is simple and luxurious. This is Mellard's home and the base camp of the Assassin Association Auberge. Daniel, don't be nervous, I'm back. The carriage opened, and Mellard jumped out of the air first, and the thin lines spread out to form a buffer landing point under her feet. After some buffering, she stood in front of a man in a suit and ties and grey hair. Miss Mellard, what did you do? Also, the thing in your hand is an imperial tool, right? Seeing an inexplicable flying object approaching in the sky, Daniel took the maid out to prepare for the battle, but unexpectedly, it was a carriage that flew over, and it was Mellard who came out of the carriage. I would rather call it a token of love than an imperial instrument. Mellard touched the crossing tail, but said so. Hearing this, the man who looked like a housekeeper widened his eyes. Merard, you're not talking nonsense, that's not a token of love. Estes refuted her words bluntly, and Broly landed with a large carriage. Because of Mellard's words just now, the assassins and combat mates here did not regard the people out of the carriage as invaders. We came here to work, and Mellard said he wanted to provide us with food and accommodation. Kai Tong and others came to Daniel and said to the man who looked like a housekeeper. Miss Mellard, is this? They are right. I did promise to give them a job that allows food and accommodation. But this is Auberge's base camp. The man reminded him. Don't worry, the people I brought here this time are all geniuses who are assassins. Hey, we are not here to be assassins. I know, I just made it clear to my housekeeper that you are qualified to be workers here. The Assassin Association base camp established in the wild, and the maids here also need to deal with some dangerous species that may attack this castle, so they all need some strength. Look at the things they are holding, they are all imperial tools. Mellard said again. Mellard, I haven't seen you for half a year. Why have you become a child who likes to talk big? At this time, a woman with a cloak with a wrinkle on her face, but she could still see that her charming young came over and asked with squinted eyes. Barbara, you know me, I never lie. In terms of relationships, Barbara is her aunt. But the assassin only cares about strength when joining an association, and does not care much about other relationships. Therefore, they all call it by their name directly. Oh, is that right? Then I'll let my apprentice try these children you brought, is it okay? Barbara said this. A young girl walked out of her and looked at Chi Tong and others. This is considered an onboarding test, who will take it? Mellard shrugged and asked Xiang Kai Tong and others. In addition, Mayoko is my aunt's favorite disciple. She has received professional assassin training since infancy. Don't underestimate her just because she is about the same age as you. Don't worry, since it's the person you recruited from outside, I naturally won't let Mayoko take too much action. Well, a life can be saved at least. Barbara looked at her niece worried about the child she brought with her, so she said something. She was very confident in the strength of her disciples, but the following scene left her stunned. Thor roars. Water Dragon Bomb. The turret is fired continuously. Although the group of children brought by Mellard was not as strong as her disciples, they actually had imperial tools in their hands. Relying on the power of equipment, she pressed her disciples to the ground and rubbed them repeatedly. Only a few emperors were not capable and were subdued by Maiko. Where did you get so many imperial tools? Could it be that you went to steal the imperial armament warehouse during these days of disappearance? Barbara was very suspicious. Barbara, you have a good vision, just guess it. Mellard admitted it directly, and when asked how it was done, the assassin girl smiled and hugged Broly's arm and introduced her aunt to her aunt. It's all thanks to my husband. He was strong and broke into the imperial palace and forced to buy their imperial tools from the empire. As soon as Mellard finished speaking, he was scolded by Estes, Maine, and others, don't mess with your wings randomly. The scene was messy, which made Barbara's eyes twitch. She decided to ignore Mellard for the time being and looked at the boy. Young man, don't you mind working with the old man, right? Can. Broly nodded and did not refuse. He regarded the woman's statement as an induction test. Although he was going to return to Wanpaxing tonight, in order to support Chi Tong and the others, Broly decided to show off some skills. This idea comes from the message that suddenly emerged in his consciousness. He was 7 years old this year and was afraid that his friends would be bullied by the workplace, so he, the eldest brother, should first be the best at starting, and give some advice to other elderly people in this workplace. Young people, don't be too nervous, as old people will keep their hands. Barbara looked at the boy's serious look and thought he was nervous, so she said this. Okay, I'll keep my hands. It was said that he was holding back, but Broly was a big deal. Barbara didn't even react, and a beam of energy passed through her head. A rumbling sound suddenly sounded behind me. Turning back, I saw a huge gap in the distant mountains, the mountains within my view. Some mountains with gaps have gaps, and the remaining mountains on the side cannot support the peaks above, but the entire mountain collapses. From a distance, the mountain collapsed not very fast, but when the largest mountain landed, it was only a dozen seconds before it could feel a clear vibration here. Barbara swallowed and looked at Melod, who was being criticized by a group of girls there. She wanted to ask her niece, where is this the monster that the other party got back? Have my test passed? Broly asked the question first. Certainly. Barbara's throat was a little dry. She doubted that if she said she could not pass, the monster in front of her would use the terrifying trick of bombarding the mountains on her body. Chapter 113 The Final Wing Spread Picture. Broly and his friends were very successful in his new career. None of the Auberge members in the castle dared to underestimate the arrival of Chihito and others who were preparing to work here. After confirming that Broly was indeed recruited by his niece Melard, instead of holding his niece hostage to come and annex the assassin to form an association, Barbara finally felt relieved. I wonder what position you are planning to take here, the elders of our assassin association, or the honorary leader? No, my companions need to be in office, and I will leave this place in 6 hours. Of course, I hope that my companions can live a happy and stable life here after taking up this place. I wonder if this place can achieve this in your place? After being invited by Barbara to say something, Broly asked his most concerned question. If I just pursue a stable life, I think there is no problem. With our Auberge's strength, it is enough to provide a paradise in this troubled world. The terrifying boy said he would leave, but Barbara was not surprised. A group of Imperial instruments allowed the children to join Auberge, even if they joined not as an assassin, but as a maid and a housekeeper, which was enough to greatly enhance the defense power of the Assassin Association base castle. The reward given, as the terrifying boy in front of her, seemed to only need to provide a stable living environment, and she had no reason to refuse this force to join. I don't like being deceived. If I find you deceived me, I will end the place to the ground. Broly thought about it and warned again. Barbara wanted to be arrogant, but after looking at some hollow mountains that had not fallen in the distance outside the window, she smiled and said that this would never happen to deceive the other party. Then, on behalf of my companions, I would like to thank you for your willingness to accept us and to give us a job here that will allow us to have a full meal and live a happy life. Well, this is an extra Imperial tool, so I'll give it to you. Broly said this and handed the remaining Imperial instrument to Barbara. Hey, this compass looks like Shangri-La, right? Barbara recognized the Imperial instrument in front of her, and it goes without saying how precious an Imperial instrument that can be teleported in space is to a force. It can be said that as long as Auberge does not commit suicide and faces the regular army of the Empire or the Western Kingdom head-on, with this thing in it, he can be invincible. As long as the cunning rabbit has 3 holes and prepares more teleportation points, the regular army will not be able to encircle them. Is this too precious? Barbara wanted this thing very much, but she was a little hesitant. Is it precious? Broly didn't understand the value of Shangri-La very much. After all, it wouldn't take long for him to fly around the planet. Then you should treat it as yours, and you need to help me take care of my companion's reward. After thinking about it, Broly said. Swear by the Eye of Death Auberge, we have received your commission from you. Barbara agreed and treated it as a special commission. She signed a commission contract with Broly on behalf of Auberge. Even if Chihito and others successfully joined the company in this Assassin Association base camp, everyone got their own single room. Broly helped Chi-Tong and the others move their luggage into the room. At noon, everyone was invited to have a big meal by Melard in the new place. As dusk approached, Broly returned and the last 5 minutes came. He called all his companions and asked the 6 big or small guide targets in front of him. Ridong, Haitong, Main, Ests, Hill, Lionel, are you willing to be my wings and my wife? Chi-Tong nodded. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Hei Tong said happily. At this point, do you still need to ask this question? Main blushed and Xiao Jiao asked back. I was your belonging. This is Est's answer. I am willing to accept the homeless me, but I have nothing to repay me except to promise myself. Hill bowed and thanked. If I take so much money from you, of course I have to show my professional spirit. Lionel has nothing to say. The number of official members of Crystal Palace is satisfied. Crystal Palace has been upgraded to LV2 and unlocks the Internal Space Construction Authority. The current number of official members is 10/15. My wife suddenly had 6 more digits, and the one-time conversion of happiness values made Broly's original 3-digit happiness points, the other 4 wives' daily birth points, directly break through the 6-digit number. Looking at the happiness points of more than 345,600, Broly only felt that he had returned to Wanpaxing now, and he finally didn't need to chew any spider legs. Hey, what is this? The happiness value is 375, and the happiness point is 37500. When Broly was happy that he had obtained a lot of happiness points, Akatsuki and others were also a little surprised by the virtual panel that suddenly appeared in front of them after they agreed to become their wife. This is Crystal Palace, it can be exchanged for a lot of delicious food. Broly introduced. But please don't exchange it for the Wampa spider, that thing is unpalatable. The redemption store at Crystal Palace has been updated with a bunch of things, and Broly's main focus is on food. Wait, what the hell is Emperor Tool Demon's secret? Hasn't that thing been drunk by Ests? Main was a little surprised and pointed to the exchange page of her Crystal Palace panel happiness point store and asked. What the hell are you talking about? Mellard said he could not understand. After Broly officially invited Akatsuki and others to become his wife, Akatsuki and others began to say strange things. Devil's Savor, I tasted it and exchanged the exchanges in the store, all of which I've experienced. Broly answered concisely. Redeem. Out of curiosity, Ests used 1,000 happiness points to exchange for a bite of the demonic silence. After drinking the black and red blood that suddenly appeared in her hand, she could clearly feel the strength of the ice in her bodies increased. Nice one. Est's eyes lit up and immediately lit up the demonic essence. The blood-type imperial instrument created by Crystal Palace perfectly copied the situation when Broly had not been cleaned up when she drank it. Her face turned red after only a few dozen sips. Ah! Ests couldn't help but scream, looking up at Broly with malice. Are you okay? After hearing the sound, everyone looked at her and found that Ests was wrong, so they couldn't help asking. It's okay, it's just that the demonic simplicity that was exchanged seems to be a little different from the demonic simplicity I drink. Ests suppressed the residual thoughts of the super dangerous species with his will, and took a few deep breaths before he returned to normal. After Est's explanation, everyone understood the danger of the exchanged demonic sacredness. This scene was also stunned by Mellard. He thought that becoming Broly's wife was just a matter of title. As a result, Ests actually made up all the demonic silences. Broly, I want to be your wife too. Well. Mellard's words made the boy feel embarrassed. Brother, can't it work? The other friends also showed expectations. Of course, the more wives you have, the better, but Crystal Palace doesn't recognize your wife's identity, so I can't do anything about it. Broly was very helpless. Chi Tong and the others gave him more than 300,000 happiness points. If other friends were harvested together as their wives, wouldn't the happiness points easily exceed 1 million? But just think about it, Crystal Palace does not give him this authority at all. It is his wife or his wife. Not his wife, even if he wants to turn others into his wife, he is not his wife. Looking at the loss of other friends, Broly also felt a little disappointed. After thinking about it, he shouted, everyone, although Crystal Palace does not recognize your wife's identity, I Broly admit that whether it is Nahashu, Lawsan, Boni, Zuzi, Corneria, as well as Melot and Cass Andorra, you are all external wives that Broly admits. Hearing this, the children who were emotionally lost were a little moved and all looked at him with tears. Brother Broly, can you do that with us? Asked Boni. Who is that? Broly was a little confused. That's right, we are all your wings. At the suggestion of Boni, facing the sunset, Broly and others formed more than 10 people's version of the Great Fang spread its wings and flying sky picture under the unconscious and shocked gaze of many Auberge assassins in the castle and the fighting maids working here. The picture was extremely grass. Seeing that the time was almost over, Broly had just put down everyone, and had no time to say I'm leaving and disappeared in front of everyone. Brother! The children cried, and Lionel opened his mouth wide, and then he understood the true meaning of death. It turned out that he was really leaving this world. Boss, will you come back? Lionel asked, and Maine wanted to answer. In front of the 6 official members of the Crystal Palace, the Crystal Palace panel sensed their thoughts and gave corresponding prompts. After a portal of the alien love in the inner space of the Crystal Palace is built, members of the Crystal Palace can pay to use the internal space as a transit station to conduct teleport across the world. The same is true for the host. At Chapter 114, The Goddess of Water. There was no trouble when Broly returned to Wanpastar. But as soon as he came back, he saw the old father Paragus, who looked like the same stone as the husband's stone watching stone, looking at him and waiting near the pit where the Baya beast is located. That night, Broly exchanged nearly 1,000 delicious items and shared them with his father. While eating, he talked about his journey in another world. After hearing that his strong son had worked as a nanny in another world who picked up and dropped off children home, learned his superb acting skills in making money in counterfeit competitions in the martial arts arena, and enthusiastically helped solve the problem of water shortage in water-deficient areas, Paragus was a little unable to hold back. Broly, what you do is not like a Saiyan would do. Sucking cold shrimps and cold noodles, Paragus gave his own comments on his son's journey to another world. Where is not the same? I'm too enthusiastic. For a normal Saiyan of your age, at most, I won't deliberately destroy some people or things that are useless to me. As for taking the initiative to help, it's something I don't have to think about. But they called me elder brother and invited me to eat. I want them to be happy too. Is there any problem? No problem, but if you ignore those irrelevant guys and just focus on finding the wife recognized by Crystal Palace, you may be able to find more wives. Paragus had no objection to his son's behavior in another world. What he had was that his son should not spend his precious time on irrelevant people or things. Broly. He felt that what his father said should be right, but this too utilitarian statement made him feel indescribable. Bro used his simple mind to think about it. If he didn't care about what would happen to someone other than his wife, he would soon think of the consequences of death. If you didn't know each other at the beginning, you probably wouldn't feel it, but when you have made a choice and have done it all, you will think of some bad endings for those friends who are only recognized by themselves but not by Crystal Palace, and Broly's mood becomes a little bad. Looking at the old father who was eating a big mouthful of food, Broly felt a sense of depression in his heart. Are you full? He asked only after Paragus finished eating. What's wrong with being 7 points full? Paragus touched his stomach. During the 2 months his son traveled through another world, he was gnawing on the spider's legs. If you want to change me some more food, it's fine. The happiness points of more than 300,000 seem to be a lot, but some of them are added to mobile charging, which will cost 100,000. Some of the remaining happiness points will be spent on the unlocked internal space construction rights after the upgrade of your Crystal Palace. So, Broly, let's be more frugal. Paragus thought that his son was afraid that he would not be able to eat enough, so he was going to exchange for more food for himself, so he persuaded him. No, I don't want to change food for you, but I'm in a bad mood and want to beat you up. But if you want to be full, I want to confirm whether you will spit out the food later. Paragus widened his eyes, but no matter how vivid his surprised expression was, it could not stop being massaged by his own son's fist. After being beaten to the point of bruising and swollen face, Paragus understood the reason for his beating, and was like by a beast, who had hurt his son as his friend. What he said just now was almost like killing those who had already been recognized as friends by his son. Although this feels a bit of a causal inversion, his son looks like a Saiyan in terms of unreasonableness. It is normal to want to hit yourself after you make the other person feel in a bad mood. This is much more sensible than before. Because it was just a skin trauma, Paragus was a little moved. He suddenly thought that Broly's meaningless behavior in another world was still meaningful. If he had made his son angry before, he would have been beaten to death. Now, Paragus has felt the charm of his son who has learned to play counterfeit games. I'm not thinking about it. Broly, you do a good job. We Saiyans should be kind-hearted and enjoy helping others. Rubbing his swollen side face, Paragus changed his tone and stroked his son along his hair. Broly settled down. Without a conflict, he was willing to listen to his father. Next, when discussing the usage of happiness points, mobile charging has undoubtedly been upgraded. With the consumption of 100,000 happiness points, the introduction of mobile charging has also become. Every 1/32 of a light-year distance can charge the space-time energy tank for 1 year. The current energy collection progress is 0/5. Last time, Broly flew for more than 2 years, almost 3 years, but after the mobile charging upgrade, it only took a year and a half, or even less. After all, the strength is also gradually increasing as we grow older. It's just a pity that the happiness points required to continue to upgrade mobile charging have reached a huge amount of millions. The 340,000 happiness points have reached 240,000. Regarding the use of these happiness points, Paragus' view is to create the internal space that is added to the Crystal Palace after upgrading. LV2's Crystal Palace has the right to create internal space, and it prompts what is love space. Each cubic meter needs to be created with 10,000 happiness points. The specific function is like adding an extra portable space. Broly can carry some of his personal belongings through another world. But it is just a close-fitting thing, such as the stone slabs and spider eggs that were transported for the first time, and it did not follow it because of time travel. And it is different with the Crystal Palace love space. According to the Crystal Palace's tips, the space stored in the space exchanged for happiness points can be carried away. In other words, if you go to other worlds and have such space, Broly can bring back specialties equivalent to space volume from other worlds. There is a lot of food that can be exchanged for 10,000 happiness points, but with space, you can bring back free food every time you travel through another world. Paragus felt that this was a long-term investment and believed that in places like Wanpastar, long-term things must be considered. Broly obeyed his father's words and threw 200,000 happiness points into the interior space where the Crystal Palace was opened. But, is 40,000 points really enough for us to spend a year and a half? After spending the points that must be spent, Broly asked Paragus. Only by using it, you can be frugal. Otherwise, according to our personality, the happiness points that can be used for long-term use will inevitably become food. Paragus was also reluctant to leave, but his family knew his family's affairs. If he didn't use the happiness points used for investment now, maybe in the future the father and son might turn the points that should have been converted into their own space and exchanged them for food and eating them. The group of Zhanqi world gained a lot. I thought I could realize the freedom of food after I came back, but on the first day of returning to Wanpastar, the vast majority of the 300,000 happiness points were spent. Seeing that there were only more than 40,000 happiness points left in the account, Broly felt like he had returned to before liberation. Of course, he must be much more abundant than when he came back from the previous world, but the degree of each person who had a pork chop rice bowl each day was even a bit insufficient. Wampa spider's legs and eggs should be eaten, and he still had to continue eating them. The next day, after more than 2 months, a figure wrapped in energy and moving at a terrifying speed appeared on the outer atmosphere of Wanpastar again. In order to travel through the new world before the cheapest normal food is cut off, Broly also fought. In 741, Son Gohan, who adopted a Saiyan child on Earth, was trampled to death by Goku, who turned into a giant ape, and Broly on the star of Wampa also accumulated enough time and space energy. Before leaving, he was sewing tightly. This time he traveled through time. Paragus made many replacement Bio-Beast clothes for his son and placed them in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. I won't say much about finding a wife. I'll just say the same thing. When you go to another world, you must pay attention to your own safety. I will. Broly, who is 9 years old, seems to have no change compared to when he was 7 years old except for being stronger. He is a Saiyan who will have a certain size when he grows up to a certain stage of his childhood and will only grow rapidly when he reaches a certain stage of growth. Crystal Palace, start. Without the brilliant light, Broly's figure disappeared on the star of Wampa again. Hey, do you have additional souls that need guidance today? In the rebirth space, Akia was a little surprised when she looked at the boy who suddenly appeared on the chair opposite her and was gnawing potato chips. It's a child, why don't there be any information about this child? Forget it, since the person has come here, then. While the boy opposite had not fully arrived here, Akia quickly put the potato chips into the drawer of the bedside table next to her and changed her dignified posture. Welcome to the world after death, poor child who loses his life at such a young age. I am your guide, Akia, the goddess of water. This is the first sentence Broly said after arriving in the new world, which was a beautiful woman with long water blue hair and dignified appearance. Akia, the current happiness value is 0. And Crystal Palace proves the identity of the woman opposite. Child, you don't have to be afraid. Death is not terrible. What is important is the future path. With the great me here, you are destined to have a bright future. Chapter 115, The Fate of Being Chosen That Cannot Be Escaped. There are chips on the corner of your mouth. Broly reminded him. Don't care about this kind of detail. Akia wiped the corner of her mouth with the goddess scarf and changed the subject. Okay, the opening remarks are over. Poor kid, please introduce your own identity. I don't know why, your letter I was not teleported to me with you. Akia flipped through the book of rebirth that recorded the information of the deceased next to him, and after confirming that there was still no information about the boy, she said. My name is Broly. Broly introduced himself. This name doesn't sound like a person in my jurisdiction, he might have chosen. Akia is the goddess responsible for reincarnation of the undead in Japan. I'm a Saiyan. Broly corrected the way. Saiyans, is there this race on Earth? Akia thought about it, but she didn't care much about humans in other parts of the world on weekdays, but she didn't think of it. I'm from Wanpaxing. Broly said again. Akia. How, she already knew that although this child is young, he has already grasped the essence of the second-year disease and is already fantasizing about being an alien. Is there no normal information? Akia asked. I'm telling the truth. Broly looked serious. Oh. The goddess of water sighed. She was really unable to deal with such a child. If this happens, it will be a bit difficult. Due to your lack of information during your lifetime, I cannot send you to heaven. Although that is not a good place, and without a body, you cannot experience the happiness of human growth, it is still a good place for you, a child. However, reincarnation is also a good choice. Although this will make you lose all your memories now and start over as a baby, I will try to reincarnate you to a good and wealthy family. Broly, are you ready to embark on a new life? Akia asked. Will you lose your memory? Broly immediately shook his head. I don't want to lose my memory, I'm still planning to find a wife. At such a young age, do you know you're looking for a wife? Akia was a little surprised, but she had met many rebirths, and there were not many precocious children. Since you don't want to lose your memory, I have a second choice here, which is to reincarnate into a world ravaged by the devil. However, although it is a world ravaged by the devil, you don't have to worry. When I send you over, I will still give you some powerful abilities. With powerful abilities as a guarantee, even in such a world, you should be able to grow up healthily to the age of being able to marry a wife. As he said this, Akia took out some papers describing her powerful abilities and handed them to Broly, allowing the child to choose. Among these abilities, there are both the choice of super artifact sets and some abilities that are bug-like. Hey, although you are a child, if it affects my normal return to get off work, I still have an objection. Can you make a decision quickly? After Broly carefully looked through the various plugins in his hands, almost half an hour later, Akia became a little impatient. As a goddess who spends all year round, she doesn't have much leisure time every day, and Akia doesn't want to waste it all on a child. There is nothing I need in it. Broly shook his head. The reason why he looked through it so seriously was that he thought that a sudden moment could allow himself to find many of the abilities of his wife recognized by Crystal Palace, but he was disappointed. What are the things that rub nuclear bombs with hands, instantly emit various superior magic, possess terrifying magic or terrifying physical strength, etc., and some things that make people unable to understand and feel useless? Can I choose other things here? Broly asked. It's okay, but what do you want? Akia responded casually, and she rushed to get off work and rest. Then I want you. Broly raised his hand and pointed at Akia. He only needed his wife recognized by Crystal Palace. Yes, then I. Akia stood up and prepared to help reincarnate, but suddenly stopped. Ah, no, how can you choose me as a goddess? Akia's question just came out. This blackboard is interspersed with floors and surrounded by a star-studded void space, and suddenly a teleportation array of dazzling light emerged. As the sound of heaven sounded, a beautiful blonde angel lady teleported here from the other end of the radiance. Sir Akia, since you have agreed, then the next reception work here will be temporarily handed over to me. 2 reincarnation magic arrays appeared on the ground, covering Broly and Akia respectively. No, I just said that taking away the goddess should be a violation of the rules and not recognized, right? No, Lord Akia, this does not violate the rules. It is precisely because the rules have recognized Lord Broly's choice that I came here from heaven and temporarily took over your job as Lord Akia. No, this is very strange. Is this rule really okay? Wait, I don't want to go through. In the face of the goddess of water, she was completely dissatisfied and panicked. Miss Angel just said in a blessing tone, "Go along the way, Lord Akia, on the day you return from safely defeating the Demon King, I will send someone to pick you up." No, although I am a goddess and have strong recovery and support abilities, I don't have any combat power. What's more, I'm going to attack the devil, it's the root. It's impossible to do it. Broly was a little surprised that he was not angry, but suddenly floated up. He poked the edge of the magic circle next to him with his finger, and could feel a clear resistance. "Let's go, a young little brave man, I wish you to be the one who successfully defeated the Demon King among the many brave men. If you want, the gods will give you treasures. Don't talk about the lines that should belong to me, let me go." Amid Akia's reluctance, he transferred the magic array to another world and went to the end. No. The figures of Akia and Broly disappeared into the light. The next moment, when I opened my eyes again, the blue sky above my head was already covered with the blue sky. The two arrived in Axel, the streets of the city of novice adventurers. Broly looked around. A town with people means something delicious. Hey! However, before Broly could take action, his collar was caught by the goddess next to him. Chapter 116 Troubled by Money. Why did you guys bring me to this place? What do you want me to do next? Akia wanted to grab the boy's collar and cry and question the boy in front of her, but looking at the boy with her collar being pulled up, her tender face and clear eyes made her, who was also an adult, not allow her to show her shameful self-esteem. Broly, you must be insecure, so you chose a trustworthy goddess like me, who will come with you. Since she came to this world, there was nothing she could do. Akia took out her own self-comfort. She began to comfort herself because she was so outstanding that she was so dependent on such a child. Compared to those powerful plug-in abilities, she was more willing to trust her goddess. Ah, no. Broly was about to explain why she chose her, but Akia was interrupted directly. No problem, no problem. After all, I am also the great goddess of water, Lord Akia. Although I have no confidence in defeating the Devil King in this world, it is still no problem to take you and the child to survive in this world. Leave it all to me. Akia told herself to calm down and started to think about what she should do now. The only child next to me is the only one who can make decisions now. Think about it, how did the reincarnations who were teleported to this world by themselves survive the early stage? But after thinking about it carefully for a while, Akia suddenly knelt on her knees and leaned forward in a frustrated posture, because she discovered that she had not paid attention to what happened after being teleported to this world. But can she blame her? This cannot be blamed. There are so many reborn souls that need to be received every day. Although not many people have been transferred to this world, they have been transferred to another world. It should be the responsibility of the younger generation with breasts. What does it matter to her great goddess Akia? The reception work is so tiring every day. Whoever has time to pay attention to the reincarnated people? What the goddess is paying attention to them is just a polite word. Who would have thought that one day he would be brought to this other world that has nothing to do with him? Akia's heart was roaring. Broly looked at the Crystal Palace, and the other party's undesirable happiness numerical prompt, looking at her with some concern. Are you okay? Suddenly, someone around me asked about it. It was a team of adventurers. They saw a cute girl with a strange dressed child lying on the street of Novice, holding her head and swaying up and down, and her behavior was a bit strange, so they came over to ask. I'm fine, but she looked very distressed and said she wanted to take me to survive smoothly in this world. Broly replied. Oh. This group of adventurers understands that it is quite common for sisters to come to Axel City to make a living by taking their younger brother these days. Who said this is a town for novice adventurers? The monsters around are not too powerful. Then your sister must be worried about not being able to find the adventurer guild. It doesn't matter. We are preparing to go to the guild to settle the tasks. If you don't mind, you can go with us. Hearing this, Akia on the ground was stunned and then cheered up. That's right, Broly, the first thing you do when you come here is to go to the Adventurers Guild and register as a professional. This world is protected by the Goddess Clan. If most people want to become professionals, the best way is to go to the Adventurer Guild for certification. If you want to register, go to the counter over there. When he arrived at the guild, the adventurers team who brought the two of them here showed Akia the way. "Thank you, Lord Akia, the goddess of the Acusis religion, will repay you for your kindness." "Wait, are you from the Acusis religion?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "No, it's okay. We have to settle the task. Just forget about repaying kindness and other things, we won't bother." This group of adventurers originally wanted to take the two to register, but after hearing Akia calls herself the goddess of the Acusis, her face immediately changed, leaving here as if he was running away. "Don't get involved with the people of the Acusis religion, those people are all guys with brain problems." Vaguely, Broly could hear the evaluation of the Acusis religion by those who had gone away. After hearing the Acusis religion, the others in the guild also stayed away from Akia here. Even though she came in, she was a beautiful girl, and when she came in, she received the attention of many adventurers. "Strange, I originally wanted to give each of them a goddess blessing as a reward after completing my professional certification," Akia muttered, not realizing the atmosphere in the adventurer guild, as she changed due to her appearance. "Let's go, Broly, let's go for professional certification now." Broly followed Akia to the registration counter. The woman who received them was a blonde big sister. When she heard that the two were here for professional certification, she gave them a new registration card, but registering is not free, please pay the registration fee. Akia touched her pocket, and the pocket was empty. As a goddess, how could she carry the money she didn't need with her? "Broly, did you bring money?" Akia, who didn't find the money, asked the boy behind her very naturally. This made the blonde receptionist lady behind the registration counter unable to help but see some black lines on her forehead. "No." Broly shook his head, and Wan Paxing didn't need money. As for redeem happiness points for money? Well, those 40,000 happiness points have been spent on them long ago. "Can you take credit?" Akia asked to the blonde receptionist behind the counter. "Sorry, our guild does not have this credit service for the time being." Akia and Broly sat on the table in the corner. The waiter came over to ask what he wanted to order. Broly was preparing to order food, so Akia sent the waiter first. "We are still thinking, please don't bother us." "Yet." The waitress saw the embarrassment of the two and didn't say much. "I just served 2 glasses of free water and left. Don't you want to eat?" Broly asked, and he could see that Akia was in a bad mood in front of him. "Broly, you are young and may not be aware of the serious problems we are facing. Eating in this place costs money, and we can't even pay for registration for a career. What should we do?" Akia held her head. She never thought that as a goddess, she would one day suffer from money like a vulgar thing. Broly also became serious and realized that money in this world might be difficult to make. Chapter 117 Attribute Numerical Monsters. Akia's collapse and cheering was always in a moment. After looking up and seeing the serious face of the boy opposite, she realized that as a reliable goddess, she should not show such a useless expression. She immediately cheered up. I don't know what to do. That's me joking. Broly, you don't have to worry. Leave it to my great goddess of water, Lord Akia." Speaking such big words, Akia saw an old man dressed in a churchman on the table not far behind the boy. Her mind flashed and her eyes lit up. "I have a way. I am a great goddess. There are many devout believers in this world. As long as I report my identity, I will be able to receive worship from believers soon." As Aqua said this, he let Broly stay in his position and not walk around. He confidently walked towards the old man dressed in the believer there. "Pious believers, you must have heard the goddess call." "Yes, it's me who summoned you. The goddess of Acusis believed in. Now, this goddess urgently needs some money, so please give me some money." The old man looked at the extremely confident girl in front of him, scratched his face, and took out the black crystal as a devout believer of Eris from his pocket. "Sorry, I am not a believer of the Acusis religion, I am a believer of Lord Eris." As soon as this statement was spoken, even Broly could sense that an awkward atmosphere was spreading there. "Akia." I bit my lips tightly, and the toe in my shoes was tugging restlessly, as if I wanted to depress 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. "However, although I am not a believer of the Acusis religion, I can see that you are in trouble and have no money to pay the registration fee. Well, let me treat this money as my old man sponsored you young people. Lord Eris, the goddess of luck, said that you should help those in need." As the old man said this, he took out some coins and handed them to Akiya. Little girl, it's good to believe in goddess, but you think of yourself as goddess. This is your fault. May Lord Eris bless you and not be punished by the goddess of water you believe in. The old man gave an Irisian prayer and stood up and left. I was given alms by my later goddess believers. I told the truth that I was a goddess, and I was not believed by anyone. Akiya came back with the money in tears. Broly looked at her as she was hit, and she didn't know what to say to comfort her. After thinking about it, he changed his attention and said, "Anyway, we have the money to pay the registration fee now, right?" After wiped his tears, Akiya cheered up. "First solve the registration problem, and treat this money as me and Tu borrowed it from the generations of believers, and when I have money, I will return the money back." As Akiya said this, he brought Broly to the registration counter again. Luna, the receptionist lady of the Adventurers Guild, saw Akiya gets the registration fee throughout the whole process. She only felt that it was really not easy for a young woman who took her brother to live. After Akiya paid the registration fee, she took out the registration card again. "So, let me explain again that adventurers have various professions, and this registration card can record how many attacks the adventurers have conducted. After the level rises, you will also get points used to learn skills, so after obtaining it, please try to improve your level. Okay, then please put your hands on the crystal ball here, which will confirm the attribute value of the initial registration person. Afterwards, the two can choose a career that suits them according to their own attributes to change jobs. Then let me do it first." Akiya felt that she was an adult and should demonstrate for the children who depended on her, so she went forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball. Ah, it's so amazing! Except for the intelligence value that is far below the average level and the luck value is slightly lower than that of ordinary people, the other attribute values are significantly higher than the average. Luna exclaimed, shocked by the extraordinary value that Akiya had already shown. "What, does that mean I'm very awesome?" "It's not just amazing, it's simply a person who cannot be seen. Who can believe that this is an attribute that a person who can't even afford the registration fee can have? Of course it's amazing. Except for the magician profession that has a high demand for intelligence, you can take up any other profession, including the Crusader Knight, the Lord of the Sword, the Grand Priest and other superior professions." The receptionist's surprise attracted the attention of other adventurers in the Adventurer Guild. Akiya's registration situation was as strange as a phoenix in the chicken coop. "Although it's a bit regrettable to not have the profession of goddess, if I do, I'd choose to be the Grand Priest." "Is the Grand Priest?" "He can skillfully use all healing and supporting magic, and has enough powerful power to support the current guard, but he is a universal profession. In order to take care of this child, I must be more versatile." Akiya picked up her arm and suddenly felt that this feeling of attracting attention was really good. "Okay, Broly, it's your turn. Don't have to be too burdened. I'm already here." Akiya pushed the boy beside her forward with her chest out. 3 sections of the power of the fight. When Broly put his hand on the crystal ball, this message suddenly appeared in his mind. "Wait, this is it." The receptionist's eyes widened, and after seeing Akiya's extraordinary attribute value, he was still shocked. Except for the intelligence and luck values that are just average, all other attribute values are full, but how is this possible? Attributes are visible in this world, but it is generally impossible for someone to display max after the attribute values. So, is Broly's situation even better than mine? Akiya couldn't help asking. No one knows what the full value attribute is, but it is certain that, like you, this child, who can take up all professions except for high intelligence professions, can even transfer to magicians, but he is not talented. As he said this, Luna handed the registration card to Broly, and asked with a kind smile, "Little brother, don't you know what profession you want to take? Are you also the same high priest as your sister?" Broly took the registered career card, thought about it and asked, "Is there any career that makes it easier to find a wife?" The receptionist lady. "Haha, at such a young age, he is so talented." Hearing this, a group of male adventurers burst into laughter. "If the little brother is willing to join my sister's team, my sister doesn't mind being your wife." A female adventurer said this. "He's still a child." This made Akiya quickly protect Broly, just like an old hen protecting a chicken. Chapter 118, The Weak Chicken Adventurer, Crossed Out, Hexagon Warrior. "I think what you want to ask is a handsome and popular profession, right? In fact, Every profession has a handsome and popular side. The receptionist wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, there are people in all kinds of professions among adventurers, and she dare not step on a certain profession at will, so as not to arouse public outrage from professions in a certain profession. Since that's the case, can I take up all my careers? Broly asked if this would be useful for him to find a wife. One person can only work in one profession, but if you want to learn the skills of all professions, probably only the basic profession of adventurers can meet your needs. Luna said. Then I'll be a risk-taking adventurer. Broly made a decision without hesitation. Ah, but that's a basic profession. Although you can learn skills in all professions, you need extra skill points to learn skills, and the skills you have learned do not have the additional bonus for the full-time profession. The receptionist's voice became weaker and weaker. She thought of Brolin's exaggerated attributes, except for intelligence and luck values, and other full-valued attributes. I'm afraid that even if there is no additional bonus for full-time profession, the skills the other party learned will most likely be stronger than those of some full-time professions. The basic profession of adventurers is obviously for those who do not have enough attribute value, but they still insist on being adventurers. As a result, a child suddenly came with a full attribute value, which seemed to have become a very versatile profession, even more comprehensive than the unimaginable profession of the High Priest. Then, I'll help you change your career to the adventurer for the time being. If you encounter your favorite profession in the future, with your exaggerated attribute value, you should be able to change your job easily. After the professional registration was over, all the employees of the Adventurers Guild gathered together, and Luna, the beautiful Axel Guild lady, bowed to Akia and Broly to express her welcome. On behalf of the Axel Town Adventurers Guild, we look forward to Miss Akia and Mr. Broly, active performances as part of the adventurers. At the end of the welcome, the adventurer group in the guild began to become active. After all, everyone wants some powerful partners to join the team, which represents profit and safety, and they all sent invitations to Akia and Broly. Come and have a drink, Miss Akia. With the superior profession like the High Priest as a guarantee, even the identity of the Acusis cult that keeps people away can be temporarily ignored. Brother Broly, come to my sister's place, I have the wife you want here. Akia wanted to go for a drink, but when she heard some female adventurers who wanted to seduce the boy who brought her to this world away, she immediately ran back and protected Broly. At the shameless female adventurers who even use seduction techniques on a child, they grinned, not like a goddess at all. Broly had no objection to this, because none of the female adventurers was a wife recognized by Crystal Palace. Finally, a team of adventurers willing to treat a big meal got the opportunity to entertain Akia and Broly. How about it, Miss Akia, as long as you are willing to bring your brother to our team, the treatment is easy to say and you can also provide food and accommodation. We are going to defeat the Demon King. Akia had no expectations for defeating the Demon King before. After all, she had thrown a bunch of reincarnations into this world, but the Demon King has not been defeated yet, so you can see the power of this Demon King. However, Broly's full value attributes when registering gave her hope. You know, even the goddess, she does not have the attributes that are full of values, but Broly has it, and more than one attribute value is full, but other attributes except intelligence and luck values are all full. This kind of potential is probably better than that of ordinary reincarnated people with plug-in abilities. With her as the goddess of water as an assistant, it is probably not impossible to defeat the Demon King. Therefore, Akia doesn't want some teammates who are stinky fish and rotten shrimps to drag their back. Miss Akia is really brave to defeat the Demon King, but with your siblings, this is probably possible, but that should be a long time later. After all, your level is still very low and you haven't learned any skills. Before that, you can join a reliable team to accumulate experience and improve your own level, but you will not lose a good choice. Well, what you said makes sense. Just as Akia was about to be persuaded and was about to reach an agreement with the adventurer captain next to her, the team members on the side suddenly interrupted their captains pulling people. Captain, look over there. The team members' hands trembled a little, pointing at Broly who was moving with all his might. What's wrong? Isn't it just eating? The captain of the adventurer squad was a little confused. No, Captain, take a good look at his eating speed. What's so strange about it? Isn't it just that the meal speed is faster and the food is a little more? Well. After Broly placed the empty plates on the pile of half a person tall next to him, the captain of the adventurer team widened his eyes and stopped his voice. It has only been a few minutes since he invited someone to eat, how much has the child eaten? Can you please pay the bill? At this moment, the waiter lady from the Adventurers Guild brought a stack of bills. She originally had to do things like check out after dinner, but because there are a bit more food now and the value is a bit high, so. Is this 200,000 heiress? This has already served 15 servings of tomahawk lamb chops, 20 servings of giant frog fried meat set meals, 20 servings of running giant lizard grilled skewers. Although they are not high-level food, they cannot withstand a large amount of food. We have already given you a 10% discount. Adventurer Team Captain. Seeing that Broly was still preparing to continue eating, he quickly paid the current bill and said to Akia, "Sorry, Miss Akia, I remember that our team still has some tasks that have not been done. Regarding your joining, we will talk about it after we finish the mission. We will say goodbye first." The team left as if they were running away, and just kidding, they just wanted to do it according to the boy's appetite. How many tasks can I get the money back? Although 200,000 heiress is not too much, it is only 5,000 heiress who attacked the giant frog outside the city. If you want to earn 200,000 by attacking the giant frog, you have to deal with 40 giant frogs. What does 40 giant frogs mean? Even if their team wants to do such a crusade mission, it will take 4 or 5 days. This does not include the risk of injury to people during this period, or even death by giant frogs. I can't afford to raise it, I really can't afford it. Broly directly used his amazing appetite to persuade the adventurer team who was planning to come and invite them. What's wrong with this? It's clearly a good talk. Akia felt puzzled, but looking at the food on the table that was quickly wiped out by Broly, the goddess was also a little anxious. Broly, leave me some food. Broly heard this, looked at the chicken legs that had been bitten by himself, touched his stomach, and then put the chicken legs in his hand back. Chapter 119 The Sister Born by the Stepmother, Heavy Fog. How can you put the food you have eaten back? It's very unhygienic. Seeing this scene, Akia immediately complained. Upon hearing this, Broly's face showed doubt. The only one who could make him give up the food in his mouth was his wife. Unexpectedly, this person was unwilling to do so. Then I'll take it back and eat it. Since the other party was unwilling, Broly also wanted to eat one more chicken leg, so he picked up the chicken leg again. Hey, you have put it down, so don't pick it up again. I am the goddess of water. I can easily purify it into water for a few saliva or something. Mainly, there is only one chicken leg left. Akia has tasted it just now, but the chicken leg tastes very delicious. Now the person who treats the guests has paid the bill and left. You can't order another plate and then write it on the other party's account. Etc. This seems to be not bad either. Waiter. Akia immediately raised her hand and called the waiter in the Adventurers Guild. Can I continue to order food and record it in the account of the person who invited us to dinner just now? After the waiter came over, Akia looked at her with hopeful eyes and asked this question. The adventurer has already settled this big meal, and if he didn't say he would continue to invite you, he would not be able to keep the account in this way. As a waiter of the Adventurers Guild, I have seen many strange adventurers, but I have never seen them before. Can you be compatible with this? Akia rubbed her hands and said, Please. Customer, it's useless to pretend to be cute. The waiter resisted the urge to complain and maintained a masked smile to the customer. Tisk. Seeing that he could not be able to adapt, Akia curled her lips and looked at the waiter with a squinted look, and then she made a discomfort that she had not taken advantage of. Miss Waiter. Even after professional training, she was still a little bit dead at Bungbu. This guy in front of her deserves a beating. Now she rolls up her sleeves and beats the other party. Should it be fine? But thinking that the other party was the identity of the Grand Priest, the waiter calmed down and left as if he ran away. The guy from the Accusa's church really has a brain problem. Broly seemed to hear the departure waitress lady, whispering this. So, can the chicken leg in his hand still be eaten? Broly, you are a good boy. If you eat too much, you are not good at fried food. Let me destroy this chicken leg for you. As she said this, Akia came to Broly's hand with a bite of chicken legs, and without seeing her purifying her, she stuffed the chicken legs into her mouth and started to chew. Akia was eating her face with greasy food. She rarely ate this kind of junk food that was defined as unhealthy in the heavenly realm. Even the bag of potato chips in the rebirth space was spent a lot of money. She thought that a deceased soul was reborn as one day, so she asked the other party to return to the world to see his family explaining his funeral, and bought it for her. Delicious, delicious. Broly looked at Akia who was eating, and he had the same attitude that others had seen him before. His happiness at that time was probably the same as the wife who claimed to be the goddess of water in front of him, and his happiness value was rising slowly. Drink some water and don't choke. Thank you, Broly, you're such a good kid. Eat slowly, I'll stop eating anymore, no one will compete with you for food. This scene is somewhat contrary to Tiangang, but as long as you look at the speed of Akia's happiness in the Crystal Palace, you can understand why a Saiyan child who has not been satisfied with normal food for a year and a half is so humble. Broly could still make the right choice when he was saturated and filled with more meals. He began to stand beside him and pour drinks for Akia. From time to time, he would use tissues to wipe the corners of the goddess's mouth, but he served Akia, who was eating, comfortably. Akia's happiness value is rising, but she does not notice that the adventurers around her who see the scene are changing. Look at that boy, he is so skillful in serving people. He must have done a lot of such things. A male adventurer was secretly saying this. I thought my sister took care of my younger brother and depended on each other in this world. A touching story, but I didn't expect it to be the sister born by my stepmother, the story of Xiao Xiao of Grey who enslaved her ex-child's younger brother, Tisk. The adventurer's eyes are changing. What's wrong, what's wrong? Why do I suddenly feel that everyone's eyes seem to have become different when they look at me? After eating the last fries, Akia noticed the cold eyes of the people around her. She felt a little confused and asked Broly, who was imitating her companion who had taken care of her. I don't know either. Broly shook his head. He just vaguely heard some people muttering about Scum sister and poor brother among the adventurers around him, but this should not be talking about them. After all, he is not someone's younger brother, and Akia is not his sister. It's his own strategy target, his wife recognized by Crystal Palace. Are you full? Broly asked Akia. Well, I'm full. Akia stroked her slightly bulging belly and gave a positive answer. Then, I'll wipe your mouth for you. Bro used a tissue to dip clean water, so he took it over to wipe Akia's mouth. Akia didn't think there was anything wrong with this. She raised her head and seemed to be a little baby, easily accepting Broly's meticulous service. Broly helped her wipe her mouth clean, but in this process, she obtained 3 more happiness values. Take a pants. Scum. Someone spat. It's obviously what the older sister did to her younger brother. A female adventurer drank a big gulp and smashed the wine glass on the table with a bang. The movement scared Akia. She looked in the voice and was glared fiercely by the female adventurer who was in a bad mood and seemed to have made up a lot of plots. Ah, Broly, I seem to have a feeling that we are suddenly hated by others. Akia was shocked by the female adventurer's eyes and subconsciously hid behind the boy's back, but soon she realized something was wrong and stood up and said. Broly looked in the direction of the female adventurer. The female adventurer who had just glared at Akia fiercely, immediately turned into a loving and pity looking at him. Hate, is that? Broly was a little confused and tilted his head. Such behavior has made many female adventurers in the past year feel a little moved. Where will I get the good brother who cares about my sister for dinner like this? Chapter 120 Evil adults cannot defile children's innocence. That might be my illusion. Akia was not sure, she quickly left this feeling behind. I have temporarily solved the problem of eating today, so next, I should think about how to solve the problem of staying tonight. Akia said, looking at the adventurers around her, I don't know which kind-hearted adventurer is willing to take us in. If we want, we will definitely be grateful. As soon as this statement was made, Akia's heart was known to everyone, but unfortunately the atmosphere is different from the one just now. Because Broly's caring service caused some misunderstandings, Akia is now a bad sister who enslaved her younger brother in the eyes of adventurers around her. If you just take in one person, it's okay, but if it's 2 people, it's not okay. An adventurer suddenly said. No, I won't leave it behind because I rely on me, so I chose my child. Akia hurriedly hugged the boy next to her and said loudly. Bastard, don't think about yourself. I'm talking about taking you in. The male adventurer who spoke was choked and then smashed the table and complained. Hey, don't you just want to take me, a young and beautiful woman? Akia was also surprised to look at the male adventurer who was smashing the table and complaining. No matter whether you are really beautiful or not, just your shameless attitude of treating yourself as a fact is no longer my deed. I like shy and younger children. It's not right. The adventurer, who realized that he was exposed to XP, coughed, and pointed to Broly in Akia's arms and said, "What I just said to taken is to only taken your younger brother, not to say you. Please don't be too sentimental." The sister raised by the stepmother. Akia. Who is the sister raised by the stepmother? She is a goddess. It's not right. You bastard, you actually have bad intentions for this child. Akia pulled Broly behind her and looked like she was protecting her. Don't even think about it. I won't give this child to a pervert like you. She grinned at the male adventurer, and looked like a slutty protecting the lord. Hey, no matter how you talk, don't slander others. The male adventurer immediately slapped the table and stood up. My sexual orientation is normal. I just saw that the child was too pitiful in your hands, so I had the idea of taking him in. Speaking of this, the male adventurer's voice suddenly weakened because he found that the other adventurers around him looked at him with distrust. No, why do you look at me like this? Shut up, you've been exposed just now. No, although I like children with a little tooth, they refer to girls. Isn't this worse? This, should I say boy? Male adventurers can't be punished. Forget it, stop talking, come on two people and drag this bad guy out. No, I'm wronged. I'm just thinking about it. I woohoo. The male adventurer's mouth was covered, and the two stronger male adventurers dragged him away from each other. Humph. Seeing that the evil adventurer who dared to covet Broly was dragged away, Akia stood up with a considerate chest, looking like a victorious general. The eyes of the masses are sharp, and evil adults cannot defile the innocence of children. After Akia made this declaration of victory with righteous words, a beautiful adventurer sister was inviting the boy. Broly, do you want to go with your sister? Although my sister cannot provide you with food and drink, there is still no problem giving you a temporary rest. As the adventurer sister said, she took out a bunch of keys and swayed them in her hand. The sound of ringing rings was obvious. This person was also an adventurer in Axel. Hey, don't kidnap my child at will without the consent of my guardian. Aqua hurriedly turned around and pulled Broly back into his arms. After experiencing the perverted adventurer just now, actually a bad guy who was slandered and misunderstood by the public, Aqua was vigilant about other adventurers. In self-comfort, she regarded herself as a reliable goddess who was chosen by Broly, a child, but she believed that she had the obligation to protect this child, whether it was personal safety or chastity safety. I didn't mean to kidnap him, but I was seriously asking for the child's consent. In addition, although I am an adventurer, who doesn't know what kind of character Marion, is it impossible to attack a minor child? Unlike the male adventurer just now, this big sister adventurer seems to be very famous here, and many people are willing to protect her character. Hey! Akia's eyes lit up and she asked, then I also lack a place. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Marion in front of him. Sorry, my family is relatively small, and probably only has one room for a child. Because of the misunderstanding of the boys' service scene just now, Marion had a bad impression of Akia. Even though Akia's attribute value was very high, she was still a person who directly changed to a higher profession, but she didn't have any good face to give her. After all, for an adventurer who is already planning to retreat from the adventurer industry, an excellent adventurer partner is no longer attractive. Akia's face collapsed, and she looked at Broly, looking like she didn't want to be abandoned, but she said, since this person has no problem, I am willing to take you in. Then Broly, you go, I will take good care of myself, you don't have to worry about me. The voice is trembling. Thank you, this big sister, but if I can't bring her with me, I won't go with you. Broly shook his head and said, thanking first, then rejecting Marion's kindness. Good, child. The same idea emerged from Akia and other adventurers, but due to different perspectives, both of them had different misinterpretations of Broly's rejection. Although Broly was just because Akia was the first wife he met after coming to this world, and the happiness value increased very quickly, and was obviously a high-quality stock, so he was unwilling to separate from the other party. In Akia's view, the reason why Broly refused was that he was willing to believe in himself and rely on himself as the goddess. For other adventurers, this is the manifestation of the good brother's unyielding relationship with the bad sister, and they were greatly moved by this. Forget it, let's take it with her. Chapter 121 Treated differently. It was afternoon to come to this world, but it was already dusk. Come in. The one who took in Broly and Akia was a female adventurer named Marianne. On the way, according to the other party, she once had a younger brother who took risks with her. However, while exploring a dungeon, I encountered an ambush by the undead monster. In order to give her a chance to survive, her younger brother chose to stop afterwards and never appeared again. Although Marianne took more adventurers to rescue afterwards, she did not find her brother's body, but in this world, missing dungeon exploration is basically the same as the person is gone. Hey, Broly, have you noticed that she was looking at me with her eyes every now and then? Aqua warned her eyes without being hinted by Marianne, and then whispered in Broly's ear. However, this whisper was not quiet at all, because Akia was still quite loud, and it was not in the noisy street, but had entered the quiet room, so the sound could be heard by Marianne, who took them to the temporary room in front. This is my brother's room, I hope to live in it. The people inside are either good kids like my brother, or they are guys who can love their brother. Miss Akia, what do you think? After opening a spacious bedroom room, Marianne turned around and asked Miss Water Goddess behind her with some gritted teeth. I think you're right, Miss Marianne, but I think your smiling face seems a little scary. Akia hid behind the boy with her neck shrank. The goddess didn't understand why she was treated with such an attitude, but unexpectedly she could see the female adventurer named Marianne in front of her, who was not good at herself. Is there any? That must be your illusion. Okay, Broly, please come in quickly. There are my brother's clothes in the closet, but the clothes on it are a bit big. You can take the clothes below, which were worn by my brother when he was a child. Marianne looked at Broly, and directly said in another attitude, and said in a very gentle tone. To be honest, just from the perspective of appearance, Broly doesn't look like her younger brother at all. But when it comes to the enthusiasm of caring for her sister, Broly is very similar to her younger brother. This is also the reason why she was willing to take the initiative to take in Broly's rest after seeing Broly's terrifying appetite. Of course, she can serve 3 meals a day, but she provides food that is like showing her terrifying appetite in the Adventurer Guild. She was just a little money and was about to retire from the adventurer industry, but she couldn't afford it, so she explained it in advance. Thank you, Sister Marianne. Broly thanked him sincerely again. The toilet is there, if you need it, you can take a shower. After Marianne handed Broly the key to the room, she pointed out where the bathroom at home was. The other reason why she didn't give Akia a good look was the clothes on Akia. At first glance, it is a very good quality. The clothes on Broly were woven with plant thorns. Let me ask, 2 people who are traveling with each other are big and small. The big ones dress well, the small ones dress poorly. The big ones can control money, while the small ones are obviously controlled by money. Who is the reason why the small ones dress poorly? The answer is self-evident, and Akia took the blame again. Domo Duomo, sorry, I want to take a shower, can I lend me the clothes I used to change my washing? Akia asked with a smile. Tisk. But what greeted the goddess of water was Miss Marianne's impatient expression and the sound of smashing her mouth. However, perhaps Broly is still there, Marianne still said in a slightly thick voice like sending beggar, wait here, I'll find some torn clothes for you. After saying that, she left. 00. Akia felt aggrieved and cried after the person left and hugged Broly next to her. But Akia asked Broly about this question, but Broly didn't know how to answer it. He could clearly feel Marianne's kindness toward him, but he didn't understand why she didn't like Akia. Akia, don't cry. After I make money in this world, I will buy you new clothes to wear. Broly could only touch Akia's soft blue hairy head and comfort the other party in this way. Broly, you are such a good kid. Akia was moved, and her happiness value increased rapidly. Broly was a little shocked when he saw it, and he felt that this goddess was really up to it. The happiness value on the first day can exceed 100. However, what is even more outrageous is that her happiness value can rise and fall. After finding that she was too unpromising and actually wanted to make money from a child to buy new clothes, Akia entered a state of depression. Are you okay? Broly asked her with the clothes that were about to change. Broly, do you think I'm reliable? Broly. How do you want me to answer? It should be reliable. Broly looked at Akia, and there was only 70 points of happiness left, and then replied. Then I should be worthy of your trust, right? Akiya asked again. That's a must. Broly said when he saw that her happiness value was rising. Very good. Let me arrange your healthy life in the future. Akiya was easy to coax, so she cheered up and pointed at Broly's nose and said. Good. Broly looked at Aqua's happiness value that was like a roller coaster, which was back to the value of over 100 o'clock, and said he had no objection at all. Okay, let's take a shower now. I'm going to wash you clean. Akiya is full of fighting spirit. Broly wanted to refuse, but suddenly he thought that the other party was his wife who wanted to invite him to the Crystal Palace, so he did not refuse. Hey, Broly, why do you have a tail? A familiar question asked from Akiya. I said I am a Saiyan, and it is normal for a Saiyan to have a tail. But, unlike the reaction of Fujimura Okawa once, Akiya didn't care about this kind of details at all. Forget it, don't care about this, Broly, hurry up and lie on this stool. In the bathroom, Akiya said while patting a wooden stool. Broly was very obedient and lay down. Look at the first scrubbing style of my goddess of water, water generation and water flow impact. Hearing Akiya behind him shouted. Gilu gilu. Broly made a series of bubbles in the water. Look at the second bathing method, clean the stain enhancer, I spray it. Holding the shower gel shampoo from which I don't know which reincarnator brought to this world, Akiya aimed and pressed it continuously for 7 or 8 times. A series of sticky and transparent shower gel fell on Broly's body and tail. Look at my third form. A wet towel was thrown on Broly's waist with a bang. Akiya, whose underwear was a little wet, appeared beside Broly. He looked like a northeast bathing master. When he saw a person with old dirt on his body, he grinned with an evil smile. Look at my filthy stripping technique. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the towel and started to become a bath scrubber. What's wrong? After Marion heard a strange movement, she saw the scene of a vicious sister rubbing her back and torture her brother in a cruel back. I'm giving him a bath. Akiya replied without raising her head. Well, Akiya is giving me a bath. If Broly, who had not lying on a wooden stool and covered in foam, had added this sentence, I am afraid that Marion, who had entered the fighter profession, would have to clean up the great goddess of water who was a bath scrubber. Chapter 122 The Goddess of Water Can't Pee. It has to be said that as the goddess of water, Akiya is indeed a master of her ability to clear away the filth in the world. As a warm water surge came over, Broly, whose dirt was washed away from his body, was like a reincarnated baby, with the crystal clear luster all over his body. Even the dirty tail revealed its original light brown color at this moment, but it was trampled from the back of the butt, covering the key parts. Sister Marion, can you please go out first? If you are here, I will feel embarrassed. Broly said this with a calm expression, but he could not see that he was embarrassed. This is true. He just subconsciously felt that he should not expose his body naked in front of strangers other than his wife. I'll go out now. Marion realized it later and realized that she was staring at the flexible tail under the boy's crotch. After watching, she hurried out, and only Akiya and Broly were left in the bathroom. Broly, how about it? Is it all over my body washed? Broly wanted to say that there was still a place that had not been washed, but when he looked like Akiya wanted to get praise, he swallowed this in his mouth. Well, Akiya, you are the most awesome. That's right, I'm the goddess of water. No matter it's dirt on the physical level or the curse on the magic level, it can't stop me from purifying my powerful power. Although I just used the technique of bathing scrubbing. Aqua, who was praised, was proud. Broly doubted whether she would have raised her up at this time if she had a tail on her butt. Thinking of this, Broly looked at Akiya's butt, and was a little surprised when she found that there was light in her place. What is that? He asked. Akiya looked along the place Broly pointed at and showed a proud expression again. This is what I use to prevent light exposure. By creating a multi-layer refracting water film to refract light, thus achieving an impermeable effect. I call this refracted light holy light, but it is a self-created trick that allows me to wear underwear with a restrained feeling. You don't know that when I was wearing underwear in the past, I was in great trouble. Even if I was the goddess of water, I wouldn't have any idea of wearing dirty underwear. But after wearing it for a while, I always have the urge to change my underwear, and I have to wash my underwear once I change my underwear. Akiya talked freely, telling the story of the creation motivation of her water stream holy light technique, and the inspiration came from the holy light of the mortal anime. After creating this trick, I didn't have to wash my underwear anymore, because I didn't wear underwear at all, and the feeling of not wearing underwear was a bit cold at first, but later I got used to it, and it felt great. Especially the situation where you want to be exposed, some male souls will turn into sight of people, while I will pretend to open my legs and blind them when they feel that they are about to feast their eyes. Now thinking about those vulgar guys' embarrassing appearance, I want to laugh. It's not okay to rely on Jing Jun, so I'm almost laughing and peeing. Broly. He didn't understand where the laugh was. In addition, it is worth mentioning that my urine is clean water with purification effects. After Akia finished laughing, she straightened her waist and said, "Hey, really?" Hearing this, Broly was shocked. This is a magical skill. Of course, I'm the goddess of water. Then can I learn this trick? This time, Akia was a little confused. What? Are you going to learn this trick? You can't be that you want to drink urine, right? Broly had no shame and nodded and admitted it directly. There was no water in the place where I used to live. Hearing this, Akia thought about the situation where there was no water, and suddenly felt a little pity for the child. It's okay, Broly, from now on, I will favor you so that you will never have to worry about water. Broly was suddenly hugged by Akia. This goddess with a little low intelligence was still very beautiful when she got serious, and her body was very soft and warm. So, can I learn the tricks of peeing with you? But Broly didn't care about this. He just wanted to achieve the ability to fully realize the infinite circulation of water resources for the most efficient way. He asked in a muffled voice in Akia's familiar chest. I can't learn this trick. My ability to purify urine into water is the purification function that comes with the body. Simply put, it is my passive ability as the goddess of water. But you are not a goddess, and it is even more impossible for two goddesses of water in the world, so you can't learn it. Akia explained. That's how. Broly was a little disappointed. However, if I just purify the sewage into clear water, I can teach you this kind of purification magic. Real. Of course, Broly, look at it, purify the water. As Akia said, she used the magic of purifying water body to the foamy sewage on the ground. The magic light flashed, and the sewage turned into a clear stream of water. Okay, you've seen it once. With the adventurer's ability to learn all professional skills, as long as you get the skill points after you upgrade, you can directly learn the magic of water purification using the skill points. By the way, I have modified this magic a little, which has increased the purification effect of the water body and can purify the water to a pure water level that can be directly drunk. If you keep drinking pure water, you should pay a little attention to your eating habits. After all, water contains some trace elements that humans need. Akia thought of something and reminded her again. Well, I got it, thank you, Akia. Broly didn't know what trace elements were, but he was still very grateful to Akia. Next, it was Akia's turn to take a shower himself. Although she is the goddess of water, she cannot guarantee the cleanliness of her body. Broly looked around and suggested help with a bath. Akia agreed directly to this. After Akia agreed, Broly took the towel and started rubbing her from the back. Hey, you learned this technique from me. I didn't expect that in just a short bathing scrubbing, you learned so much about my skills in purifying the dirt in the human body. Akia was a little surprised. Come on, keep going, let me see what you learned from me. Oh. The towels were flying in the hands of Saiyan children, and shampoos were occasionally passing by the air and shooting. The atmosphere in the bathroom ignited unknowingly. It turned into the situation where the bath scrubber master took the school bath scrubber apprenticeship. Chapter 123 Master Akia. You need to use more force on the shoulders so that the person being scrubbed can feel the comfortable feeling of being activated when scrubbing. The waist should be slowed down, but not too gentle, otherwise, it will make people laugh. Under the guidance of the goddess of bath scrubbing, Broly's ability to scrub was rapidly improving. I don't need this place anymore, let me do it myself. Did I not rub your place? That's right. Not all places can be rubbed, and this triangle area is a forbidden area for both men and women, and cannot be touched at will. Oh. Broly understood another common sense. When he came out after taking a shower, Akia's gaze at Broly changed, and she became less like looking at a simple child, but more serious, as if she was looking at a disciple who was about to become a master. Broly, about bathing, Oh no, it's the surface purification technology of the body. I have nothing to teach you. Next, you have to rely on yourself to understand it. Yes, Akia. Seeing her serious look, Broly also got up seriously and nodded. Don't call me by my name, please call me Master Akia. Okay, Master Akia. Very good. Akia was very satisfied, and she smiled and touched Broly's head, and put it on. Why is the clothes you gave me a little torn? There is no way, this is the old clothes I don't want. Why are Broly's old clothes without holes and patches? Akia pointed at Broly's clothes and asked a little angry. That's because my brother's clothes are well preserved. Marian said. Is there no old clothes that are not torn? Unbreakable clothes are not considered old clothes, but clothes I still want. Wow, Broly, she bullies me. Akia felt very wronged, and there was only Broly, the apprentice who had just collected the bathing scrubbing apprentice, who could cry. She subconsciously chose the most relaxed way to vent her grievances in her heart, and hugged Broly and started crying. Don't cry, don't cry. Broly looked at Marianne. If he was ignorant, he would definitely threaten the other party, but now. Sister Marianne, can you change Master Aqua's clothes to have an unbreakable outfit? Master Akia. Marianne was a little confused, but looking at the boy who had put on his brother's clothes, he failed to refuse his request. Okay, for your sake, I'll get her a new one. As he said that, the red-haired big sister went back to the room and found Akia a set of unpatched clothes. Thank you Miss Marianne, I will definitely cherish the outfit you gave me. After changing her clothes, Akia immediately smiled and said. Hey, don't say that I'm going to give you this set of clothes. I will hug the bastard who is younger than me who acts like a spoiled bastard. Marianne complained. I know, what a stingy. Akia waved her hand and casually, causing a word number to pop up on Marianne's forehead. This person deserves a beating, which makes her fighting spirit burn. Master Akia, someone else has helped us, I want to say thank you. Broly pulled La Akia. I'm sorry, I'm too proud. Although I don't know why you target me, I still want to say thank you. Facing the boy's clear gaze, Akia felt that she had done a little too much, but when she lowered her head and apologized and said thank you, she still did not forget to vent her dissatisfaction. She is a goddess, she is always targeted for no reason, but she has a temper. What a great child. Marianne's anger subsided. Looking at Akia's situation, she didn't seem to be a vicious sister. After thinking about it, she told her some reasons for targeting her. Huh? Sister, no, we are not siblings. When he heard the reason for being targeted was that the other party thought he was criticizing his younger brother, Akia went directly to Bungbu and refuted it. Then what's your relationship? Goddess and reincarnated. This kind of truth is impossible to say, and even if it is said, it will definitely not be believed. In the afternoon, he was already regarded as a liar by the younger believer of Eris. Akia doesn't want to be regarded as a liar anymore. Master and apprentice. Akia answered decisively, and Broly, who wanted to tell that she was a time traveler and Akia was the one who wanted to pursue her wife, had no chance to intervene and answer this question. Moreover, Akia was right. She was taught a bath scrubbing technique in the bathroom just now. Oh no, it is the dirt purification technology for the human body. This technique sounds useless, but when Broly was scrubbing Akia just now, the other party's happiness value rose magnificently. Obviously, this is a good ability to improve the happiness value of your wife. I just don't know if it is universal to all your wives or if it is useful when you only rub Akia. The situation is worth discussing. When you meet other wives in the future, try scrubbing them to see if they can improve their happiness. Master and apprentice. Marianne was a little suspicious, while Broly nodded to her, Akia is indeed my master. Although he was just accepted into a disciple. Look, I didn't lie to you. With Broly's support, Akia became more confident. What about his parents? Marianne asked again. This. Akia didn't know how to answer, she had just met Broly today and had not received any information from the other party. My mother is dead. I heard that she died when she was born, and my father is in another world. Broly did not hide his situation. He had almost no memory of his biological mother, and his father was indeed in another world. This. Seeing Broly telling a cruel fact that his parents died, both Aqua and Marianne burst into tears. Sorry, I misunderstood you. After a slowdown, Marian apologized to Akiya. It's nothing. I'm just someone who takes care of him for the time being. I should feel embarrassed to be taken care of by him. Akiya also blushed. She felt ashamed of thinking that she would be treated as a vicious sister by other people in the guild. She was obviously the reliable goddess, so why did it become like that in the eyes of outsiders? This is definitely not her fault, but it cannot be other people's fault. Therefore, we can only attribute the mistake to the world. It is the world's fault, which creates this misunderstanding. Later, she must be alert to prevent this misunderstanding from happening again. She is the goddess who takes care of the boy she chooses in this world. As Aqua thought this way, Marian asked, "Then tonight, are you still sleeping in the same room and the same bed?" "Don't sleep." "Sleep." In front is Broly's answer, behind is Akiya's. The two looked at each other and changed their words at the same time. "Sleep." "Don't sleep." "Marian, are you sleeping together?" I don't sleep well." Broly said he wanted to enjoy the bed alone. "Well, so do I." Akiya also agreed. "Okay, then I'll prepare another room for you." "Hey, is that okay? My parents died early, and my brother and I depended on each other. So, after they were not around, there were still quite a lot of empty rooms in my house." Well, even Akiya didn't know what to say at this time. After thinking about it, she decided to take out the posture of a goddess. "Please don't be sad. Those who die will definitely hope that those who are still alive will live well." Marian turned around in surprise, looked at Akiya and said subconsciously, "I didn't expect you to speak some people who can hear it." Akiya. After realizing the other person's meaning, his expression quickly turned into an angry look of anger, the kind that could not be coaxed. "Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I apologize to you, forgive me, okay?" Akiya looked like she would never forgive her, but Broly looked at the rising happiness value of the other person in the Crystal Palace, and felt that this master's wife was probably a person who was not right. Sure enough, when Akiya got up the next day, she completely forgot about this. I don't know if it was because Marian prepared a sumptuous breakfast to apologize, or because she was simply a goddess who didn't hold grudges. Chapter 124 Teach the Real Way to Fight Akiya version. Today, I'm going to take Broly to adapt to being an adventurer. While eating breakfast at the dinner table, Akiya said what she was going to do today. "I just don't have a task, so I can take care of you here. Although my level is not high, it's still easy to deal with monsters near Axel's town." Marian offered the initiative. "Just treat it as an apology for misunderstanding of you last night." "Is there something happened last night?" Akiya tilted her head, and Broly looked at her unchanged happiness value and confirmed the goddess master. Maybe she really forgot about what she was angry last night. After dinner, the three of them went out and came to the Adventurers Guild together. Luna, who was in front of the counter, heard that the two were preparing to accept the first adventurer's entrustment, so she recommended the task of slapping the giant frog to them. The giant frog is not very aggressive on weekdays, but when it comes to the breeding period, it will want to get more food supplements in order to lay eggs and get close to the town. Therefore, in farms near towns, people and livestock are threatened by this creature. Although the two are just novice adventurers, their attribute values are very high, and it is no problem to deal with giant frogs. So, I recommend you to take on the task of attacking the giant frog. Luna is having a headache about this. The benefits of fighting the giant frog are not very high, and it often makes people sticky. Therefore, many high-level adventurers with other options do not like to do this kind of crusade mission, while low-level adventurers are more dangerous to do this kind of mission. The guild is preparing to subsidize this giant frog attack mission. Unexpectedly, the two terrifying adventurers who registered yesterday are preparing to receive the commission today, and also named novice monsters with weak strength as their opponents. This is simply a pillow when they sleep. Okay, then we'll take on this task. Akiya waved her hand and asked the receptionist to take down the entrustment order. Akiya, the giant frog is not so easy to deal with. Marian, the fighter, was watching from the side, and was about to remind Akiya, when an adventurer next to her called her. "Marian, we plan to go to the forest in the north to attack the annoying monkeys. We still need a teammate who is proficient in fighting. Do you want to go with us?" The leading adventurer sent an invitation. "The reward is 250,000 Eris, and I personally can add another 50,000 to you, please help." Seeing that Marian was intent on refusing, the man quickly added, Akia. The generous job suddenly came to Marian a little embarrassed. She agreed to accompany the two of them to be the first novice entrustment today. It's okay, it's just a bunch of frogs. I can deal with it myself. If you have work, go and do it. Akia patted her chest and said confidently. Sister Marian, I'm very awesome. Broly said the truth, but obviously no one had any idea of his ability. Okay, after I come back, I'll treat you to a big meal. Thinking of the attributes that the two showed when they registered yesterday, Marian was not very worried. Broly, this is the monster manual recorded by my sister before. I used to show it to my brother, but now I'll do it for you. It records information about various monsters near Axel, you can hold it. In addition, here are some money, which I lent to you and your master. Before going to deal with the giant frog, remember to buy 2 handy weapons from the blacksmith shop. Before leaving, Marian also gave Broly a booklet and some money. The booklet contains some information about monsters. The money is about 30,000 eris, which is exactly the amount of money to buy 2 novice swords. Weapons? No, I have the goddess scepter. When Broly mentioned buying weapons, Akia said she didn't need it at all, so she summoned a flower bud staff out. No problem, Broly, you don't need to do something today, just leave it to me. You just need to watch my master's wonderful performance by the side. After watching it, we will come and practice the battle against monsters. Akia took Broly out of the city, saying that she wanted to take him to adapt to the adventurer's life, but today Akia only planned to let Broly experience the atmosphere of fighting monsters up close. As for the action, she thought it was too early for a child. Broly, although your attribute value is very high, in actual combat, it is not enough to have attributes alone, but you still need to understand the skills of fighting. Now, let me, a master, teach you the real way of fighting. Looking at the pink giant frog wandering on the plains over there, Akia said this to Broly, a fighting nation, then put away the flower bud staff in her hand, raised her fists and rushed towards the big frog there. Another innocent frog, please don't blame me. This is the necessary killing needed to survive in this world, but I will definitely let you leave this world without pain, swear in the name of the goddess of water, Kamikaze Fist. Akia's fist was wrapped in divine power. She was obviously the goddess of water, but she used the trick of the fist of fire. It looked very powerful. When it came to the pink giant frog, the fist with special effects hit the opponent's thick belly. After a wave of ripple, the giant frog remained motionless. Ah, why is it useless? Akia was a little stunned when she looked at her fist that had not achieved any effect. And over there, Broly also opened the booklet left to him by Marianne. I saw that the giant frog had a smooth mucus because of its muscles and smooth skin. However, it had the characteristic of being immune to blunt attacks. There are still many complaints on the page that records the information of the giant frog in the booklet, complaining about how there is a novice monster like the giant frog in this world, and how can the novice fighter survive. Obviously, the giant frog once caused great trouble to the owner of the manual, Marianne. According to the records in the manual, Marianne was able to solve the problem with the giant frog by changing his sharp gloves. But if you use a novice sword, it will feel better than wearing jab gloves. In addition, after swallowing a person, the giant frog will enter a state of stagnation. That is the time to launch an attack, solve the giant frog, and rescue its companions. This is what Master Akia and Sister Marian gave me. Broly raised his head and looked at Akia, who had been swallowed by the giant frog and only had 2 legs left outside, and said, "So that's what it is." Akia's dull voice rang in the giant frog's belly, but the sound was quickly transformed into a crying voice. "Broly, I will use the healing technique to persevere. Can you please go back to the town and call someone to save me?" "Hey, this is not Master Akia. Are you showing me the real way of fighting?" Broly was a little shocked. He thought that being swallowed by the giant frog was Akia's unique fighting style. Chapter 125 There is a difference between blunt attacks. The giant frog's characteristic is that it is immune to blunt attacks, but this ability has a limit. When facing Broly's fist, even if Broly's fist is deflected by the slippery mucus, most of the force is removed, but the remaining small part of the force is not something that a big frog can withstand. Bang! The giant frog was knocked away and died after landing. Broly jumped over, opened the giant frog's mouth, and lifted the swallowed Akia out of it. The skirt has no anti-gravity effect, and a holy light suddenly appears from the falling skirt. Through the giant frog's body, Akia was also confused by the force of fists. After recovering, I felt the sticky feeling on my body, and a smell of fishy mucus penetrated into my nose, and the goddess was a little disappointed. She hugged the boy next to her, but started crying, "Wow, Broly, I am not clean anymore, defiled by the frog." Broly was originally clean, but now he became sticky when he was hugged like this. He was a little helpless about the behavior of the goddess, and could only comfort the other party, don't cry, Master Akia, I have helped you get rid of the giant frog." Broly said this and patted Akia's sticky back and pointed to the corpse of the giant frog next to him. It is worth mentioning that the pink giant frog is female. Yet, Akia twitched her nose and saw the corpse of the giant frog next to her, which was comforted. "I just made a mistake just now, oh no, it should be a mistake demonstration I made on purpose. Broly, you can't run up to give away the heads like me before you figure out the characteristics of the monster." 5 minutes later, Akia, who had taken a shower with water-generating magic, recovered her spirits. She explained the extremely embarrassing mistake just now, summoned her goddess scepter, and was ready to make a new correct demonstration. "Broly, you have to look at it this time. I will make a demonstration of correctly dealing with the giant frog." Akia took the scepter and rushed towards a new giant frog again, but the scepter was also a blunt weapon. So, if nothing unexpected happens, Akia was swallowed again, and this time she was swallowed by a giant green frog. According to the records in Sister Marian's manual, most of the giant frogs of this color are male giant frogs. Broly, who rescued Akia again, read the contents in the manual and popularized the science to his goddess master. In other words, I was really defiled by the male creature this time, the sticky body fluids. Akia lost her highlights in her eyes. "I won't dislike you." Broly's mind was blown by her knowingly. Broly, the giant frog is so terrifying. Let's go back to the town, can we go to another crusade mission? Akia no longer wants to attack any giant frog anymore. Her body has been damaged by the creature giant frog. The receptionist of the guild said that if the task he received cannot be completed, he will have to pay a penalty. The system of the Adventurer Guild's liquidated damages is to prevent adventurers from randomly accepting some commissions outside their own abilities, which leads to certain attack tasks being accepted by incapable adventurers but cannot complete them, and adventurers who are capable of completing tasks are accepted because of the commission and cannot complete them. The commission Akia received in the morning was to attack 5 giant frogs within 3 days, with the reward of 25,000 eris, and the penalty for liquidated damages was 1/10, which is 2,500 eris. The amount of money was not much, but it could not resist them now and they had no penny on them. "Then I'll act as bait again. Broly, you can continue the situation just now and solve the problem of swallowing my giant frog." Akia stood up. Although she no longer wanted to be swallowed by the giant frog, life forced her to make some sacrifices. "No need, Master Akia, this big frog's strength is not very good, I can solve it alone." Broly said, then ran to a wandering giant frog not far away, punched the giant frog and killed it. After landing, the big frog turned over and died. Akia. Okay, she punched her, the giant frog was fine, she was swallowed. Broly punched over, and the giant frog flew up, fell to the ground, and was successfully attacked. Nowadays, even monsters will play her goddess. Akia's mentality was a little broken, and she looked at Broly on the plain with tears in her eyes, dealing with a big frog that was immune to blunt attack with one punch. The croaking sounds are endless on the plains, and they are all the sad cry of the giant frog after being hit by a headache. There are 148 giant frogs in total, hiss. When I came back in the evening, the receptionist lady in the Adventurer Guild was somewhat shocked by the results on the Adventurer card. What was even more shocked than her was the adventurers who saw with their own eyes, such a child, transporting a large group of giant frog corpses stacked together to the scenes in the town. The prey was piled up like a mountain, and I thought it was just an exaggerated metaphor, but others were really playing like this. 148 giant frogs, calculated based on daily slaughter prices, that's also 740,000 eris. So, people eat a lot, but they do a lot. No, that's just a child, it must be the credit of the Grand Priest. The adventurer's surprise kept coming, causing Akia, who was originally in a low mood to gradually improve. "Where is it?" Akia felt a little embarrassed. Because Broly's way of attacking the giant frog was too easy, she didn't even give him blessings. "That's right, it's all my master's credit. But before Akia could explain anything, Broly admitted that the people around him were the main contribution of the attack on so many giant frogs. If my master hadn't carefully guided me and attacked the giant frogs on the front and back, I wouldn't have easily solved so many giant frogs. Broly said lies. Is Akia's guidance useless? But it is not impossible for him to say so, because the happiness value in Akia is rising rapidly in the amazement and praise of the people around him. Broly doesn't care about fame. If Aqua could be happy, he would be willing to give up all the credit for attacking the giant frog. Hey, it's not my sister, is it the master? Don't you know, actually? Marion's team had completed the task and came back first. When he heard that some adventurers around him were discussing the vicious sister, he immediately learned about the true teammates through Marion's knowledge of the true and told other adventurers that the boy's parents died and were adopted by the beautiful master. So that's the case. It's reasonable to say that it's normal for a disciple to serve the master. Wait, who said yesterday that the vicious sister born to the stepmother was enslaving her younger brother? In the corner, a short adventurer shrank his neck. He just said it casually yesterday evening. Who knew that everyone else would take the story of the vicious sister as real, and rumors often come from this. The adventurer dared not stand up now and admitted that he was the first person to arrange the story, but the others realized at this time that this might be the verbal slander that others had made up for their brains and changed the topic one after another. I am worthy of being the Grand Priest. During the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent, but these people still want to invite the help of this powerful Grand Priest when they need it. Aqua was gradually becoming a great hero to fight against the giant frogs under the praise of Broly and a group of adventurers. Every year during the breeding period of giant frogs, there will always be some people and livestock missing on farms near the town. However, due to the active performance of Miss Akia and Mr. Broly, I believe that the number of giant frogs invading the farm this year will be greatly reduced, and the people in the farm should be much safer. On behalf of the Axel Adventurers Guild, I would like to thank you. This is the full reward given to you after accounting. The receptionist took out a big bag, which looked like it was full of coins. Hey, are there so many Eris? 74,000. The adventurers around felt strange. This is 1 million Eris, of which 260,000 Eris are subsidies made by the guild to attack so many giant frogs at one time. Luna explained that according to the previous subsidies for large-scale attacks on giant frogs, this is actually less. Chapter 126 Giant Frog Hunter. Time flies, and before I know it, Broly came to this new world, and a week has passed. The time of return of this world is different from the first two worlds. Location interface time, 28 days, 14 hours, 29 minutes. Current interface time, 286 days, 0 hours, 50 minutes. After coming to this world, Crystal Palace gave 2 tips on repatriation time. The previous one is the time of the heaven where Akia was originally located, which is synchronized with the time of Broly's original world. The latter one is the time in the world you are in now, but it shows a time flow rate ratio of 1 to 10 to the time in the heavenly realm. In the prompt given by Crystal Palace, if he travels through this world directly, he can only stay for less than a month. But because I went to the heavenly realm first and then came here, I calculated the countdown to repatriation according to the positioning interface, that is, the heavenly realm time. Of course, according to Crystal Palace, his body time is still calculated based on the time in the heaven. Hunting 1,000 giant frogs, no one has ever been able to do such a feat during the breeding period of giant frogs. Coming to another world. Giant frogs are not very dangerous monsters for adventurers, but for ordinary people, they are more likely to endanger their lives than higher-level monsters. Here, my prosecutor Sina will represent the town of Axel, and award Miss Akia the identity of Axel as an outstanding adventurer, and the title of Giant Frog Hunter. After saying this, the capable woman with long and straight black dressed up a medal for Akia. Warm applause came from the audience. Most of the people applauded were farmers. These people had bitter giant frogs for too long. Every time they reached the breeding period, they would feel frightened. If you want to hire adventurers to attack the giant frogs, you can't pay too high prices. Every time, you rely on subsidies from the town officials and the Joint Adventurers Guild. Some adventurers are willing to attack the giant frogs, reduce the number of giant frogs, and make the farm and their lives safer. However, unexpectedly, before the breeding period of giant frogs reached the most intense stage this year, a fierce priest like Akia emerged, and was far ahead in the road to attacking giant frogs. This made the farmers around Axel very grateful. After jointly reporting to the city lord's mansion, the commendation of today occurred. Of course, more importantly, the unit price of the entrusted task of striking the giant frogs is about to drop, because Broly and Akia's team is too many to attack the giant frogs. The giant frog hunted alone has caused a severe blow to Axel's current frog meat market, from 600 eris per kilogram to 100 eris per kilogram. The price of frog meat cannot be sold. The official subsidy and the commissioned reward for fighting the giant frogs jointly given by the farmers is somewhat difficult to maintain the previous price of 5,000 eris. Miss Akia, this is the 500,000 eris I rewarded you on behalf of the town and the Adventurers Guild. It is a reward for your team to attack the giant frogs and maintain the safety around Axel. However, not only are monsters like the giant frogs, but there are many other monsters that threaten Axel's safety. If possible, would you please continue to lead the team to help Axel eliminate more threats? City Attorney Sina asked this question after handing over the bonus. No problem, just leave it to me. Akia on the podium was very excited. As a goddess, she should respond to the prayers of believers. Although the group of people below are not believers of the Acusis religion, she is also willing to respond to those who have high expectations for herself. She, Akia, is such a goddess who can make people feel at ease. Since Your Excellency Akia is so enthusiastic and responsible, then it just so happens that there is a commission here that needs urgently to be dealt with. Next to him, after Akia made her statement, Luna, the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild, brought a new commission task list, as if she was ready. Broly, Broly. Aqua rushed in with some panic at Marion's home. What's wrong? Broly, who was practicing water purification at home, looked over with curiosity. What else can happen? This guy came on stage to receive the award, and was a little proud, so he took on a troublesome task. Marion followed behind and covered her forehead and said, since he followed the two of them to fight the giant frog, Marion knew who the real person was. It is undeniable that Akia has strong auxiliary abilities, but compared to the boy's simple and direct violent output, her auxiliary abilities are really optional. If Broly didn't care much, Marion would have wanted to knock the guy Akia in the head and brag about what he was a master of hunting giant frogs, but he was not relying on his cute apprentice to output. Is that so? Broly looked at Akia. I'm sorry, but in the situation on stage, I can't refuse at all. Akia apologized and hugged the boy's waist. Broly, please help me. Akia Nobita asked. So, Master Akia, what kind of commission did you accept? Broly Doraemon asked. In fact, she received a commission against the new killer, which was the dark monster that appeared near Axel recently. The monster seems to be able to judge the level of adventurers. When encountering adventurers with high levels, it will not show up at all, but when encountering adventurers with low levels, it will jump out to attack those new adventurers. Many new adventurers have already died because of this. The Adventurer Guild is more anxious, and you and Akia are adventurers with relatively low level but strong strength. Therefore, the Adventurer Guild wants to ask you for help and solve the problem of the newcomer killer. Marion explained to help. In this world, monsters that have been driving low-level levels cannot be upgraded to high-level levels, so even Broly hunted a lot of giant frogs and some other monsters this week. But to now, his and Akia's adventurer level is still below level 12, and it can be said that he is a real new adventurer. It doesn't seem to be a difficult thing, right? Broly asked strangely. It's not difficult for you, but for Akia. Marion didn't say the following words, but Broly heard the implication. With Master Akia's fighting style, it may turn into a meat bun to beat a dog, and there will be no return. He continued. Chapter 127 Hiding. Wow, Broly, I don't want to turn into a meat bun. Akia started crying again. That's how it is. Because I'm going to deal with the new killer, I can't help either. Marion is an adventurer in her 30s. With an adventurer of her level, it is impossible for the dark monster called a newcomer killer to appear. Master Akia, stop crying, I will help. Broly said as he stroked Akia's blue hairy head. Really? Akia raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Real. Akia's happiness value is increasing. Every time Akia's happiness value drops, as long as she comforts her timely, she can always make her happiness value rise and climb to a new height. In 1 week, Akia had a happy value of nearly 500 points, which made Broly a little used to spoiling this goddess master. So, Sister Marion, we're going to go. Bring camping equipment. At noon, Broly and Akia went to the area where newcomers often hang out, and they were preparing to catch beasts in that place. Be careful all the way. Marion said goodbye to them. The next day, Broly was carrying the corpse of a big black panther monster and came back with Akia. It's worthy of being His Excellency Akia. It took only one day to solve the dangerous newcomer killer. In the Adventurer Guild, after confirming the identity of the Dark Warcraft, the receptionist was not stingy with his praise and praised Akia. As a receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, there are performance appraisals every year, and adventurers in the area they are responsible for needing to urge them to complete certain entrusted tasks. Whether it is to eliminate the giant frog or solve the new killer, it is part of performance appraisal. The former eliminates the number of tasks completed, while the latter solves the difficult commissioned tasks, proving that adventurers in this area are capable. Aqua took Broly to register with the Axel Adventurers Guild. In just 8 days of becoming an adventurer, he almost managed to achieve the performance of the past guild for 2 or 3 months. How can this not make people feel happy? Ha ha ha, I said everything, it's absolutely fine to leave everything to me, Akia. Akia laughed with a smile, proudly accepting the praise from the people in the guild, as if she had forgotten the pitiful look she looked when she hugged Broly and asked the boy for help. Someone once said that it only takes 2 weeks to develop a habit. In the first week, Akia experienced the embarrassment of being swallowed by a giant frog, but kept trying to restore the goddess dignity in front of Broly. But by the second week, Akia, who was a little spoiled, got used to Broly's spoiling of herself. Because no matter what task she takes, Broly can always help her finish. She was highly respected by everyone, and she was also rewarded with high commission. And rewards can be exchanged for various delicacies and high-end sparkling wine. Isn't this life much more comfortable than when she was in the heavenly realm and was the goddess of 996? Broly, Broly. On the 16th day of coming to this world, Akia received another commission that she could not complete, so she ran back to look for Broly's help. Broly is not at home. Marion replied. Hey, where did he go? Akia asked. I don't know, maybe I'm hiding from you. Marion answered a little annoyed. What are you doing to hide from me? Akia asked without any consciousness. What do you think? Look at what you have done these days. You brag about taking on strange tasks in the guild. You ask him to help you run here and there every day, and complete all kinds of strange tasks. As long as you are an individual, you will feel tired. Marion also convinced Akia. From the beginning, he was a guy who took care of the boy. He became a situation where he seemed to be lying on the boy and enjoying happiness now. Every day, he only found some strange tasks for Broly, but the child of Broly would not reject his master. But he told me that as long as I live happily, he will be happy. Akia felt a little guilty. Thinking about it carefully, she seemed to be looking for Broly to do something that was not available every day. You understand this polite words? You are the master who takes care of him. Can the child still tell you that you think you are an annoying guy who finds things for him every day? Marion's words make sense. The more Akia thinks, the more she feels this. No wonder she sometimes can't find that child in the past 2 days. Akia couldn't sit still. No, I have to go find him. Hey, Akia, where are you going to find him? Akia did not answer because she had already run out quickly. Broly, I don't know very well, that's a child who doesn't like to talk. Hey, isn't that your disciple, Miss Akia? You always follow you to do tasks. Why do you come over and ask about his whereabouts? Don't you know it yourself? Akia ran to the Adventurers Guild to ask about Broly's whereabouts, but was speechless by the questions asked by some adventurers. At this time, Akia realized that she didn't know Broly at all, except that she knew that he was a child who died of both parents, some of whom had some secondary school students, and needed to take care of herself. However, in terms of taking care of the other party, the goddess, she did not fulfill her corresponding responsibilities at all. Think carefully about what she did after coming to this world. On the first day, I wanted to show off my skills in front of the child, but was swallowed by the giant frog and saved by the other party. The next day, I wanted to restore my dignity as a goddess in front of that child, but I caused too many monsters and was saved by the other party. On the third day, the same as above. Akia found her mentality, just like the situation when she started to quit sex today and then kept quitting sex on the first day. Until now, she has taken Broly as a helper to complete the following troubles due to vanity, and taken for granted. Ah, what did you do? What's wrong with Miss Aqua? In the Adventurer Guild, some adventurers looked at the Grand Priest Miss who was holding her head at the bar and looked a little ugly, and someone asked. I don't know, but she just asked about Broly's whereabouts. It seemed that the child ran away from home. Hey, isn't that a pretty good kid? Who knows, maybe the rebellious period has arrived. Miss Akia is not easy to carry a child alone. Ha, what you said is just like a single mother raising a child. Akia heard the adventurers' discussion, but the more she heard it, the more she felt uncomfortable. She is not a good mother. Oh no, she is a good master. Broly may have been so annoyed by himself, and now he hides and doesn't want to be discovered by himself. Miss Akia, is something happening between you and your disciple? Aqua is a popular figure in the Axel Adventurers Guild. Seeing that she looked so disappointed, Luna quickly rushed over to ask about the specific situation. Don't ask, everything is bad for me. Please give me a cup of red-lipped flame. Ah, that's a super bitter wine. I'm guilty, and a guy like me must be punished. Okay, although I don't know what happened to you and your disciples, please cheer up as soon as possible. Luna winked, and the bartender understood and began to shake a glass of strong wine. Chapter 128 The Drunk Self-Exposed. Do you know, I'm not a frog hunter at all. In fact, when I dealt with the giant frog on the first day, I was swallowed by the giant frog. It was Broly's child who saved me. I should have taken care of that child, but in the end I became a leech lying on him and sucking blood. I was not worthy of being his master. What kind of water goddess? I should be a leech girl, God is right. Miss Akia, you're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. I'm Akia, the goddess of leech. Because of my vanity, I have received merits and honors that do not belong to me. Even today, I still received a difficult commission and wanted that child to help complete it. I am just a super big bastard, ha 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 ha. Broly returned to Marion's house and heard that Akia was looking for him. But when he didn't come back for a long time, he found the guild. But when he came here, he saw Akia drinking and talking nonsense. Broly, your master is drunk, come and stop her. Luna saw the boy walking in at the guild door, her eyes lit up and ran over. At this moment, she was already sweating profusely. She regretted that she had signaled to the bartender before and made a glass of strong liquor that she couldn't feel strong for Akia to drink. Adventurers sometimes linger on the brink of life and death when fighting monsters. It is normal for them to have pressure in their hearts. Originally, she wanted to make Akia drunk and be an emotional regulator next to the other party to relieve Akia's pressure, but she didn't expect that things would turn out like this. In front of countless adventurers in the guild, Akia revealed that driven by vanity, she was despicable and allowed her disciples to complete various commissions and take the credit for the commission. If what Akia said was false, then it is necessary to take corresponding responsibilities to the other party for the guild who intentionally arranged some difficult tasks to entrusted tasks to the other party. And if what Akia said is true, then the situation will be even more sad. Their guild has become the culprit for exploiting a child adventurer. But the most important thing now is to let Akia calm down quickly and stop being a self-disclosure shot. Master Akia, I heard from Sister Marion that you come to see me at noon. Broly walked forward and said to Akia, who was already jumping at the table and loudly declared that she was a super bastard. Is something happened? Hearing the boy's voice, Akia's body shook and turned her head. Her face was covered with drunken red color. Originally, the wine would be purified into clean water in her body, but as long as Akia himself intentionally did not purify it, she could really get drunk. Broly, you are finally back, with you, I'm sorry, I should be a bad goddess, I always cause trouble for you these days. Akia rushed over, hugged Broly's neck, and burst into tears. No, Master Akia is definitely not a bad goddess. You taught me the magic of water generation and water body purification. After mastering these two magics, I no longer have to worry about water. Master Akia also taught me the dirt purification technique on the surface of my body, which is also a practical ability. Broly said sincerely that he never thought there was anything bad about Akia. Although the fighting skills she taught were indeed useless, other skills were like magical skills in his eyes. Especially water generation and water purification, even if the bathing scrubbing technique was tested later, it was found that it was not a general ability to improve the wife's happiness value, but as long as Akia himself is suitable, it is enough. After all, you can get 4 or 5 happiness points by sucking a bath, and he can stay in this world for more than 280 days. Only this ability to scrub can also rub Akia's body to a value of 8 or 900 or even thousands of happiness. This is a huge sum of happiness points. Really? Akia didn't believe it. Real? Broly nodded. Then why have you been hiding from me in the past 2 days? Hide you? Broly was a little puzzled. Just like today, I can't find you. She said. Master Akia, have you forgotten that I came to this world? Why did you do it? Broly asked rebelly. For what? Akia asked after wiping her tears, and then she realized that the boy wanted to find a wife. Are you going to find a wife today? Broly nodded. Although he still has a lot of time to stay in this world, the world is very big. You have to get a wife earlier. After all, the sooner you find your wife, the greater the benefits. So, Akia is the wife she met through time, and her happiness value is almost over 1,000. Of course, Akia's happiness value is not very stable, and it is a situation of ups and downs, such as it was still over 990 points at noon, but now it becomes 800 points, but as long as it is generally upward. Then Broly, don't you think that the things I randomly take on entrusted tasks and ask you to help do will annoy you? Akia had already cried, but she still didn't believe that Broly was not annoyed. Why are you very annoying? Broly scratched his head. Aren't you making money by accepting the commission to hunt monsters? I was annoyed to earn money from eating food that I could exchange for food, and Broly said I couldn't understand. This. Akia was speechless because what Broly said was the truth. Then I took the credit for your settlement of the entrustment, aren't you angry? When Akia thought of something, she started asking again. Why am I angry? That's not something to eat. If those things can make you happy, then it should be your things to you. Moreover, if it's not to make you happy, you're a little bit of a deal. I can't do it yet. For example, hunting giant frogs, I have spent a lot of effort on finding them for more than 1,000 giant frogs. If you hadn't promised to others that you would continue to hunt giant frogs to protect their safety, I wouldn't have been to cause trouble for giant frogs, let alone hunting thousands of giant frogs. So, this is all your credit, Master Akia. To be honest, without Akia, he might have hunted giant frogs, but it is absolutely impossible to hunt so many. Considering the situation in the previous world, Broly felt that he would focus on finding the guide object and improving the happiness value of the guide object you have found. Of course, we also need to consider whether we can make the guide candidate we find, and finally agree to join his crystal palace and become his wife. Broly's words moved Aqua. Why don't I have such a good apprentice? Any adventurer sighed like this, envious of Akia for having a disciple like Broly. Are you the Grand Priest? No. Then do you have amazing beauty? No, either. Then why can you have such a good apprentice? If someone asks him like this, the man is speechless. Damn it, this damn face-looking world. The man roared angrily. It's not just about your face, but also about your strength, bastard. There was a female adventurer with a good appearance, and also roared. Facts have proved that Akia is still very costly under normal conditions. Whether it is his appearance or his strength as a high priest, he surpasses most of Axel's adventurers. Chapter 129 The Great Crisis of World Destruction. Teacher Akia, do you have any entrustment that I need to accompany you? Then let's do it. Although it is already night, this does not constitute a barrier to completing the commissioned task. For Broly, there is no difference between day and night. During the day, he could walk sideways in the wild, and at night, he would still walk sideways. The so-called dangerous monsters wandering outside the city are basically all things that were knocked down with one punch. To describe it in one sentence, no one can fight, and Akia herself has strength, so even taking her with her is not a burden. Woo! Hearing this, Akia shook her head quickly. What's wrong? Broly was a little puzzled. I don't want to make a commission. If you deliberately delay the commission, you will have to pay a penalty after the time comes. Okay, if you don't do it, don't do it. Broly had no objection. What is the penalty for not completing the entrustment? Is it enough for him to have a meal with a relaxed stomach? Broly. The boy's calm response made Akia fall into the little pearl again. Judging from the prompt that the value of happiness increases, she is not sad but moved. I want to go back. Akia said with a sniffle. Good. But I don't want to leave by myself. Then I'll hold you. Akia is 1.65 meters tall, and Broly is only 1.2 meters tall now. Forget it, I'll leave by myself. Imagine that she was being held away by the boy. The scene was so beautiful that Akia couldn't stand it. Two people, one big and one small, held hands and walked out of the Adventurer Guild gate. Outside, the streets in Axel at night were quite lively, but the road to Marian's house was not a lively neighborhood. Through an alley, like a glass cover, the closer we get to Marian's home, the further the noisy sounds are. Broly, did you not find a wife today? On the way, Akia asked, and the drunken state in the Adventurer Guild had been purified as an abnormal state. Akia is now in a normal state. No. Broly answered honestly, but the guide was not so easy to find. He traveled dozens of cities in the world, but he finally met those wives. Have you seen a good-looking girl? Akia was a little surprised. There were still many beautiful girls here in Axel. When I was wandering on the street during the day, I saw many good-looking little guys. I have seen some good-looking girls, but none of them are recognized wives. Aren't you a girl you like? Akia thinks so. Then Broly, what kind of girl is the wife you like and the one you want to find? Akia felt that she had to work harder to help Broly realize her wish. Thinking of this, Akia was suddenly stopped. The goddess of water turned her head in confusion, and saw Broly raise her hand, pointing straight to her, and said, "The wife I want to find is a girl like you, Master Akia." Ah! Akia exclaimed, feeling a little at a loss. You're kidding, right? She thought the boy was joking. No. Broly shook his head, with a serious look on his face, without any joke. But it's a goddess. What does this have to do with identity? I am still a Saiyan. But I'm so many years older than you, at least for hundreds of years. But what does this have to do with me wanting to be your wife? Akia blushed a little by the boy's simple eyes. But you are still too young now. Akia said this, her voice was very light and low. I know, but I will grow up sooner or later. Then let's talk about it when you grow up. Master Akia. Can you promise to be my wife in 277 days? Akia wanted to go through ambiguously, but looking at Broly's serious face, it seemed that this was a very important issue for him, so she didn't use words too perfunctory. The moon tonight is beautiful, right? Broly was puzzled by Akia's words in front of him, but he still looked up at the moon above his head. On the star of Wanpa, his father told him not to look at the moon in the sky when the full moon is full. It's very beautiful and very round, what's wrong? Broly answered, his eyes attracted by the full moon above his head. The sound of the beating of the heart became clear in the ears. A feeling of irritability that wanted to destroy everything gradually rose from the bottom of my heart. He has not mastered the human-shaped giant ape yet, but he still has the risk of watching the full moon transform into a giant ape. Clan leader, it's not good. In the Red Devil's land, Sokate, the most beautiful woman in the Red Devils and the world-famous fortune teller, suddenly used teleportation magic to come to the door of the Patriarch's house and smashed the door in panic. Miss Sokate, what's wrong? The one who came out to open the door was still a girl with two ponytails tied. It's you, is the clan leader at home? At home, we are preparing for supper. Is Miss Sokate going to be together? Now is not the time to have supper. The world is about to be destroyed. Ah! The girl at the door opened her mouth wide, but she couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. In the room, the Red Devil's clan leader who heard this immediately rushed out, grabbed Sokate's shoulder and gasped, "Tell me the destruction of the world in detail. This is what I suddenly divined when I was divining just now. On the full moon night, the destructive demon will be born from my young body, and the world will usher in an end." As the diviner said this, he took out the crystal ball and prepared to redisplay the doomsday scene he had just divined. But after using divination for a while, the doomsday scene that had just been divined cannot be displayed at all. Sokat, can it be that the business of the divination house is not very good recently? You want to come to my house for free, but you are embarrassed to say it directly, so you use the reason for divination to reach the end of the crisis as an excuse to come to our house for free, right? The leader of the Red Devil clan sucked pang with some suspicion and looked at the first fortune teller in the clan. No. The female fortune teller directly denied it loudly, but showed a confused expression. Strange, I was obviously divining clearly just now, why can't I divine now? If you haven't changed your mind yet, Master, I will promise you. As Aqua said this, he found that Broly did not respond. Why, am I so beautiful? I'm so stunned. Broly was looking at the full moon behind Aqua, but from Aqua's perspective, Broly looked at her and was a little stunned. Akia came over to cover Broly's sight, raised her hand and bounced the boy's forehead. The force was very light, but the purification effect of the goddess's body on her fingertips just interrupted Broly's sense of mania. Broly blinked, touched his forehead that was hit by a blink of an eyebrow, and asked in confusion, Master Akia, why are you banging me? If you don't play with you, you won't be able to come back. I was watching the moon just now. Is the moon as good as the master? Without. The moon is indeed not as beautiful as Akia. Especially after the answer, Akia's happiness value rose. And the delicious food that can be exchanged for happiness points is so fragrant. Broly is a tacky little Saiyan, he just wants to fill his stomach first. Appreciate the moon and other things, and talk about it when you have time. Chapter 131 Paxing Garment Making Master. Ah, why am I the goddess of water, not the goddess of time? I really want to let time go back to the moment before yesterday's drinking. Akia, who was praised by Broly for being better than the moon and maintained a beautiful mood all night, suddenly recalled the stupid words she said in the union yesterday when she came to the Adventurers Guild again the next day. This made her directly complained about his ability in front of the guild's door, why he couldn't control time. Master Akia, won't you go in? Broly looked at Akia, who was raising her butt in front of her, twisting around on the ground like a wriggling maggot, and couldn't help asking. Oh. Hearing Broly's words, Akia sighed. Since what she revealed yesterday had happened, as long as she returned to Axel's Adventurers Guild, who are you going to face the strange gaze of other adventurers sooner or later? I am Akia, the goddess of water. The disciple personally identified last night as a teacher who is more beautiful than the moon. Lord Fu, now he should show his demeanor as a beautiful goddess master and use this extremely smooth and thick face to resist all attacks on his own eyes. Good morning, Akia, I brought my disciples to the guild again. Akia pushed the door in with the determination of the society to die, but as she imagined, the adventurers in the guild would laugh at her, saying that she did not happen. Oh, isn't this a leech goddess who falsely took the disciples and trusting the credit? Good morning, Miss Akia. The adventurers in the guild responded politely, and looked a little embarrassed when they looked at Akia. Hey, isn't anyone coming to laugh at me? Akia felt a little strange, not knowing that this was the impact of the incident that continued to happen in the guild after she took Broly away last night. Among the strange tasks Akia took before, some were arranged by the Adventurers Guild, but some were from these adventurers. As mentioned before, if you cannot complete the contract after receiving the commission, the Adventurer Guild will set a fine such as liquidated damages. Therefore, after receiving the commission, some adventurers find that the commission is too difficult or too troublesome, so they make the choice of paying a penalty rather than doing the task. But if there are other options, such as asking other adventurers to take over the commission they don't want, then the adventurers who take over the commission can successfully get rid of the fine. Just so happened that Akia was a guy who could easily speak for a few words, so before that, many adventurers asked Akia to take over the entrusted tasks they regretted and didn't want to do. After leaving the stage, Akia revealed, the adventurer who had thrown the troublesome task remembered what he did. Of course, if Akia is a guy with a bad personal relationship, then everyone will definitely be gloating. But the problem is that Akia is a generous, vanity person. Every time she returns from the commission, she will basically invite everyone to drink and eat meat. Thinking about what he had done and thinking about Akia's generous manner, these adventurers felt guilty. Last night, after Akia and Broly left, the person who once turned the blame fell into self-criticism, and the adventurer who did not turn the blame was also because Akia had been invited to dinner, but he was standing on the moral high ground and watching the group of guys who turned the blame. So, a reflection conference appeared, which made everyone feel more guilty in the morning than Akia. They were a little embarrassed when facing Akia, including Luna, the prosecutor lady in the guild. Miss Akia, you have completed many tasks excellently. However, our Adventurers Guild did not consider the physical and mental problems of you and your disciples, which led to the occurrence of the same thing yesterday. As an apology, you do not need to pay the corresponding liquidated damages when you cancel the entrusted task this time. When Akia cancelled the acceptance of the commission, Luna, the proctor, apologized to the two of them, which moved Akia very much. Miss Luna. Snot, snot. Luna, who was held by Akia, was yelling in her heart, and kept the receptionist politely and said, "But if possible, I will still invite you to in the future, come to the guild more often to take on tasks, and be more active as an adventurer." "Okay, but we won't take on the task today, we will definitely do it next time." Broly handed over a tissue, Akia took it and wiped her nose. After leaving this sentence, she brought her cute disciples back out of the adventurer guild. "Today is a day without commission, Broly, we have come to this world, haven't we had a good rest or play yet, right?" "It should be." Broly wasn't sure. He felt that it was quite easy in another world, unlike at Wampa Star, who had to fly for a long time every day. "So today, let's have a good time in Axel, have fun, and buy what we want." Akia's waist bag is very bulging, because Broly's active performance until yesterday, the two had 7-figure deposits. "Good." Broly nodded and walked along the streets of Axel. "You said, is this considered a date?" After visiting a stall selling jewelry, Akia suddenly asked this. "Date, what is that?" Broly was a little puzzled, so he picked a blue crystal pendant from the stall, a pair of burgundy pendant earrings, and paid for the bill. "Don't you even know about dates?" Akia was a little surprised. "I don't know, what's wrong?" Broly admitted that he didn't know what a date was, so he handed the blue crystal neck pendant he had just bought towards Akia. "Hey, is this for me?" "Well, it's for you." Broly nodded. "Crystal Palace had reminded me before, and my wife liked this kind of shiny thing. The color of this pendant is very compatible with Master Akia, but if Master Akia doesn't like it, I can buy another thing for you." "No, I like everything I like it if it is given by a cute disciple." Akia is like Thesis. He said that. He took away the blue crystal neck pendant in Broly's hand, and then put the blue crystal neck pendant on his neck with the happiness value rising. "Then what's in your hands?" She looked at the earrings in Broly's hand again and asked. "This is for Sister Marion. The color of her hair is burgundy, so I chose the burgundy thing for her. It turns out that I am not the only one who can receive gifts." Akia pouted. "No?" Broly asked. "It's not impossible, but the meaning of giving her earrings should be the same as giving me a neck pendant, right?" "Well, the neck pendant you gave to Master Akia is to make you feel happy, and the earrings you gave to Sister Marion are to thank her for taking us in for staying at home." Broly nodded. This was the idea that suddenly emerged when he bought gifts for Akia, and he didn't even look at the price when he chose gifts. Those who like to see and feel that they want to be given gifts should be happy after receiving the gifts, so they buy them directly. "That's good." After receiving Broly's affirmative answer, Akia became happy again. She looked at Broly's clothes, then looked at her clothes, and then pulled Broly towards the store selling clothes. "I had agreed to buy clothes before, but because I was busy with various commissions, I forgot about this." This time, Akia not only had to buy clothes by herself, but also had to pick some decent clothes for Broly. It would be no problem to always wear other people's brothers' old clothes. The process of buying clothes was a bit boring for Broly. He was only interested in what he had to eat, and he could accept what he had to wear. However, Akia experienced the warm joy of playing miracles while changing clothes and asking Broly to change clothes. "This dress is so cute. The customer is really good at it. This is our store's signature beast-eared suit. Broly, do you think this dress is good? As long as Master Akia, you are happy, you can do anything." Amid Broly's various nods, Aqua showed off his prodigality. With a wave of his hand, he bought various styles of children's clothes. As a result, she only bought 3 of her own clothes. "But the clothes I bought for Broly were more than 30. There are so many things, it's so troublesome to carry them." "Boss, do you have a trolley here?" Akia asked. "Sorry, our store has never been here except you. It is a customer who is as generous as you, so there is no trolley." The store owner shook his head, who would buy so many clothes at one time. "Master Akia, you can leave it to me for your clothes," Broly said suddenly. "Hey, leave it to you, but Broly, you are short-handed and short-legged, so it's hard to get it, right?" Akia looked at her disciple with some suspicion. "I have room for my carry-on," Broly said. "What is that?" "Just like your staff, master," Broly explained, and directly showed the effect of the portable space. He turned his hand and took out a Baya beast coat that he had not worn yet. After turning it over again, the Baya animal coat in his hand disappeared directly. "Hey, is this clothes your exclusive equipment?" Compared to Akia's curiosity, the focus of the clothing store manager is on the bio-animal robe that Broly just took out. Guest, if you don't mind, can you take out the clothes you just now and show me? Please, I can discount the money for you to buy clothes. Broly scratched his head, but still took out a bio-animal suit. Ah, this is a crafting technique I have never seen before, and the craft is rough and delicate. Looking at the clothes in Broly's hand, the shop owner was amazed. This guest, can you tell me which masterpiece of the garment master this? This is the clothes my father knitted for me. Broly replied. It turns out that it is your father, but I don't know where your father is. Can I visit him? My father is not in this world. Hearing this, the owner of the clothing store was stunned and showed regret on his face. God was jealous of talented people and could use pure weaving techniques to weave a fur coat into a toughness. This is the most powerful wireless sewing garment master I have ever seen, but unfortunately I didn't meet him. Isn't this just a fur coat? Akia asked. What do you know? This is art, and the person who can weave this kind of clothes must be a top garment master. Broly. His father, Paragus, seemed to be a Saiyan intermediate warrior. Here, I have a heartless invitation. Guest, can I spend money to buy this dress? Well. Please rest assured, I am just curious about the weaving technique in this dress. I just want to try to replicate this weaving technique after I learn it. After I learn it, I will return the clothes intact, ensuring that there will be no damage. Chapter 131 The swimsuit beauty pageant was finalized. When they came out of the place where they sold their clothes, their assets increased instead of decreasing. Is your father so powerful? Aqua asked curiously, and she was also aware that a piece of clothing could be bought by someone for millions of Eris. Things were shocked. It should be considered amazing, right? Broly was not sure. He could not beat his father before he was 3 years old, but after he was 3 years old, he could basically beat his father. But this is amazing. It seems that the comparison is not about strength, but about making clothes. If it is about this, Broly really doesn't have the confidence to beat his father. The old father, Paragus, had nothing to do on Wampa Star every day, and he was thinking about how to use the fur of Bia Beast to make clothes that are most suitable for combat and comfortable. It can be said that in addition to the fact that Bia Beast coat is not very good looking, it is very suitable for wearing during combat. By the way, Broly, I found that you were looking around, but what were you looking at? The clothes were put into the portable space, and the two of them continued to stroll around with their hands empty. After Akia found that Broly was a little inattentive, she couldn't help asking. I'm looking at whether I have a wife. Broly answered for granted. Akia's eyes widened. I just confessed to myself last night, but I changed my mind today? She thought a little angry, but then she realized. How can a child take it seriously? With the character of Broly, he must have not wanted to embarrass himself too much last night, so that's why. Thinking of this, Akia burst into tears again, and she was moved by her brain. Broly. Hey, Master Akia, why are you crying again? This is not important. What's important is that I will definitely find a good wife for you. Akia clenched her fists and looked vigorous. Oh, thank you Master Akia. Broly didn't know why Akia suddenly felt like she was injected with chicken blood, but she subconsciously agreed and thanked her. 2 hours later. Hey, Broly, do you want to find a wife without any characteristics, such as age restrictions? Akia asked breathlessly. In 2 hours, they had an amazing journey and almost all walked through the streets of Axel, but there was still no girl who could be favored by Broly. Age group. Broly thought about it and replied, as 5 years old as Master Aqua. Hey, then the scope is too large. Doesn't there be any characteristics of appearance? Akia asked. Broly thought about it again. What are the appearance characteristics of the wife who can be recognized by Crystal Palace? Then, Broly came to a conclusion. Does it all look good? What's this characteristic? There are many beautiful girls we just met. Akia sighed, but it is better to have good-looking characteristics than to have no characteristics. Well, if you wander around like this, it will definitely be difficult to find a suitable person. We have to think of a more efficient way to find a wife. As Akia said that, she came to a shade of a tree, picked up her arms and remembered the idea of helping find her wife. Broly looked at Akia's actions and picked up her arms as usual. However, compared to thinking about how to find a wife more efficiently, the idea of what to eat tonight came to his mind. I have it. I have it, too. Hey, Broly, you'll talk first. Let's have roast chicken tonight. Akia was puzzled, and then she reached out and pinched the boy's face. Aren't you thinking about finding a wife better? Why did it turn out to be a roast chicken? I couldn't think of it, so I wanted to eat it. Sorry, Master Akia. Broly's little face was rubbed by Akia. Although he had a strong physique as a Saiyan, when he did not deliberately have a stern face, his little face still had a fleshy touch, and it would not be as hard as a stone or steel plate. Forget it, I still have to rely on my wise goddess of water here. Akia ruled Broly's little face for a while, and only expressed his idea after being satisfied. Let's hold a beauty pageant in Axel. Broly wants to find a wife, and of course his wife is a woman. If you want to quickly gather the most beautiful women to appear in front of them, then the beauty pageant is undoubtedly the best choice. I think that as long as there is a high bonus, all women who are confident in their appearance should come to our beauty pageant. When you come to be a judge, you can directly find the girl you like. Akia's plan is pretty good, but large-scale activities like the beauty pageant need to be registered with the Urban Management Party, and only after the registration is passed can it continue. Miss Akia, although you are a beautiful female priest, I still want to ask, what is your original intention of holding this beauty pageant? Akia brought Broly to the city lord's mansion. The one who received them was Prosecutor Sina, but the other party had some doubts about Akia's beauty pageant. Of course, Sina doesn't think Akia is a bad guy with ulterior motives, but she thinks she is a person who is easy to be exploited. But Guy wants to figure out the reason. Of course I'm looking for a wife for my disciple. How can this reason be expressed? So. I just want to show my beauty reasonably in public. Akia said so. Ahem. Sina was choked when she was drinking tea. Just because of this. There is also the one who wants to expand the Acusis religion as a signboard for the storefront on Axel's side. Akia added. She had already discovered that there were too few Acusis believers in Axel, so she really had to develop it along the way. Well, is it missionary, but Acusis, I'm not saying Acusis can't teach well, don't get me wrong. Your words are more likely to make people misunderstand, okay? Akia complained, she didn't understand why her sect was so good, so she was not popular. Okay, if that's the case, I can pass it. As long as you can get the funds and venues for the event by yourself, you will also need to submit a more specific event hosting plan. Sina coughed twice and made a request. The funds for the event are Akia and Broly. The deposits of nearly 8-digit numbers are definitely enough, but the venue is a bit difficult. Axel seems to have no place to hold large-scale events except the central square. As for the specific process of the beauty pageant, let alone Akia just came up with an idea, and there was no specific process arrangement. However, if you don't decide when you encounter something, you can go to the Adventurer Guild to issue a commission. There are always professionals who are willing to make this money. However, there is no way to entrust this. After knowing that Akia was planning to hold a large-scale beauty pageant, the adventurers in the guild became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Male adventurers think that they have the advantage of being able to enjoy it, while female adventurers, especially those who are beautiful, are ready to make money by relying on their own beauty. These people all came up with their ideas, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuzh Yang, let alone so many adventurers. I suggest holding a naked beauty pageant. Of course, there are also inappropriate guys, but the bag on the yellow-haired head that said this proposal proves that there are still more serious people among adventurers. It's such a hot day, I suggest you go for a swimsuit beauty pageant. Lin, who punched his companion, made a fist, and the proposal was approved by most adventurers in the guild. After all, the beauty pageant is to be put on the surface. How could it be possible to adopt Dust's proposal of a naked beauty pageant? Dust, you are a real warrior. You have the same partner as Lin, and you still dare to express our feelings. What a pity, naked beauty pageant, a man's dream. Many serious male adventurers, looking at the yellow-haired young man with 2 big bags on his head, thought silently. In terms of venue, it's a bit difficult to find such a place in Axel Town, but we can go outside Axel Town. There is a vast plain, and the giant frogs and monsters around it have been attacked by your master and disciple, but it is also very safe. Yes, we can dig a big hole outside together and use water generation magic to create a large swimming pool. But will the cost be too high? No problem. At that time, you can charge ticket fees for audiences other than the contestants to maintain the expenses of this event. Our guild can adjust it from it. If you want to attract more people to participate, the reward must be expanded to the contestants with the lowest ranking. As the discussion was discussed, it seemed that there was no Akia's business. The specific process of the swimsuit beauty pageant was drawn out during the adventurers' fierce advice. Of course, there are some adventurers who feel guilty and want to compensate for the situation of taking advantage of Akia's affairs, so the dominance is still dominated by Akia. Chapter 132 The Innate Shame-Killing Master and Disciple. It's a beautiful pageant in swimsuits. This is quite constructive. But where are you going to build a big swimming pool? Outside the city, the Adventurers Guild is willing to assist us in hosting this event. At that time, many adventurers will help clear out an open space and dig out a large enough swimming pool stage to host the conference. Is the safety performance guaranteed? It should be no problem to have the help of adventurers from the guild. The benefits generated by that activity. Of course you will pay taxes. Hearing that there was tax, Sina, who was in charge of the review, quickly lost her opinion and stamped the pass seal on the proposal for the swimsuit beauty pageant. In addition, Miss Sina, we hope to use the channels of the town management to promote the competition with the citizens in the town. I'm afraid the tax on activity income can be increased by 2 percentage points. In addition, we will sincerely invite you to be a member of the referee in the competition. Speaking of this, Akia leaned over and lowered her voice and said, a certain dark story, such as accepting bribes and getting high scores, we can accept it. Hey, I am Axel's prosecutor. Is it really okay to say bribery in front of a prosecutor? Sina was not interested in being a referee in the game, but hearing such shady questions made her change idea. Sorry, Miss Akia, it is better not to have shady situations in large competitions like this, otherwise this will hurt the hearts of participating citizens. Therefore, I promise to be the referee of your beauty pageant, but at that time, I will bring a bell for questioning to ensure the fairness of the beauty pageant. Akia. The registration of the swimsuit beauty pageant was passed, and a large number of adventurers took action and began to dig a large enough competition venue outside the city. It was at this time that Axel's adventurers finally saw with their own eyes that Miss Akia's #1 disciple Broly, the child's terrifying power. Bang! It was like the strange energy trick of the explosion magic, and it was easily blown up a huge pothole on the plain. This country is the first. Everyone was a little amazed at the huge pit that was blown out in an instant, but it was definitely not possible to use this big pit directly, but it still needed some careful dressing. While some adventurers were leveling the blown holes, Broly followed Akia to learn to build the audience table with bricks and stones. This pair of masters and apprentices are really capable. Broly's strength is infinite, and the speed of moving bricks and laying bricks is more and faster than other adventurers who do this kind of work together. Akia can control the moisture in the cement. After smearing the bricks and stones, others still need to wait until the cement is dry, but she can control the moisture in the cement to evaporate directly. When the two are combined, the effect is that the audience station is built at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many adventurers could only express their admiration when they looked at the master and apprentice of the innate bricklaying holy body and the innate plastering holy body. I have no doubt that as long as there is enough brick and cement, the master and apprentice can build a new axle in a short time. There was no need for other adventurers to intervene in bricklaying and plastering. They started to do the work of helping Akia and Broly, the master and apprentice, such as cement. Almost 2 days later, a large open-air venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was built out of nothing and was built on the wild plain. Except for the fact that there was no ceiling on the top of the head, it was no longer inferior to the arenas in some big cities. Water generation. At this time, the big pit that Broly blasted out 2 days ago was also repaired. The firewood transported from the pit was burned for a day and was covered with waterproof bricks, but it had reached the point where it could be entered. More than a dozen adventurers with the profession of magicians stood on the edge of the pit and used the magic of creating water. The pit is too big. At this speed, I'm afraid I have to put water in 3 days. The bearded master in charge of the construction project touched the bearded man on his chin and gave him a prediction time. Ha, why don't you be so troublesome? Look at me, water generation. After Akia wiped the last handful of ashes, she came over and heard what the construction master said, and immediately used the water generating magic. The same magic is a small stream of water in other people's hands, but in Akia, it is like summoning a flood. No, stop quickly, it's full. In just a moment, The huge pit was filled. The overflowing water flushed everyone. Sorry, I'm a little too hard. When the extra water dissipated, Akiya apologized to the others who were soaked all over her body like a child who had made a mistake. Fortunately, the newly built venue was not dispersed. The master of construction wiped his face and said with lingering fear. So Akiya has this kind of strength too. Many adventurers also clearly understood Akiya's strength when they were almost washed away by the water. As the goddess of water, Akiya, the most common water-generating magic in her hands is also added to the same power as the superior magic. No, what you said is like I was not strong before. Hearing this, Akiya yelled dissatisfied. This is not what you said yourself, it's a bad thing for your disciple. Yes, I doubt whether your previous self-examination is true now, after all, they all have this kind of strength. The adventurers also started to yell, suspecting that Akiya was ambushing them and preparing to show off in front of everyone. No, 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 my self-examination is true. Giant frogs can swim. My ability to summon water flows is basically ineffective on them. After Akiya explained, everyone realized that she was only very powerful in water attribute magic, but it was not possible in other aspects. The swimming pool is full of water and the venue is built. Master Akiya, when can the beauty pageant start? Broly floated down from the sky and asked. At this time, everyone noticed him in the air and was a little surprised. There have been some rumors in this world that can make people fly, but not many people have seen it yet. However, compared to the swimsuit beauty pageant, rare flying magic is just a trivial matter. In 3 days, there was publicity from the town management party, and the swimsuit beauty pageant had been circulating in Axel City. In this world where there are not many large-scale events, the citizens of Axel are looking forward to it. As the beauty pageant was held, many people were ready to participate. No, aren't you beautiful pageant? Why do you exclude the beautiful me? Bastard, don't you see the sign on it, are you only female contestants? My physiological gender is a male, but my mental gender is a female. At the town registration point, a man in swimsuit with a male gender and a female psychology was dragged away by the town guards who maintained order. Ah, you are blasphemy to the goddess. How can you use mere physiological gender to assume my true gender? The man who was dragged away shouted unwillingly. See, did you see that it is from the Accusis sect? You must stay away from the people of that sect in the future. On the side of the road, a young woman was educating her children around her. I almost forgot to add an update. Thanks to the book friends who gave rewards and voted for monthly votes last month. Chapter 133 Darkness. Ah, great Lord Eris, why did things turn out like this again? In the Eris Church in Axel Town, a female knight in armor knelt in front of the statue and expressed her distress to the gods she served. I just rushed into the goblin pile and wanted to experience being ravaged by those dirty male goblins. Oh no, I was protecting my companions as a solid shield, but my companions couldn't understand my behavior and said afterwards that I had put the team on unnecessary risks. Ah, the feeling of giving a lot but being belittled by my companions afterwards is really great. No, it's too bad. Lord Eris, you are the goddess in charge of luck, I am the cross knight who serves you. Why did I incur this fate of being abandoned by my companions? Are you no longer favoring the darkness family? In the space of rebirth, Eris, who was drinking tea in the goddess's boudoir, was choked directly, and the white-haired goddess started to complain. That's not because you keep rushing to the monster pile. Your companions just want a cross knight who holds hatred, but you rushed into the monster pile alone because of your hobbies. Of course, your adventurer companions should not be unable to stabilize the cross knight who holds the monster hatred. Through the eyes of the statue, he looked at the girl who prayed to him from childhood and was born into a devout believer family. The lucky goddess Eris rubbed her temples with some headaches. Laratina Ford Darkness, being able to survive intact with many attempts to die is somewhat related to her favoring this child. But if the other party's shaking M attribute continues to attack during the adventure, sooner or later, they will encounter an enemy that will make her own bad luck, because the lucky attribute has never been invincible. Just as Eris was thinking about how to save this child with a big problem, he heard Darkness continue to pray, Mr. Eris, now I am alone again. If possible, please give me a friend who will never abandon me. Of course, if I really want to abandon me, I will still accept it. This prayer made Eris' eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an excellent and good idea. The third audition will be held for the swimsuit beauty pageant, and the entrance fee is only 5,000 Eris. After Darkness finished praying and left the church door, he heard a child walking around the streets shouting, while a flyer for the swimsuit beauty pageant floated over his feet. Originally, Darkness didn't intend to pay attention, but she suddenly thought of her prayer in front of the statue and stopped. He picked up the text leaflet from the ground and murmured to himself, "Is this the revelation of Lord Eris?" The gathering place for the goblins was kicked out of the adventurers' team as soon as he came back. Darkness, who had nothing to do for the time being, decided to go to the venue of the swimsuit beauty pageant written on the flyer. After paying the money at the entrance, he entered the venue. In the venue, there were crowds of people, most of them were male spectators, and a small number were female spectators. The mobile peddlers were wandering around the aisle wide of the two, selling various snacks and drinks. Now, let's introduce again the 4 rating judges of this swimsuit beauty pageant. Darkness entered the market at the right time. Today's swimsuit beauty pageant had just begun. She found her seat and sat down. She heard the host continue using amplification. There are the prize sponsors, Broly, the proud disciple of the Grand Priest Miss Aqua. He strongly supports the representative of the town management party who holds the swimsuit beauty pageant, His Excellency Prosecutor Sina. The Adventurer Guild representative who actively assisted the beauty pageant successfully, Miss Luna, the adventurer's eternal prosecutor. And Dust, a judge who voted by all male adventurers to represent the male aesthetics of Axel popularity. After giving the judges an introduction, the swimsuit beauty pageant began. So, let's invite the first contestant today. An adventurer who was suspected of a woman came out and said it was suspected, because the other party was wearing a red female swimsuit, all of which were needed muscles, and it was not an exaggeration to say that his arms could run a horse. Then, please let this lady show her beauty. The host said it with some difficulty that the first contestant in the beauty pageant on the 3rd day was a protein queen, which really made people a little difficult. I'm not married yet, and I'm still a young girl. The protein queen is white. The host glanced at me, but didn't care about these details, so he expressed his understanding of beauty. I think beauty is muscle. As she said this, she began to make various bodybuilding movements on the swimming pool ring. In the last 30 seconds of showing beauty, she also took out a prop and a real stone slab. She gave a talent show on the ring, a big stone with a big chest shattering on the ring, which changed the attitude of the audience who had complained about the quality of the first contestant and clapped their hands. Then, contestant number 1 has shown his beautiful side and talent, and I also asked the 4 judges to give the score. Women also have masculine beauty. Those muscles are obviously practical and play an important role in urban safety. I will give 8 points. Prosecutor Sina raised the 8-point sign, but also gave the reason to give the high score of 8 points. Player number 1 is a powerful adventurer. As a shield guard profession, she is a solid shield for her teammates, but as a beauty pageant, I think it's still a bit too hard, so I can only give 7 points. Luna, the guild prosecutor, also gave her own ratings and reasons. Do you have made me realize the new beauty? I'll give you 8 points. Broly also raised the sign, and the scores he scored from him were basically not lower than 7 points. 1 point, no more. Although muscle aesthetics make sense, this is a swimsuit beauty pageant exclusive to women. Which man would want to see a woman with muscles near the swimming pool? Dust held the 1-point sign and gave no face at all, expressing the inner thoughts of the vast majority of the male audience present. Dust, we support you, you are the real man. Yes, the other judges are either children or women, and their aesthetics are not normal at all and cannot represent the normal aesthetics of Axel's men. Only you, who have used gentle eyes to protect women's clothes and toilets and have been detained by town sheriffs many times, is the true light of justice in this swimsuit beauty pageant. Roll, Dust, representing our Axel male, show your true desire, ha 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 ha. There is no doubt that Dust's scoring was supported by a large number of male audiences in the venue. They dare not offend the kind of muscular woman who can run a horse on weekdays, but at the swimsuit beauty pageant, they can gather people to support Dust judges who represent them to make a fair aesthetic judgment on this beauty pageant. Hey, can't your muscles work? In the warm atmosphere, darkness covered her belly. As a very resistant cross knight, she also had a lot of muscles on her body. Mr. Eris, you guided me here. Did you want me to go on stage to attend this beauty pageant, so that I could be criticized by these men with extremely ugly desires for their abdominal muscles? Ah, how much? For a moment, Darkness didn't know whether it was a reward or a punishment, but just thinking that as the eldest lady of Darkness's family, she was wearing a thin swimsuit that could only cover key parts, and went up to the highly anticipated swimming pool platform, allowing her body to be examined and criticized by countless male gazes full of desire. She became a little excited and uncomfortable. Looking at the leaflet in his hand and the paper for the registration list, Darkness had a little difficulty making a choice. But, is this God revelation? But in the end, she said this and walked towards the registration office of the conference venue. Hello, I want to sign up for the swimsuit beauty pageant. What should I do? Just register the information and prepare a swimsuit. After Darkness registered his identity, he asked, "Are I going to go on stage later?" "I'm afraid this is not enough. There are too many contestants here to sign up, and you may have to wait until the afternoon to go on stage." The female staff saw Darkness's nervousness and comforted her, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't come to power in the future, no one will punish you." "Hey, is there no punishment?" Staff. Why does this person look disappointed? Chapter 134 Abdominal Muscles and Full Scores. The popularity of the swimsuit beauty pageant exceeded everyone's imagination of this event, and the main reason for this is that the rankings and bonuses are generous enough and the ratings of the conference judges are also weird enough. Even beautiful women in the usual sense are qualified to compete in this conference to get the ranking of money. In addition, there is no registration fee, which has led to a large number of women in Axel gathering here to participate in this beauty pageant. However, the competition was very popular, but there was not much progress in the original purpose of holding this event. 2 days have passed since the beauty pageant started, and the number of contestants on stage has exceeded 400, but Broly still has not found a new wife. Perhaps, there is no new wife here in Axel. Just as Broly thought so, the beauty pageant in the afternoon came to Darkness's debut. This noble lady, wearing a conservative orange bikini, appeared on the stage of the swimsuit beauty pageant. Darkness, who was on the stage, had her face turned red. She had never appeared in front of the public in such an exposed look, which made her feel ashamed and thrilled. Player Darkness No 3 to 164 seems to be a shy girl, but I don't know how she will show her beauty in. The host has changed. The beauty pageant is too popular and there are too many contestants, which makes it very difficult to introduce the hosts who appear. The contestants had uneven appearances. By noon, many viewers had already yawned and fell into aesthetic fatigue. However, when Darkness came on stage, it still made countless people feel energetic. It is obvious that Darkness alone surpassed many other players. "Miss Darkness, please show your beauty in your way." Dust interrupted. Broly next to him had already raised the marking sign. Discover the strategy target, Laratina Ford Darkness, currently the happiness value is 2, and is on the rise. The new wife has appeared, and Broly directly gave a very full score. It's not time to score. Miss Luna, who was sitting on the left, had to remind the boy. Oh. Hearing this, Broly put down the sign. So ashamed, the eyes of those men in heat are staring at my body. Darkness did not respond, and hugged her arms and gasped in the ring. Ah, this. There are many contestants who have been on stage, and some contestants who intend to make cross-line actions and perform nude talent directly have appeared. However, like Darkness, who obviously did not do anything, could show a reaction to someone doing a lot of things, which shocked the audience. Hey, is that person suffering from heat stroke? Why are you wearing conservative swimsuits, but you look like you are wearing exposed sexy underwear and then you are seen? Hiss, don't you think that the number 164 player is emitting a sense of lust? No, Laratina, you have to cheer up and show your beauty. Only in this way can these beasts full of desire better criticize themselves and live up to the divine enlightenment of Lord Eris. Darkness, who had a little stiff body, encouraged herself, took a deep breath and brought a large stone slab, and did something similar to the first protein queen in the morning in public. After doing the big stones on her chest, she also made a little shameful bodybuilding movement similar to the protein queen in the morning. The audience was originally addicted to her beauty, but they didn't expect Darkness to come suddenly. This suddenly aroused countless people's impression of the protein queen contestant in the morning. The warm atmosphere was as if a basin of ice water was poured, and it instantly cooled down. 5 points, no more, I feel like I'll have nightmares at night. During the scoring session, Dust raised the sign to indicate that he had been killed. The reason why he can give 5 points is due to the fact that the player Darkness has a strong figure and appearance. It can be seen that she is imitating the beauty of the muscles of the first player in the morning, but unfortunately, the muscle mass is too small, and I can only give 7 points. As Sina said that, she also raised the sign, and she gave the first player 8 points in the morning. Darkness, remember that she is one of the few professional adventurers in the guild. Is she back from attacking the goblin? Although I'm not strong enough muscle mass, I'm very charming as a woman, so I give you 9 points. Miss Luna is relatively tolerant of participants who are adventurers, because what she needs to consider is not only a simple beauty pageant, but also a matter of strength as an adventurer. As an adventurer in the superior profession, Darkness is a cross knight with many problems, but she still has good bonus points. As for Broly, there is no need to ask at all. His full mark was raised directly after Darkness finished performing. I like your muscles very much, especially the abdominal muscles that are faintly exposed on your belly. When Broly spoke, he bluntly commented on Darkness's muscles. Darkness covered her heart. She was obviously highly praised by the boy judges, but she couldn't be happy at all. She obviously paid attention to her diet and added a layer of fat to the outside of her abdominal muscles as a disguise, but it was still noticed at a glance. Is her abdominal muscles really that obvious? Thank you for the compliment. Darkness, who won 31 points, struggled to thank Broly for his evaluation and walked off the ring with a look of loss. The male audience was speechless when they saw her. Just imitating the talent show of the Protein Queen was enough to make them, who had normal aesthetic views, lose most of their interest in her. Back in the changing room, Darkness was dressed and ready to leave, but was blocked by a water blue-haired girl. Hey, your name is Darkness, right? Akia asked. I'm Darkness, is there anything wrong? Darkness is although nobles often get sick, they are still very polite at normal times. You were beaten by Broly, right? Akia asked again. Broly? Are you talking about the boys' judge? Yes, I was beaten 10,000. What's wrong with that? Darkness was a little puzzled. Congratulations, contestant Darkness, you received an unexpected reward. Akia didn't know where he took out a fireworks and fired at Darkness. Darkness, who was sprayed with fireworks on her face, looked at her with some clues. My name is Akia, Broly is my disciple. We are the big money sponsors of this swimsuit beauty pageant. Any player who can get full marks by my disciple will get an unexpected surprise. What unexpected surprise? Well, Akia originally wanted to say become my disciple's wife, but when she thought that Broly said that she might scare people away by talking about her wife directly, she needed to start with being a friend, so she said, of course it's time to get the friendship of my cute and powerful disciple. You can be friends with Broly's child. Hey, friend. Chapter 135, Meet. The keyword of friend shocked Darkness. She hurriedly took out the black crystal as a believer of Eris, knelt on one knee and made a wish with excitement. Mr. Eris, is this your guide? Let me encounter a sincere friendship in a place like the beauty pageant. Wait, are you from Eris? Yes, I am the cross knight who serves Lord Eris, what's wrong? Akia's little face wrinkled in her arms and asked, do you have any idea of converting to other gods, such as joining the Acusis religion, believing in the goddess of water? Upon hearing this, Darkness was a little confused, but still shook his head. How is it possible, the Acusis sect? I heard that only the guys with brain problems will join, and my brain is not a problem, how can I join that sect with brain problems? Akia widened her eyes and clenched her fists. Also, our family has been Erisians for generations. Even if the Acusis is a relatively normal sect, I cannot change my beliefs and serve other gods except Lord Eris. Darkness is loyal to Goddess Eris, which is also regarded as the faith passed down by the Darkness family from generation to generation. Then do you mind marrying the believers of the Acusis religion? Akia resisted the urge to beat someone up and asked again. Will you marry someone with a brain problem? If he is a normal person, he may give this rhetorical question, but is Darkness a normal person? No, she is not, she is a trembling M. So, she was seriously thinking about the partner she would marry in the future. If she was a believer of a sect with a problem, how much trouble would the other party bring to herself? Maybe that person will drink and beat him, or want a beautiful wife like him to go out to make money to support his family and raise him a waste. I'm very happy, ahem, Lord Eris said that to help people in need, so I wouldn't mind marrying someone who needs me as a partner in life. After thinking about it, Darkness added, no matter how bad that person is, no matter what the other person's belief is. Akia was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Darkness's answer was quite like a noble cross knight. At the same time, Akia's heart was relieved. Since that's the case, there is no need to let my disciple withdraw from the Acusis cult. Hey, that child is a believer of the Acusis religion. Hearing Akia's words, this time Donis's eyes widened. What, you don't want to be friends with my disciple just because he is a believer of the Acusis religion, right? Akia looked at Darkness with a scrutiny. If Darkness was the kind of hypocritical guy who was not right, he would not be able to pass the barrier of her, the goddess master. What's wrong? How could I not want to be friends with him? Darkness hurriedly denied that this was the guidance given to her by Lord Eris. I am worthy of being Lord Eris, my mind is open-minded, and even believers of the Acusis religion can guide me to be friends. Darkness sincerely thanked the goddess she served, because the goddess guided her new friends to her completely according to her own XP. Wait, XP, friend? No, this is no longer a friend, but a partner in life. It's matched, it's completely matched. My own prayer in the morning in the church is to gain a friend who will never abandon you. And what kind of friends will never abandon themselves? Of course, they are their other half in life. Thanks to Lord Eris for your guidance. Although she is not familiar with the specific situation of the boy judge who is about to become her friend, Darkness is ready to date the XP partner, scum person with the opposite sex, and decides to accept the guidance of the fate given to her by the goddess she serves. What will that child treat me? Darkness thought with some expectation. Aqua looked at Darkness who was suddenly in a delusional state and didn't quite understand this what happened to the girl. But since the other party was willing to be friends with Broly after knowing that her disciple was an Acusis, it was worthy of her recognition as a master. Very good. I will take you to meet my lovely disciple tonight and let you make friends with my lovely disciple. Akia said. Hey, so fast. Of course, the sooner the better. Then please allow me to prepare. Darkness had never made friends so formally, and she seemed a little panicked, but her upbringing as a noble still calmed her down. You must dress up to attend at night and leave a very good impression before Lord Eris guides him to his new friends. Darkness seemed to have forgotten that the scene of a big rock breaking on her chest on the stage of the beauty pageant was enough to leave a deep impression on people. At the same time, the hot spring capital Akanrisha, when he heard the prayers that favored the believers, chose to secretly descend from heaven and prepare to become Darkness's friend, and was named Chris, but he was in trouble. You Eris bastard, how can you compensate me for the antique bottle you smashed into? The Acusis said. I'm sorry, how much compensation do I need to compensate? Eris had never seen such a situation, so he could only keep apologizing to the person in front of him and was preparing to take out his wallet to pay for it. The Acusis who was trying to get into the car was stunned. Unexpectedly, the thief girl in front of her was so easy to deal with. Her eyes turned and she was ready to blackmail the other party. My bottle was 100 years ago. As soon as the man told the historical story of the bottle, a roar came from behind him. Acusis bastards, I said that they were not allowed to come out to mess with the crime and discredit Akanridiya's reputation. I'm sorry, it's the city sheriff. Humph, you're lucky this time, and you will definitely let the evil Eris lose everything next time. The Acusis left this sentence and fled from another direction. Are you okay, little girl? What's this? You must have almost been fooled. Those bastards from the Acusis church, I don't know where they learned how to hit the passers-by and then pull passers-by into the church. The sheriff cursed, and the thief girl reacted at this time, pointing to the broken bottle on the ground and asked, So, isn't this an antique? Of course it's not antiques. This is a defective product purchased in batches by Acusis from the ceramic workshop. It's only a price of 400 or 500 Eris in a street stall, and it may not be necessary for someone to. Chapter 136 Darkness, who doesn't want to be respected? Eris is worthy of being the goddess of luck. When encountering a car accident in the alley, a city sheriff can come to rescue the situation. However, sometimes being too lucky is not a good thing, such as being recognized by believers of one's own sect. There is a festival in this world called Eris. On that day, most Eris believers in cities will play like Eris and come out to wander around. According to rumors, Goddess Eris will come to the world on that day, but if you meet someone dressed as a goddess at other times, you may have really met the goddess. Eris has descended to earth many times and left many legends, so that when someone recognizes her, he comes to pursue her like a fanatical star chaser. Of course, except for the Acusis believers, the believers of the predecessor goddess always hated her for no reason and even slandered her as the goddess of darkness or something. The thief girl, who was transformed into a goddess, took most of the day to get rid of the various troubles she encountered after descending to earth. But by getting rid of the trouble, night had already fallen, and she came down secretly. She also needed to rely on the strength of her legs to act in this world. There are many monsters at night. Although Eris is very confident in his own stealth ability, he still decides to wait until tomorrow morning and take a taxi to Axel to make friends with his believers and become the one who will never abandon her in the other party's prayer. At night, Darkness dressed up and met with Master and Apprentice Akia in front of a agreed high-end restaurant. "Hello, my name is Darkness, and I'm a cross knight." As soon as they met, Darkness introduced herself nervously. "I am Akia, you already know this. This is my disciple Broly. You have also seen him in the beauty pageant arena, and it is him who wants to make friends with you." Akia introduced. "Hello, my name is Broly. I am an adventurer. I want to make friends with you while making you my wife." Broly spoke his purpose very politely. "Well, I know." Darkness was not surprised by the boy's intentions, she had already understood the information. "Why don't you know Miss Darkness, are you willing to become my friend on the premise of finally becoming my wife?" Broly asked straight to the point. "Of course, under the guidance of the goddess, our meeting is simply the arrangement of fate." Darkness nodded without hesitation and agreed. She thought it was her prayer that had come into effect, so there was no reason to refuse Eri. Lord Sil gave it to his friends. "It's indeed the goddess arrangement." Broly looked at Master Akia next to him, agreed with Darkness's statement and also pointed his own head. "Miss Darkness, since you are willing to be my wife as the final result, I will definitely repay you. So, let's talk about how to make you happy." Broly goes straight to the topic. "Ah, do you want me to get sexual blessings?" Darkness opened her mouth wide and her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Although it is a destined meeting, is our development a little too fast?" Darkness was a little embarrassed. She was still a pure virgin. Although she had fantasies about that, she never thought that the first time would be given to a boy. This is a crime, it must be something that the law does not allow. Once you agree, will you be arrested by the sheriff and sentenced to a crime of molesting a child? "Ah, I am imprisoned and am moved, what should I do?" Darkness was very entangled. On the one hand, it was the character of the Cross Knight, which made her not allow her to attack a minor child. On the other hand, it was the impulse to be punished. It was simply a demon's whisper, disturbing her mind. "Is it too fast?" Broly was a little confused, but he continued to say it as Darkness said. "Then let's slow down." "Ah." The Cross Knight girl was a little disappointed. "Donna's happiness value decreases." Broly. "No, I'll have to be quick." Donna's happiness value rises." Broly was a little shocked. After thinking about it, he continued, "Come on, tell me how to make you happy. I want to satisfy you." "Ah!" Darkness exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands, but it was not afraid, but was surprised. Darkness's mother died after giving birth to Darkness. Darkness's father was very doting on this only daughter and was with her everything. But it may be this overly doting and unrestrained situation that has made Darkness feel rebellious and has always wanted someone to strictly control himself. This kind of psychology gradually evolved into a masochistic tendency during the days of adulthood. Broly looked at the ups and downs of happiness values, and the tough attitude he tried to make just the hit Darkness's bullseye, which made the Cross Knight girl feel satisfied. The continued rise of happiness in Darkness made Broly a little stunned. "What are we going to eat tonight?" Broly asked when ordering. "How about stewed beef with red wine?" "Opposite," Darkness suggested. "No, we eat garlic roasted big shrimp." Broly rejected Darkness's proposal and chose another dish that was not related to beef stewed with red wine. Darkness, who was rejected, bit her lips and looked sideways, sitting opposite her seat, gasping for breath, her face flushed. She was rejected and the proposal was rejected again. If this was her father's words, she would definitely say okay, just listen to Laratana's words and speak like this. Although it feels good to be treated gently, after careful consideration, Darkness still prefers this kind of situation where she is being rejected by a tough veto. "Broly, what's wrong with you? You didn't order any of the dishes proposed by Miss Darkness. How can this be done? You are a friend with Miss Darkness. For girls, you need to show your gentlemanly demeanor." "What, if you ask what gentlemanly demeanor is, of course it is to be humble to women. You have to respect Miss Darkness's advice on ordering. Otherwise, look, Miss Darkness was angry, and the breath between her nose was like a big bull. Broly was preached by Akia. The boy looked at Darkness's happiness value, and he was somewhat suspicious of his master's words. I'm sorry, Miss Darkness, Broly is still young and ignorant. Now let me be the master, and I, the master, order some dishes you like to eat. As Akia said this, she took the menu in Broly's hand, but just as she was preparing to order, one hand suddenly reached out from the side and pressed the menu in her hand. Miss Darkness. Akia tried to open the menu, but found that she couldn't move at all, and looked over with some confusion. I'm fine and not angry, I just think it's good for him to order. Miss Akia, let your disciple continue to order food. Darkness raised her head and said with a look of enjoyment. Akia. Had dinner. Waiter, pay. Akia was ready to pay when she called the waiter. I've eaten so much and the price is not cheap, so let me pay. Darkness said. How can this be done? I've said it's a surprise to you. Of course we're here to pay the bill. Just when Akia refused and was about to pay the bill, Broly stopped her. Master Akia, let her pay the bill. You also think this will make you happier, Darkness? Well, Darkness. I just met a child who was younger than me. I called it my name directly and looked as if I were a matter of course to ask myself to pay the bill. It was obvious that the other party was treating me tonight. Miss Akia, Broly is right, let me buy this order. Donis, happiness value is rising. Akia. Chapter 137 Acrobatics. Broly has met many wives, but Darkness is definitely the strangest one. Because the other party's happiness value is very different from others, she seems to like being instructed to act hard. Hey, Darkness, go and pour me a glass of water, and help Sister Marian wipe the floor at home. At Marian's home, Broly instructed Darkness to work, and the night girl showed a look of shame and anger, but she still obediently started to work. Hey, Akia, why did Broly suddenly become like a domineering person to her? The two people who were taken in by him suddenly brought another girl to her house and instructed the other party who heard that it was the cross night to do all kinds of miscellaneous work in her house. This is an unusual thing no matter how you look at it. Marian endured it, and finally couldn't help it, and asked Akia. This is Broly's new friend. I heard that I feel happy when I was ordered to work, so I became like this. Akia sighed, and she felt that her disciple seemed to have been led to pieces. How can you feel happy if you are instructed to work? You are not competent as a master, so I will educate your disciples for you. Marian felt that Broly could not be allowed to become a bad boy who bullied his friends so much, so she decided to intervene. Broly, you have to do your own work. It is incorrect to instruct your friends to do your work like this. Marian walked over and said to Broly. Sister Marianne, it's not that I don't want to do things by myself, but just giving these tasks to Darkness to make her happy. Broly explained. How is this possible? Marian didn't believe this. If you don't believe it, you can ask her. Broly called out to the night girl who came out of the bathroom with a rag and a bucket in her hand, and asked, Darkness, will I make you happy if I let you do the chores? This. Darkness was a little twisted. After meeting Broly, she not only had to spend her money to treat the boy to dinner, but also followed the boy back to his place to help with all kinds of miscellaneous work. From the perspective of a normal friend, this is indeed an excessive thing. Don't worry, Broly is a child who is not bad-minded. As long as you say you don't want to, I will ask him to apologize to you. I think it's okay. Darkness replied, holding a rag in his hand. Please be honest, a humble attitude like you cannot get real friendship. She is complaining that I can't make friends, although I really don't know how to make friends. Darkness was uncomfortable and happy, but retorted, I didn't bow my head, but friends just wanted to help each other, I was just helping him. Including coming to someone else's house, do you help clean up? Does she despise me? Does she think I am like a friendly beggar? This feeling of being despised is really great. Darkness's face turned red with some strange things in mind. Marian couldn't understand the girl's reaction at all when she saw it. It's just helping to wipe the floor. It's nothing. As long as Broly doesn't abandon me, even if I ask me to wash his underwear. Come on, look down on me as much as possible, I am ready. Marian. Is this girl a little bit awkward? I won't abandon you, but I don't have underwear for you, because I don't wear underwear. At this time, Broly interrupted. Ah, are you so unrestrained? Darkness exclaimed. Because my master doesn't wear underwear either. Broly revealed Akia's secret. Hey, how can you tell others about this kind of thing? Akia shouted dissatisfied. Marianne. No wonder they never saw these two people drying their underwear. They turned out to be unwrapped. Anyway, things are as you can see. The more darkness is called by my disciple, the happier she seems to be. She is a competent cross knight, and being helpful should be her motto. Akia concluded. Darkness, I remember all of you for your help me do these things. If you need them in the future, I will repay you at any time. Broly stood on the chair, patted Darkness on the shoulder, and promised the cross knight girl that the other party would go to work quickly. Ah, I was Pua. When I draw a big pie for myself and instruct myself to work, I will definitely be mercilessly ruined when I really need it. Thinking of this, Darkness struggled to wipe the floor, hoping that he would be beaten by the other party in the future. Lives up to the situation. The swimsuit beauty pageant took place for 5 days, and the popularity had dropped. Everyone was a little aesthetically exhausted, but more importantly, after Darkness, the conference did not welcome a new wife. As a prosecutor, His Excellency Sina is unable to serve as a beauty pageant judge for some official duties. At the same time, Luna, the protagonist lady of the Adventurers Guild, was also somewhat dissatisfied with the recent commission completion rate of adventurers in the town. With all parties behind the conference holding some opinions, Axel's huge beauty pageant came to an end. The real finale player should be the last to make the appearance. Akia followed this idea and only went on the last day of the swimsuit conference to wear a light blue swimsuit. Hello everyone, I am the last player Akia. There was no need for the host to introduce himself, Akia introduced himself. The audience was a little aesthetically tired, and some people even developed a protein queen, who was the real beauty of this conference, such as this kind of thinking about aesthetic fatigue. However, after Akia, who has the goddess appearance, came to power, many people still restored their normal aesthetics. Both men and women, the audience were curious about how this big funder at the swimsuit beauty pageant would show his beauty. Look at me, flowers, birds, and romance. Akia didn't disappoint. She took out 2 fans and used a banquet performance skill. She saw streams of water coming out of the fan and surrounding her body. Akia on the stage is like a real goddess of water. If the picture only stays in the initial performance stage, it may leave a very beautiful impression on the audience, but unfortunately, the performance time is more than a minute. Look at me diving circle. Akia jumped over a circle of water surrounding the water flow. After falling into the pool, she jumped up from the pool, like an otter, performing what she said, and finally ended with the action of stepping on the waves. In just over 1 minute of performance, her visual acrobatic performance was wonderful, which can be heard from the warm applause that sounded in the venue after the performance. However, this has nothing to do with showing beauty, and everyone's attention is all about her acrobatic performance. Is this Senior Akia? In the audience, a thief girl who had just arrived in Axel today looked at Akia, who was thanking the audience on the stage, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. No, this must be an illusion. How could Senior Akia come to this world and become a master of acrobatics? But in the end, Eris did not dare to associate the woman who finished a wonderful acrobatic performance on stage with the goddess Senior she was familiar with. Because no matter what he thinks, the Senior who claims to be a goddess elite will never come to this world he manages, a place that was once deprecated by the other party to a remote countryside. Then, please ask the 4 judges to rate the Akia contestant. As soon as the host finished speaking, Broly's 10-character brand could not wait to lift it up. Chapter 138 Being Beaten and Being Sent to the Public Security Center. Participants only need to consider their acting talents and showing their beauty, but as judges, they need to consider more things. In addition to Dust, who is loyal to male desires, the other 2 judges, whether they are Prosecutor Sina or Luna, the prosecutor's lady, gave Akia a full score of 10. There is no way, whether it is the tax revenue of this event or the performance of future adventurers entrusted by them, they all need to rely on Akia. Both of them cannot give Akia a low score. Therefore, the only remaining Dust became the last conscience of the swimsuit beauty pageant, but this person raised the 7-point sign and gave a reason that there were only 7-point points. The performance of Akia players is undoubtedly wonderful, but we are a beauty pageant, not an acrobatic competition. You have too many acrobatic activities, which leads to my thoughts on now that I think of you is not your beauty, but your scene of jumping over the water circle like an otter. To sum up Dust's words, Akia's performance was a bit crooked, all of which became an acrobatic performance, and did not show the beauty, so he only scored 7 points. What's wrong with you? My wonderful performance is actually a problem. Give me full marks, Dust, you bastard. Dust. It's right, no wonder his beautiful radar doesn't catch a cold. This is Akia's real attitude. Compared to her female identity, the other party is more like a wine table brother. As long as he has contacted and learned about this person, he can know that this is a guy without any feminine charm. Fuck, I still give it a high score of 7 points by myself, so I should only give this guy 5 points. Player Akia, calm down. The funder of the conference threatened the judges and asked the judges to change the full scores was just a small episode. In the end, Akia won the championship of Axel's first swimsuit beauty pageant with a high score of 37, but no one remembered her beauty. Everyone would always use this impression and comment on her. It is worth mentioning that Darkness, who had 31 points, only ranked 4th, while the Protein Queen, who had 24 points, entered the top 30. Miss Wiz, if you can also participate in the beauty pageant, you will definitely get a high if you score, maybe Miss Aqua's Otter Champion is yours. The swimsuit conference was officially over, and Axel returned to his calm. The beautiful owner of a magic prop store who came to deliver the recovery potion that day was teased by some adventurers. Hey, what is the Otter Champion? Wiz was not very clear about this matter. When she was building the event venue, she wanted to do her part and sponsor some magic recovery potion for the collective action of the Adventurers Guild. As a result, she moved the magic recovery potion, and before she arrived at the event venue, she was inexplicably washed by a flood with purification ability. As a lich, she fell directly into a weak state and rested in the store these days. After she came out of care, she felt like she had missed a lot of things. However, after being introduced by someone, she realized that the beauty pageant turned out to be an acrobatic performance. After all, there are big stones on the chest. After the swimsuit beauty pageant, some people who don't know the inside story will inevitably have some strange impressions of this beauty pageant when they hear some impressive contestants' weird behaviors of showing their beauty. As for the incident of Miss Otter Akia winning the beauty pageant championship, some people actually shouted that there was a shady story here. Of course, that's just the voice of a few people, because the bonus gap between the first place in the beauty pageant and the top 30 is not too much. And 31 to 200 contestants outside the competition also had a not too many but acceptable bonus. It can be said that all women who perform a little fancy or look decent will receive this bonus. Many people who have taken the money naturally sang this simple event that can get the money, and look forward to the next swimsuit beauty pageant. Shortly after the lich shop owner was left the guild, Akia brought Broly to the guild. The goddess was still a little dissatisfied with her and did not win the Grand Slam at the swimsuit beauty pageant he held. Really, Dust's black-hearted judge, if he asks me for help with blessings next time, I will definitely be paying him a lot. As the high priest, Akia's blessing technique is very good, and many adventurers who go on missions will come to her to help her use the blessing technique. Before, as long as someone came to ask her, Akia would not refuse other people's requests, but this time she obviously had an objection to someone who didn't give her full marks. It's so petty. The adventurers around wanted to complain about Akia, but when they thought of Akia's powerful blessing ability, the words they said became, "That's because Dust doesn't understand Miss Aqua's charm. What's wrong with acrobatic performance? Acrobatics are not talented, and aren't it considered a sudden appearance of personal beauty? Dust is temporarily listed on Akia's blacklist. Where is Darkness? Haven't you come to the guild yet?" Akia asked. After the swimsuit conference, Darkness officially joined her and Broly's adventurers team. As a superior profession like the Cross Knight, Darkness is qualified. "I haven't come yet, but I should be coming soon." Luna said that during the days of holding the swimsuit conference, the Adventurer Guild has accumulated a lot of task commissions. Now she urgently needs someone who can do the task to help clear these commissions. She is already looking forward to the activity of Akia, the master and apprentice. It's true that people's hearts are not old now. Under the blue sky and white sun, there are thieves who are doing theft directly. Sure enough, not long after, Darkness came, and the night girl who came into the guild was complaining about something. "What's wrong, Darkness?" Akia asked her. "Woman, Tell me what's going on. Broly also spoke the lines that appeared in his mind in a tough tone. Darkness's happiness value has risen again, and he is such a good wife. That's how it is. Darkness did not hide it, and happily explained a strange thing he had encountered on the way to the guild. You don't know how arrogant that thief is. He stole my wallet and stopped me in person, preparing to use my wallet to bet with me. To be honest, she quietly took my wallet, causing me to be in a dilemma of treating guests to dinner but having no money to pay it back. I may not be so angry. But I really can't stand this kind of bet on me with my things in front of the owner. So, did you beat the thief who stole your wallet? No, not. The thief who stole my wallet was a girl who looked younger than me. I just sent her to the security center and asked her to be disciplined by the security officer there. Miss Chris, right? It's wrong to steal things. Although your profession is a thief, this is not a reason for you to steal other people's property in the city. In the public security office, the female sheriff looked at the girl sitting honestly on the stool in front of her and said in an educational manner. No, I just want to make friends with that person. Eris tried to explain. B.A. The sheriff slapped the table and asked back, did you make friends with others by stealing things? Eris. Chapter 139, Shamanic and Sword Technique. Remember, this time it depends on your young age and the first time you made a mistake on Axel's side, so you won't be detained, but if you do something like this next time, we will arrest you. After receiving 2 hours of education in the public security office, Eris was released. This is different from what I expected. The thief muttered, feeling a little aggrieved. She originally wanted to have a strange and adventure-like encounter with her believers. But in the end, the other party sent him to a public security office and received 2 hours of professional ethics education about adventurers. When the white-haired goddess came out of the security center and came to the Adventurer Guild, she found that the person she was looking for was no longer in the guild. You said Miss Darkness, she has joined Miss Otter's team and will go to the field to attack the running lizard group in the morning. Axel's giant frog group suffered a violent blow from a certain Saiyan. Now the troublesome monsters in the wilderness are the big lizards running everywhere. The running lizard has an extremely flexible texture because of running all year round. Although some people call this texture a firewood, I like this skewers fried with thigh meat. It is called the Monster Siege, but it is actually a choice for fresh meat. Broly wiped his saliva and prepared to clean up the lizard group in the distance. Do you run a lizard? I remember the last time I was trampled on by them was 2 months ago. Darkness showed nostalgia and said, I am the Cross Knight. Let me leave it to you to attract monster hatred. Wait, did you say something strange? Akia asked. I'm going to go. Hey, the group of big lizards over there, you run so slowly, and the old lady I helped on the road was better than you. Darkness did not answer Akia's question, and directly used his mockery skills to shout at the group of lizards running over there. The running lizard is a creature prefixed with running, so you can know the importance of the word running to them. After hearing Darkness's insulting words, more than 30 running lizards in the entire group moved their targets and ran straight towards them with a quack scream. To solve the problem of these big lizards, that is, a single energy bomb, even if you have to consider obtaining their flesh, it is just a matter of each lizard with a punch, but since Darkness wants to show herself, let her perform well. This is also the reason why Broly can solve the commission alone, but he will take his master to act together every time. He wants his master to feel involved, so as to increase the happiness value in the process of completing the task. Don't force yourself, just say it if you need help. Broly said this and stepped aside. Really, I should use the monster attracting skill. Aqua felt that his few tasks had been taken away by Darkness, and while complaining, he applied various amplification blessings to Darkness. Hey, what a strong blessing effect! Darkness could clearly feel that his physical abilities were improving, but he was a little shocked. With such a great blessing, I should show all my strength and let you see my ability. Darkness said, then took off his chest plate and carried a big sword with both hands to face him. The Cross Knight is one of the strongest melee professions. Although it is the kind of profession that is more defensive, I heard that some Cross Knights will give up their defense ability in exchange for bonuses in offensive ability. Is Darkness the offensive Cross Knight this kind of offensive type? Akia was talking about the situation of the superior profession of Cross Knight next to her, and looked at Darkness ahead. Do you die, you monsters who run around and sometimes break into the wheat fields and trample on the wheat fields wantonly. Darkness shouted righteous lines and slashed the sword with both hands forward. She directly killed the non-existent Landling King with one sword. The running lizard is indeed a little capable, and it actually avoided my attack. Darkness, who was rushing over by a group of running lizards, supported her body with a sword and said this. No, it's just that there's a problem with the timing of your attack. Who would start swinging the sword 5 or 6 meters away? Aqua was taken away by Broly. After avoiding being hit by the running lizard, he directly complained about Darkness's sword-waving attack. That was just a mistake. It was because I had never experienced such a strong blessing, so I had a little less grasp of the timing of the attack. Darkness found a reason and explained it. It turns out that your mistake was caused by my overly powerful blessing power. Akia was praised by the corner and directly expressed her magnanimity for Darkness's mistake. Who can do nothing without mistakes is also understandable. Don't worry, I will seize the opportunity to attack this time. Darkness raised his sword with both hands again, looked at the group of lizards that were turning around and rushing over here again. 3 minutes later. This blessing is so strong. I have been hit by these lizards for so long and haven't fallen yet. Darkness was already full of footprints, her face flushed, as if she was deeply immersed in the collision of this body. Hey, even if you keep stolen I won't be happy to praise my blessings. Which magician did you learn the sword skills that you have to pick your feet? After being hit by the lizard group more than 10 times, Darkness was able to achieve the amazing operation of people pass through the lizard, but the lizard cannot be cut. Any time her two-handed sword could make a mistake once, she could also cut 1 or 2 running lizards. No, the teacher who taught me sword skills is not a magician, he is a famous swordsman. Darkness was quite respectful to his teacher and immediately refuted Akia's malicious speculation. Then how do you explain that you can't hit the monster with just 1 sword? Akia questioned. That's because I'm born with a bad sense of distance. Darkness explained. So, you Cross Knight, actually have no attack ability? Akia asked. Well, I still have the ability to attack. For example, when these lizards hit me, they will also receive corresponding recoil force. Darkness was still being hit by a lizard, but he forced himself to win over his respect. Since that's the case, what's the point of taking off your breastplate and reducing your defense? Akia couldn't help but complain. It's because I want to be bumped and trampled more thoroughly. Darkness couldn't say such a big truth. Forget it, I'll let Broly deal with these running lizards. Akia sighed. She had been in contact for several days, and she could also see this guy's trembling problem. No, I'm about to get them done, so let me come alone. Hearing this, Darkness immediately asked to get up. Broly. He looked at Master Akia who was holding in his hand. Akia. In the end, after spending 45 minutes, this running lizard tribe was exhausted by Darkness using his super high tank. The lizards lying down looked at Darkness, and their eyes were filled with horror, as if they were looking at some lizard demon. After all, the guys who use provocative skills to force them to control them without doing any harm to them, and just rely on consuming their physical strength to kill them is something that these lizards have never seen before. Killing lizards is just a lie. What kind of hatred is it that makes lizards like running experience this cruel way of death that is exhausted? It's over. Seeing that the female knight's great sword did not deflect, it fell straight towards her head. As the leader of the running lizard, the humane look in her eyes. Chapter 140 Lucky Lizard. Darkness's solution to the running lizard's silence made Akua very dissatisfied. According to Akua's wishes, with her blessings, any adventurer veteran, even if he is not a superior profession, can deal with a group of running lizards faster than Darkness. Please give me another chance to perform. Darkness was also a little bit of a fight to be hit again. She was trampled by a group of running lizards, and her clothes were a little torn, but she hugged Akia's thighs, hoping that her high priest could heal herself. It's true or false, can you perform better than before? Akia asked suspiciously, looking at the night girl who was holding her thighs. Of course, as long as you don't use a sword, there's no problem. My physical skills are very powerful. Akia didn't want to agree to Darkness, but after trying to break free from Darkness's entanglement, she admitted that Darkness had a statement about the physical skills. At least, while he was struggling to show off, this cross night girl did show her outstanding ability to entangle on the ground. Unfortunately, with the M attribute defective personality attack, Darkness finally fell into a disadvantage from attracting new monsters and dealing with the new running lizard group. Broly, solve them. Akia ordered that a group of running lizards who were attracted to the world had entered the footsteps of the previous group of running lizards who had bid farewell to this world in less than 10 seconds, and their heads bloomed and fell down. Do you die? Watch me snatch. Darkness wrapped around the neck of a running lizard with force. He had the strength to directly break the neck of the running lizard, but in order to get the attacks launched by other lizards around him to rescue his leader, he deliberately did not quickly resolve the battle. It was not until Broly took action that Darkness was a little surprised, and the running lizard was instantly caused by the boy. Do you need me to help you solve it? Broly asked, pointing at the big lizard in Darkness's arms. Running lizard. At this moment, it recalled the massacres who appeared on the plain many days ago, specifically targeting their neighbor, the giant frog clan. At that time, since it was not their running lizards, they were far away. After discovering a strong smell of blood from the giant frog territory, they took a detour and avoided it from a distance. Unexpectedly, after many days, the disappeared slaughter appeared again, and this time the target seemed not to be the giant frog, but to be the running lizard. Unfortunately, at that time, no lizard stood up to speak for the giant frog, and this time, no other monster came to help them. Broly, can I keep it? However, what the running lizard did not expect was that the female knight who had been fighting with him for a long time spoke for him at this time. I want to exercise my fighting skills again. This is a somewhat crappy reason, but Broly believed it. As far as I said, we should deal with the monsters we are going to attack. Akia said dissatisfiedly and purified a large number of lives that were more likely to produce magical factors that were more likely to be born to the undead after dying in the same place. It can be said that it has exaggerated all the wronged souls of the running lizard, which makes the still alive running lizard feel a little scared. The master-apprentice combination of Broly and Akia is a professional team that serves the one-stop service for the death and funeral of monsters. No monster can escape the pursuit of Saiyans on the plane, nor can it escape the purification of the enhanced version of the goddess Akia's magic technique. Even the corpse that remained in the end, unless it was the kind that could not be eaten, would be moved back by Broly to eat the meat without wasting a tiny bit. But an exception appeared today. Broly let the big lizard protected by Darkness. After letting Darkness play with the big lizard in his hand, the commission to clear the running lizard was officially started to be executed. With Akia's move to attract monster fireworks to start a group, all the monsters with magic fireworks that could be seen within a radius of 1 kilometer rushed towards this direction. Broly was not polite. After a large group of monsters came here, regardless of whether it was a running lizard or not, they came to hammer 1 and 2 hit a pair, and brushed the monsters that were swarming with super high speed efficiency. Compared to Darkness's drag when dealing with a group of lizards, Broly is a slaughtering machine with neat methods to solve monsters. Soon the monster corpses over there piled up, turning from small corpses to small corpses. Before we knew it, time came to dusk. Xiao Jie, after leaving here, don't get close to the human city. There are many adventurers near the human city. It's a dangerous place. You should go to the uninhabited field in the future. There is your running lizard home. Darkness was a little tearful, and in the dusk, he said goodbye to the big lizard that had been fighting with him for a day. Gagaha. The big lizard seemed to be able to detect the kindness of Darkness, the female cross knight. After running far away, she made a rattle to her, as if thanking Darkness for allowing herself to escape the claws of the slaughter. Look at the shadows of the corpse piles stretched by the sunset over there, and smell the strong bloody smell around them, but the slaughter killed the monsters attracted by them. Even the monster attracting skills could not attract new monsters. How lucky is it to survive? In other words, as a monster, you cannot be favored by the goddess, otherwise the running lizard may think that it is favored by the goddess of luck. Xiaoga, I will miss you, miss your kicks, miss your collision, miss your sweeps, Darkness's words stopped silently, and the running lizard running away in the sunset was suddenly caught by the big bird monster falling from the sky. It was clearly seen from Broly that the claws of the big bird monster easily penetrated the body of the running lizard. This dangerous big bird monster was attracted by the smell of blood, but he did not dare to approach Broly's hunting area, because the same kind who dared to go there had been solved by the other party. However, it wandered around, and only quickly attacked and fled away quickly after discovering that weak prey had come out. Hey, this is the cruelty of nature, please feel sorry for me. The sudden change almost made Akia laugh out loud, but the goddess held back, raised her face and patted Darkness on the shoulder, and comforted her. Darkness was really sad. The running lizard who had been with him for a day and was engaged in fighting training with him was so cruel to the poison of the bird monster. Swish! After saying that, Broly next to him disappeared. The next moment, the flying bird monster was twisted off its neck. Broly brought them back with birds and lizards. This lizard is not dead yet. Master Akia, can you ask for help treat it? Broly asked. Why do I have to perform healing on a monster? Akia complained, but she still dotes on her disciples and performs healing techniques on the dying running lizard. Darkness, don't be sad. With Master Akia here, the lizard you named you will not die easily. Watching the dying lizard being pulled back from the brink of death by a simple and unpretentious healing technique, Darkness seemed to realize the real weight of himself and Broly, the child, becoming friends. That really happens when it's time to take action. While Broly is extremely powerful, there is a support master behind him who is protecting him. Broly, Akia, thank you. Darkness sincerely thanked. We are all family members, do you say thank you? Akia felt a little embarrassed. She was a little gloating just now, wanting to see the good show of this disciple's wife. Well, they are all family. Broly nodded beside him and agreed with Akia's words. Master Akia and Darkness were both wives. It's a family without any problems. Chapter 141. Do you have no friends? Broly returned with a large number of monsters. Such a scene was already a little used to the residents of Axel. Last time it was a giant frog, this time it was a running lizard. It seems that the price of lizard meat in the city is about to drop. When Broly and Akia went out to do a siege commission, if the monsters that were attacked could be entranced, they would definitely bring back a lot of such corpses. This kind of behavior of large-scale corpses of monsters pouring into towns will destroy the original market price from the supply and demand relationship. Many meat dealers love and hate this situation. What they love is that the purchase price is cheaper, and the meat is easier to sell than before because it is cheaper. What I hate is that if I accidentally bought the piece of monsters that were hunted back on the day of Broly and Akia's action, I might have to sell the piece of meat I have accumulated in my hand at a loss. Eat the mountains and rely on water to eat water. There are a large number of demonized beasts in the wilderness of this world, so naturally they eat monsters. If you eat this thing, if you are a professional, you can gain experience. Even if you are not a professional, you can strengthen your body. Therefore, there has always been a market for Warcraft meat, but every place depends on the market changes in price. Once you hunt a lot and sell at the same time in one place, you will not be able to sell at the price. Of course, when hunting affects local market prices, it usually requires a large number of professional adventurers to hunt a large number of monsters at the same time, but Broly did this with only one person. Therefore, in today's Axel, residents of other towns may not pay much attention to the situation of Akia's team, but vendors who often trade Warcraft meat are always paying attention to the actions of Miss Otter and her disciples. Pay attention to whether this team has received some commissions to attack the edible monsters in the Adventurers Guild, and be prepared to clear the stock in advance to suppress the meat pieces of the target being attacked at any time. However, this was done at noon. Now the staff sent by Broly and Akia were sent by the Adventurers Guild to help them take action against the Warcraft meat. These people are also logistics personnel, and will be responsible for connecting with butchers in towns, hotel buyers, and merchants in the Warcraft meat business. Broly and Akia only need to pay a small fee to hand over issues such as handling large quantities of prey and paying taxes to these professionals. In short, it is also a matter of mutual benefit. After all, if you really have to deal with it yourself, just Akia, an unreliable goddess of water, Gabrali, a little savage from Wampa Star, may only suffer a big loss in negotiating prices with the business level of the two. It's another day of full harvest. Miss Aqua, Miss Darkness, and Broly, welcome back. The reason why Luna is the Adventurer Guild is that every time the adventurer comes back from a mission, she can receive her welcome. Please come to the counter to settle the task. Hey, the shaking M girl who knows how to do swordsmanship, we're going to settle the task. You can take a seat first, and we'll have a big meal later. Woo, this is a straightforward insult. No, who do you think is the shaking M girl? In addition, I am just a little bit short of swordsmanship, but I don't know how to do swordsmanship. After Darkness reacted, she immediately refuted, but her swordsmanship that was so naughty about her feet was destined to become Akia's weakness in attack. However, she was insulted by Akia and Darkness said something refuted on her face, but the happiness value rose a little, betraying her true inner situation. After refuting Akia's words, Darkness obediently went to the side to take a seat. After all, no one wanted to get close to the toilet. But not long after she sat down, a white-haired girl came over. Hey! Eris slapped Darkness on the shoulder with one hand. Hey, it's you, thief! Darkness turned his head and saw the thief girl who came next to her, and immediately said. What a thief! You guy was so brave in the morning. He actually dared to arrest me in the public security center. Do you know what I encountered there? He preached for 2 hours, and no one dared to say that before. Eris did not suffer such a thing when he descended to earth before. Isn't this because you stole my wallet and dared to jump out and mock me in person? Darkness started to complain. I'm not mocking you, okay? I want to bet with you. Eris retorted with a red face. What are you betting on? Darkness was a little curious. Betting if you can catch me. If I can catch me, I will return my wallet to you. But what if I can't catch you? The wallet belongs to me, but I will give you a chance. Chris, never steals my friend's things, so as long as you become my friend, I will return my wallet to you. Eris spoke out the plot he had originally designed and knew his own believers. But, I caught you. Darkness said that he didn't care much about the development of that if line. That's because you don't talk about martial ethics. Before I could finish the content of the bet, I caught me. This is what Eris is most resentful about. He doesn't just do it without following the rules. Darkness. A thief who steals her wallet, she actually said that she was not moral. Skills such as good relationships, backstab and theft should actually be learned by the cross knight. Do you have no friends? Darkness suddenly asked what he thought of. Eris, who was complaining about Darkness's unfairness, stopped complaining. Then, she saw her believers and looked at herself with some pity. What's your look? Her lucky goddess Eris, would she be a friendless person? Wow, think about it carefully. When I was in heaven, I was often captured by a certain senior goddess as a strong laborer. It is said that it is to train her junior's abilities, but in fact it is just that the other party throws her own work to deal with. This has led to my busy work as a formal goddess all day long, and I have no time to make friends in the Age Academy. When she had free time, she had been arranged to manage the world and became the manager of this remote world, and there was no longer a partner to make friends around her. What you need to face every day are some souls who want to escape from this world ravaged by the devil. Thinking of this, Eris squatted to the corner. The low pressure around him was as solid as he murmured to himself, it turns out that I am also a friendless. Chapter 142 This is my wallet. Eris' reaction was beyond Darkness's expectations, but when he thought that he had no friends like the other party before, he couldn't help but hurt his kindness. Don't you do this, you just want to make friends? I can be friends with you, as long as you don't steal things randomly. Darkness said this, but when she was not sick, she was still very knight-like. Things obviously shouldn't be like this. Eris looked at her believer and felt powerless. She was obviously here to help Darkness who had no friends, but Darkness who had no friends turned over and felt pitiful. Darkness was also ready to make friends with her, the goddess who had no friends, under this kind of pity. The script is completely different from what I think. Script? Darkness thought for a while and a light bulb seemed to light up on her head. Come on, I'll give it to you. What? Darkness handed over a bag, and Eris subconsciously took it and asked. My wallet, haven't you stole it once in the morning? But why did you suddenly give me your wallet? Eris didn't react, and heard Darkness explain, this is not the way you need to make friends. Let's just treat it as the thing that I caught you this morning hasn't happened, and then do it again, you can come and make a bet with me. Eris. Don't worry, I will definitely not be able to catch you this time. Then I will have to be friends with you. Darkness continued. Hey, can you stop doing this? You make me feel even more sad. Eris stopped him. Darkness, what are you doing? Why are you giving your wallet to someone else? Is this bastard blackmailing you? At this time, Akia, who had already settled the task, came over with Broly. After seeing the thief girl holding the wallet belonging to Darkness in her hand, she couldn't help but restore some things that didn't happen at all through her brain. She asked this, and had already made the corresponding move of clenching her fists in her hand, looking at Eris with an unkind look. Where are you guys? Don't you know that Darkness is the one Akia, who dares to bully her is just despising me? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Akia said with a ruffian spirit. Ah, this. The person who questioned her in front of her was very similar to her former goddess predecessor, which made Eris subconsciously want to explain the current situation, but Akia didn't give her a chance to explain. He grabbed her collar and continued in the tone of an evil party, "You white-haired, flat-breasted woman, I tell you, if this matter was not available for about 100,000 Eris, it would not be solved at all." Eris. This tone and attitude reminded her of the bad incident of Acusis who she encountered in the hot spring capital Akanrisha when she first came down to earth. The other party perfectly replicated the image of his predecessor, and even changed his claim to his predecessor's name. He was obviously a crazy believer of his predecessor. Ah, why is she, the goddess of luck, so unfortunate? When she comes to Axel, who is not the base camp of the Axis order, you can meet the troublemakers of the Axis order. No, it should be said that my devout believers know and seem to have a good relationship with the Acusis who hates her and the Eris. Eris, who felt a little confused, turned his attention to Darkness, and Darkness hurriedly explained, "This is not the case. She did not blackmail me. I voluntarily gave the money." "Ha, what nonsense are you, a shaking girl, saying that the shaking M attribute suddenly occurs and treats the fact that you are extorting money by others as a reward for yourself." Akia complained bluntly and continued, "Don't forget your identity. You are my disciple's future wife. Your money will belong to my disciple in the future." "Akia, where did you come from, the evil mother-in-law?" Darkness also started to complain, but it seemed that she still was not very resistant, and seemed to be looking forward to the scene of being managed by Akia, the future evil mother-in-law. However, there is a thief lady who has no friends here, and Darkness's chivalry still allows her to explain the matter clearly. What kind of weird way to make friends? A guy who thinks of this way of making friends must have a problem with his brain. After hearing this, Akia said her thoughts directly. When she said this, she did not notice that the white-haired girl next to her was darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter who says she is good in this world, Eris doesn't want to be said by the people from the Acusis order who has a problem with his brain. In addition, if you agree with this way of making friends and give your wallet to others, you must have a problem with your head. You're tired, and the Eris cultivator has trained some idiots, and there's nothing you can do about it. Akia looked helpless. Hey, Akia, you can insult me, but I don't allow you to insult my faith. Darkness is a trembling M, but it is related to the honor and disgrace of the sect of faith, and she must stand up. If not, if you don't do anything, you, a cross knight with poor sword skills, may not stand still, and you can even attack in the air. Akia is very angry. She will never allow her disciple's wife to challenge her status as a master and mother-in-law. The final relationship has not been confirmed yet, but a battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seems to be about to begin here, and the atmosphere between Akia and Darkness is tense. Eris listened next to him and almost understood what Akia said. Although he had never heard Darkness say this when he was praying, if the girl's disciple was really the fiancé of her believer, she had to do something about it. She is the goddess of luck. This time she came to earth to bring luck to her believers, not misfortune. If it was because of her that Darkness's future marriage was unfortunate, then Eris would feel guilty for the rest of his life. You two don't want to do this, this is all. Before he could say the following words, Eris, who was about to persuade the two, had a new wallet in his hand. Eris turned his head a little confused and saw a boy who was only 2/3 of his taller than him floating in the air and looked at him seriously. "This is my wallet, I want to make friends with you too." As soon as Broly said this, the first person who couldn't hold back was Akia. The goddess of water turned around and looked at her disciple and said a little angrily, "Broly, can you stop destroying my platform at this time?" It was obviously an important moment for her to establish herself and to be a master and mother-in-law in the future, but she was defeated by her own disciples. Akia felt a little uncomfortable. As expected, she had a wife and forgot about her master. The more Akia thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He quickly showed an angry look and looked at Broly with a resentful look, as if saying, "You little unscrupulous person." However, soon Aqua saw Broly, pointed to the white-haired girl next to him and said, "But, Master Aqua, this person is also the wife I want." Wife, Broly, you only know your wife now and don't care about me as a teacher." Akia reacted before she could speak out. "Wait, what did you say just now?" she asked her disciples. "I said, she is also the wife I am looking for." Broly repeated it again. After some thought, Aqua exclaimed after thinking about what Broly's words meant. He raised his head, took a breath, and suddenly realized that his disciples had not only one wife he wanted to find. Two scammers sounded next to it, one from Darkness and the other from Eris. Among them, Darkness was a little surprised, mixed with a hint of surprise and expectation of being planted on her head. As for Eris, he was a little scared. However, in order to prevent herself from hearing it wrong, she still asked carefully, "Little boy, what did you say just now? Are you going to find me as your wife?" "No. That's right. It is to be friends first, and after becoming the best friend, I will invite you to be my wife." Broly corrected that the order of the process is very important. If you don't have enough happiness values, you invite others to become your wife, and the chance of success is not high. Even if you can succeed, you will waste a lot of opportunities to obtain happiness points. Eris. It's a young age, she, the goddess who descended to the earth, has been targeted, and the one who targeted her is still a child. Chapter 143. Instead of regretting it, it's better to choose it all. Anyway, sit down and have a meal together. Akia's face change speed is faster than reading books. The person who was sarcastic and said that he would make friends by stealing his wallet was having a problem with his brain, but after knowing that this thief girl who claims to be Chris and is also the wife Broly is looking for, she went straight talk and of attitude. "Waiter, come 4 steaks, 10 steaks, 3, 2 butter beer, 2 juice drinks. I'm already an adult, okay." When Eris heard 2 glasses of juice drinks, he immediately realized that the other party was ordering for him and said immediately, "Real?" Akia was a little suspicious. This thief girl looked bigger than Broly, but she was just a little smaller. Damn it, I was actually regarded as a child. Eris regretted it a little, so she should make herself bigger. "Look, this is my adventure card, and it's a real 17-year-old. Eris took out the manual adventurer card. The one on it was indeed 17 years old and was even 1 month older than Darkness. This was prepared by her to be the role of Darkness' sister after becoming friends with Darkness. "Hey, I'm really 17 years old, but you look only 13 or 14 years old, especially your breasts, and you still have an undeveloped situation." "Oh, sorry, I'm speechless." Akia complained without hesitation, even though she apologized in time after reacting, but it still made Eris's face dark. As the goddess of luck, what's wrong with her small breasts? Small breasts are rare resources, we of you. Waiter, change a glass of juice to butter beer. Fortunately, Akia used the call to change some juice in time to divert the topic of barren breasts. "Miss Chris, right? I wonder if you've got married." After the waiter left, Akia asked again. "No, what's wrong?" Eris asked subconsciously. "Ahem, my disciple Broly is an excellent and good kid. I wonder if it has caught your eye?" Akia asked immediately. "Hey, Akia, how can you introduce me to my child husband?" Darkness interrupted in with some stutter. "Don't talk, you trembling girl. What does it mean to be your child husband?" Akia looked over with some dissatisfaction. "I pay for the bill every time I go out to eat. Broly has a date with me for the purpose of making me his wife. In this case, can't I be my baby husband?" Darkness gathered up his momentum and asked back. Before, after treating Broly as his future partner, Darkness treated Broly as a child foster husband. Otherwise, even she would not let go of her reserve, obey Broly's words, help clean the other party's temporary residence, and do housework such as washing and cooking. No matter what, Darkness is also a noble lady. She, who is doing things that she wants to do, has to take into account the family's face. Even if she has not revealed her true identity now, she has to do something to prevent. "Ha, what are you talking about? My lovely disciple is already your honor to let you spend money to support him. Do you even have to take him for yourself without authorization?" Akia has a characteristic. She is a typical guy who helps her relatives and doesn't care. Broly is her disciple. Then even if the boy shows his intention to open the harem without reason, Akia will give up her face to accompany the disciples and tell this matter as if they are reasonable. It is worth mentioning that the Acusis religion respects various XPs, except for demons and undeads, and even respects the situation of homosexual love, but it is a doctrine of monogamy. And, you are an Irisian, you Irisian do not prohibit polygamy. But isn't he taught by Acusis? Darkness pointed at Broly and said. The teachings of the Acusis religion have been changed. Akiya replied immediately. When did it change? Just now. You're making a mistake. Anyway, as the high priest of the Acusis religion, I also have the right to modify the doctrine. Akiya is right. If a superior profession like her returns to the Acusis religion, she will definitely become a bishop-level figure in the Acusis religion, and the bishop-level priests have the right to propose doctrine modifications. Of course, the process is more troublesome and most bishops agree. However, Akiya is the ontological god of this sect's beliefs and should be able to ignore this. Akiya is full of confidence in this regard. This confidence comes from her having not yet formally contacted the world, other accusation. What's wrong with my disciples trying to open a harem? When they meet multiple girls they like, they have to choose one of them. Do something that will definitely make them regret. So what if they don't abide by the previous monogamous rules of Acusis? Akiya can even pester her unreasonableness, not to mention that she can make herself reasonable, and immediately scolded Darkness. In other words, he has no literary talent. When managing the area of rebirth on the earth, he is not responsible for the Chinese region. Otherwise, he might be able to take out a copy of Female Ring. Wu, this kind of husband who is forced to accept his future will definitely have other women around him. Darkness was uncomfortable and happy. Hey, I don't like to listen to you anymore. Why do Darkness have to share your disciples with other women? Aqua spoke from Broly's perspective. Eris felt that it was not very good as he listened. Why the believers she favored would suffer this loss and immediately refuted it. Hey, do Miss Chris have any different opinions? Akiya turned her eyes to the thief girl, and asked directly, assuming the scene, if you meet two opposite sexes you like, but someone asks you to choose one from two, what choice will you make? Should the two take them together, or do you really have to choose one and then abandon the other? This. Akiya is extremely combative. She directly restricts her conditions and changes her concepts and positions, allowing the thief girl on the opposite chair to make a choice from the perspective of her disciple. But no matter which choice is a pitfall. If you choose to accept both, it is equivalent to agreeing with her previous point of view and admitting that the legitimacy of having a disciple with a fiancé, and if you choose the latter one, Akiya can also use how can you be so cruel to hurt the person you like this to attack the thief girl. The steak has been brought up by the waiter. Broly was cutting meat beside him and eating it while watching his master's eloquence. He clearly convinced the person who could be his wife and should have done it himself, but now this task has been taken over by Akiya, and Darkness has been easily dealt with, and another new person who is about to be dealt with. With this master's wife, what else can my husband ask for? This strange message suddenly appeared in Broly's mind. Chapter 144, Fighting the Five Slags is difficult to cause damage. When he was in heaven, Akiya had CPU Eris. After many years, these two goddesses who both came to the world and did not recognize each other, but Akiya once again gave Eris to the CPU, making him obediently agree with this violent theory of as long as he meets someone he likes, even if he opens a harem, it is still something that can be forgiven. Since you agree with the fact that you can open a harem when you meet someone you like, then, are you a thief who has no friends willing to become one of my disciples' harems? Akiya said that she had won Eris, and immediately took advantage of the victory and forced the white-haired thief girl to defeat the opponent. Of course it's. Do you want to say you don't want to? Do you want to hurt a young child who really likes you? He cares about you so much. After learning that you have no friends, he handed your wallet to you. He wants to be friends with you, and even ignored the feelings of me as a master. Do you really have the heart to hurt him like such a simple child? Aqua used moral kidnapping words to Eris in advance without giving him a complete refusal. Eris. Looking at the boy who looked ignorant and was gnawing with chicken legs, she was really abducted. As Akiya said, this child just wanted to be friends with him out of kindness. Although he wanted to be his wife, he would directly express his feelings when he met someone he liked. What's wrong with this? Besides, does this child really understand what his wife means? Maybe he was just led by the Acusis next to him who looked like a former senior. So, do you have to agree? Sorry, although it will hurt you, I still can't agree. Finally, Eris apologized to Broly and jumped off Akiya's moral kidnapping chariot. After all, her true identity is a goddess, and it is impossible to have any love in the mortal world without doing her job. You must know that there is a world where the devil army is raging. Compared to things like dating, finding a way to solve the world crisis is the key. You said something you shouldn't say, you actually hurt my disciple. Akia immediately started yelling, but she had to take responsibility for the chaos in this world. At first, the first generation of demon kings appeared in this world, which led to the monsters in this world becoming stronger. In the end, people who died because of monsters in this world were unwilling to be reincarnated in this world, resulting in a decrease in the birth rate of newborns. In order to prevent the demise of human beings in this world, the heaven began to reincarnate those who died young in other worlds into this world, and give them the protection from God and the responsibility to defeat the devil. However, Akia is a goddess who is more casual in her work. When she was reincarnated as a young soul in the area she was responsible for, she did not explain the specific matters of reincarnation in another world and various additional matters clearly, which led to the reincarnation sent to another world causing various problems, and some of them also caused a greater negative impact than the Demon King army. Although those reincarnated people have temporarily saved the humans in this world, the current chaos in this world is that Akia, the goddess who is reincarnated from another world, bears the vast majority of responsibilities. So, in the final analysis, the reason why Eris couldn't agree was Aqua himself, but Aqua did not have this consciousness. He just felt that the flat-breasted white-haired girl on the opposite side was ignorant and dared to refuse to hurt her disciples. Master Akia, I wasn't hurt. Broly swallowed the meat in his mouth and said this. The premise of hurting him is at least a large amount of happiness values. Like Eris, the one whom Zhong Gang knew and had no happiness value, rejecting him would only make him feel a little disappointed. Broly has not been rejected, but Alisphere and Artoria of the Moon World have also rejected him. At that time, he felt uncomfortable, but now the only single-digit happiness value can no longer hurt him. Fight against the 5 scumbags. Looking at Eris, who had risen to 5 points of happiness after he said this, suddenly this information appeared in Broly's mind. What really hurts me may be the existence of Master Akia, who is close to 2000 points of combat power, happiness value. If Master Aqua finally rejected it, Broly felt that he would definitely be hit hard. This is really a good kid. Eris was comforted and thought so in his heart. Broly, why are you tearing my desk again? You have to know that I'm looking for a wife for you. Akia was a little angry. According to the momentum just now, she would definitely be able to continue chasing the flat-breasted white-haired woman opposite. Master Akia, forcing her to be a wife is a bad behavior. What about her? Upon hearing this, Akia immediately pointed at Darkness and asked her disciples. Darkness was voluntary, and even if she was forced, she would definitely make her happy. Broly was a little uncertain. Ah, it seems that it's acceptable to force it. Darkness gasped, and looking at her blushing face, you can roughly see that this person was probably trapped in an if-line state that did not exist in a brain sop. Forget it, I don't care about you. Akia said something angry and started eating. Seeing her happy eating, she probably didn't really get angry. Little kid, although I can't be your wife, we can still be friends. Eris pushed the wallet over and said to Broly. Okay, then we will be friends in the future. Broly nodded and took the bag, then pushed the bag in front of Darkness again. Darkness looked at Broly as he looked at the money bag being pushed in front of him. For you. Why did you give me money suddenly? Today's compensation. But isn't this a little too much? Darkness also made efforts today to get rid of a group of running lizards, but the money that Broly pushed over now was obviously more rewarding than the labor she had put in today. Not much. Broly shook his head and said, not giving much explanation. Darkness was still ready to continue to refuse the reward that was not his own, so he heard Akia say, you have been paying the bills these days. This child is just worried that you have no money to spend, so he gave you money. Hearing this, Darkness was a little surprised. You are a shaking girl, but Broly is not a shaking s. Although he will treat you with your weird habits, he still cares about your situation, such as worrying about you losing money to spend, which is why we will take you with you to do the entrustment. Darkness, seeing the scene of our attack on the running lizard today, you don't really think our team needs a front row, right? Haha, this is just worrying about your financial tension and taking you to make money. Darkness stared at the boy gnawing on the chicken legs with wide eyes. So, don't give others your own wallet. Donna's happiness value rises. Thanks. This tough gentleness changed her mentality, and Darkness no longer refused to pay more than labor. I'll pay you back this bill. Why am I asking again? Well, don't you want to? That's not the case. Eris looked at Darkness, who was having fun with the other two at the dinner table, and his eyes softened. La Latina, this time you should have found a friend who will not dislike you or abandon you. This is your own credit. After eating a chicken leg, Eris left silently, but before leaving, he showed his blessings to the three of them. May good luck be with you forever. Hey, strange, why do I feel a fluctuation in divine power? Osni. Akia, who was busy with food, raised her head and sneezed to purify the blessings of her body. This guy's lucky value is low, and there is no reason. Chapter 145 Haunted Cemetery. Ah, my wallet. Ha ha ha, darkness, I just said you were cheated of money. Damn it, that thief, I will definitely arrest her to the public security office next time I meet her. When he had to pay the bill after the meal, Darkness suddenly realized that his wallet had not been returned yet. And Eris is the same. After returning to heaven, the goddess realized that she was actually carrying the wallet of her believer. Forget it, just treat it as a tribute to help you display your blessings. The Eris Church also has fees to help provide blessings for luck, and the lucky goddess like her personally performs the blessings of luck, which is more valuable than a bag of money. The goddess of luck obviously didn't know that her blessing was purified by Akia's sneeze after she left. Don't care about your shriveled wallet. Now after eating and drinking we have to keep working. It's all night, what else to do? Darkness looked at Akia with some confusion. It's not a big job, it's just a small commission asked by Miss Luna when she settled the task just now. I'm going to patrol the cemetery in the city tonight. I heard that someone saw ghosts nearby. Oh, it turns out that we are going to the cemetery. Hey, ghost, are we going to see the hell? Darkness exclaimed. Why are you so fussy? You're still a cross knight. But, ghosts are immune to physical attacks. I am a cross knight who only knows physical attacks. Isn't it normal for me to be afraid? Come on, you guy has the ability to attack physically. Akia glanced at her disdainfully and patted her chest. Tonight's main combat power is Lord Akia, and I am the Grand Priest, and I have the ability to purify ghosts. Miss Luna asked me because of this. If you guy is scared, don't go with me. I'm not afraid if I'm afraid. Darkness was still very scared at first, but suddenly he thought of the situation behind being haunted by ghosts, and suddenly he was not very scared. Ghost, what is that? Is that delicious? Broly had no idea about ghosts, he just wanted to know if that thing could be eaten and whether it was delicious. It's not something to eat, but the mind-body that remains after the death of a creature. Aqua explained that the group of three soon arrived at the cemetery area of Axel. The cemetery at night was very deserted, with only a few crows as an atmosphere group, calling out from time to time. Let me see, well, there are still quite a lot of ghosts here. Akia was not afraid of ghosts, and after coming here, she stood on tiptoe and looked around. Hey, don't talk to yourself, we can't see anything. The unknown is what makes people feel scared. Darkness is not afraid of zombies or other undead people with specific forms, but he is afraid of invisible and intangible ghosts. It's really troublesome. As Akia said that, she leaned over and raised her hand to grab Darkness's forehead. She didn't know what she had done. After letting go, Darkness seemed to be able to see many strange things, and sat on the ground and shouted, "There's a ghost." Aren't you talking nonsense? If there are no ghosts, what are we doing here? Akia looked at the night helplessly, and saw Broly looking around at the curiously, and then asked, Broly, do you want to see the ghosts too? Broly nodded, and after Akia helped her open her eyes, she saw the scene that Darkness was seeing now. She saw that there were many feetless ghosts floating in this deserted cemetery, most of whom looked like they were in a daze, but there were also a few ghosts looking at them entering the cemetery with malicious intentions. Broly was not scared, but felt a little curious. When he approached a ghost, he poked the other person with his hand. As expected, his fingers penetrated through the other party's illusory body, as if they were piercing through a layer of smoke. Ghosts are consciousness bodies, and conventional physical means cannot touch them. Akia said from the side. Hey, it's true. Broly was surprised and was already waving his fist at the ghost next to him. After the ghost was pierced by his little fist, nothing changed. But the other party seemed a little unhappy. Hey, you little devil, don't you respect the dead? Be careful that I will become a demon and pester you and kill you. Broly was threatened, and he looked at the ghost in front of him, and a light lit up on his fingers. As a beam of energy penetrated the other party, the dispersed spirits no longer gathered. The ghosts around him, whose malicious eyes were originally full of life, turned into a look of horror. But before they were about to stay away from here, Akiya came over with a great purification technique. The remnant souls that remain in the world are talking nonsense. Since you don't want to go to the cycle of reincarnation after death, then I, Lord Akiya, personally send you to heaven to purify, 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 and sacrifice, and sacrifice. Akiya, like a machine gun, shot out purification spells, such as soothing ghosts and allowing them to ascend to heaven with peace of mind. She did not have the time to do such things. Regardless of whether these ghosts are willing or not, she will purify them first. Accept purification, you evil spirits. Akiya rushed into the cemetery like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Ah, we are not evil spirits yet. The ghosts in the cemetery tried to defend themselves, but Akiya had no idea at all. For her, the ghost of the quasi-undead tribe is the target that needs purification. Strange, what happened outside the cemetery? Why is it so noisy? Lich Wiz was carrying the soul-guiding lamp, and she hadn't been here for a week. Maybe it's a tomb robber. Miss Wiz, don't worry about this, please guide us to rest in peace. The ghosts around them don't care about things outside, they just hope that they can get rest as soon as possible. Okay, I have arranged the soul requiem array. After the magic power is injected, you can rest in peace. As Wiz said that, he began to inject magic power into the magic circle underground, and the red light rose like he was performing some evil ritual. As the red light shines, the dense ghosts around them gradually reveal a relaxed look, but the spirit body gradually melts in the red light. Well, what is this? The breath of undead magic. Akiya, who was purifying in the cemetery, was stunned and rushed towards the place where the magic aura of the undead rose. When Akiya arrived here, what she saw was Viz, who maintained the magic circle in the red magic circle. At this moment, the human aura on Wiz has disappeared, replaced by the highest level of undead lich, the unique cold breath. So the strange thing that happened in the cemetery was you, a lich, who was doing it. I don't purify you. Akiya shouted loudly. Hearing the movement, Wei-Eyes terminated the requiem magic and found that he seemed to be regarded as a bad guy by others. He waved his hand and prepared to explain something. But Akiya was quick to speak, and after shouting, a great purification technique came over. The goddess-level great purification technique was not so good. Even though Wei-Eyes subconsciously took the defensive magic, he still groaned in pain in the light of the great purification technique. Chapter 146 Lich Viz. What happened? When Darkness and Broly heard the news, they saw a plump woman, sitting in front of Akiya with some gasps, and Akiya looked like a villain who had done something strange and excessive to others. Humph, I didn't expect that after I got this move, you didn't even dissipate. It seems like a guy with some ability, but you won't be so lucky with the next move, because I will use a more powerful purification technique to ensure that you will be completely purified from this world. Akiya was rubbing the new purification technique while Akiya was rubbing the new purification technique. Viz on the ground raised his hand with difficulty. Please let me say a few words. No need to say more nonsense, the culprit of the haunted cemetery in Axel City, let me Akiya purify you on behalf of justice. Before Akiya could finish her words, she had to stop because Broly stopped her. Broly, that guy is a lich, an evil undead, hurry up and get out of it. She said to her disciples. Broly scratched his head, pointed his hand at Wiz, who was sitting behind him, and said, Master Akiya, but this is also the wife I am looking for. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? That's an undead. Although he is pretty, he's a dead person. But she is indeed the wife I'm looking for. Broly was also a little helpless. His wife was recognized by Crystal Palace, not by him. Even if you are my disciple, if you want to protect the undead. Akiya put away the purification technique and showed that she would forgive her with her actions. Who made her a soft-hearted master? Hey, guy on the ground, for the sake of my lovely disciple, I, Lord Akiya, allow you to make a few words for yourself, but if your words cannot satisfy me, I should purify you. I will purify you, do you understand? Akiya looked fierce. Understand? Wiz nodded in response quickly, and she breathed some relief. She thought she was really going to be finished just now. My name is Wiz, I'm a lich, but I've never harmed anyone. This lich lady who claimed to be human was introduced to herself. A guy who can transform into a lich can still maintain humanity. Do you think I will believe it? Lich transformation technique is not a bad thing, it is considered a forbidden curse in this world. This is true, and I didn't voluntarily convert it to a lich. Wiz was a little anxious. Then tell me, the reason why you transformed into a lich. Aqua looked at it with a scrupulous look. I'm for my companions. Wiz was once the captain of an adventurer team. During a dungeon adventure, he encountered Barniel, the Duke of Hell. Later, he fought with the headless knight Bertia, a cadre of the Demon King army, but the entire team was given a hard-to-relieve death curse. In order to get rid of the curse of death, someone must defeat Bertia, the headless knight. It was at that time that Viz had a deal with Barnier and obtained the forbidden curse that was converted into a lich, and he could get rid of the curse of death by transforming himself into a lich. Later, for the sake of his companion, he broke into the Demon King city alone. Under the obstruction of a group of Demon King army cadres, he found Bertia, who had fought with their team before and was still recuperating in the Demon King city. He once again seriously injured the other party and threatened the other party with his life to lift the curse of death. This is my story. I have to say that your story is wonderful, but there are all loopholes in your story. For example, when you were a human, you could not defeat a cadre of the Demon King army, but after becoming a lich, you could use your own strength to defeat the entire Demon King city. Do you think I would believe this kind of thing? Akia obviously didn't believe it. After all, this was something that even the goddess, she, could not do. This is indeed hard to believe, but it is the fact that it is probably because when I was a human, I had many human weaknesses, such as some death curses that can work for me, but after I became a lich, my magic not only increased a lot compared to the human period, but my resistance to some negative cursed magic was greatly improved. Wiz's speech suddenly made Broly's mind the meme that humans have limits suddenly appear. When you became a lich, did you wear a stone mask, and stab someone with a dagger in your hand, shouting that you are not a human being? Broly asked curiously. Ah, what is that? Wiz looked confused. It's probably that. Broly danced and replicated the scene of Jojo's unfamiliarity that suddenly appeared in his mind with practical actions, making people around him confused. There is no such thing as shouting to surpass humans. It is just standing on the magic circle you drew and transforming your flesh and blood with magic. The process is so painful that you can't speak. Ah, is that true? Wiz's denial disappointed Broly a little, and the information that emerged in his mind soon disappeared. What about after that, have you saved your companions? Darkness urged her, as if she was in a state of listening to the story. Well, I've saved it. My companions are now married and have children. From time to time, they will come back to see me with their children. Wiz nodded. Although she did not voluntarily become a lich, she did not regret becoming a lich for her companions. Wait, after you saved your companions, haven't you solved the Demon King's army by the way? Akia asked with a frown. I don't have the ability to solve the Demon King army. At that time, I tried my best to save my companions. Moreover, this was only possible for me to easily break into the Demon King city without taking action to stop me. What I actually dealt with at that time was only 3 of the weaker cadres of the Demon King army in the Demon King city. Really, if you had solved the Demon King and the Demon King army at that time, I wouldn't have used it here. Akia complained. Wiz. Judging from the situation where the other party's purification technique can have excellent results on himself, contacting the huge divine power aura that suddenly appeared above Axel before, this person should be the real incarnation of the gods. After all, they all call themselves Akia. Although the Acusis religion hates ghosts in this world, the goddess of water they believe in is actually quite famous. Back to the point, how could you, a lich who almost fought the Demon King city alone, be in the Axel cemetery? What happened to the magic circle just now? Is it because you are quietly forming an immortal legion here, preparing to lead the immortal legion back to the Demon King city in the future, and want to find the place you used to? Ah! What are you? I'm asking you. Akia said dissatisfied. No, I'm not forming the Undead Legion. It was not the magic array that summoned the undead, but the Soul Requiem array. After explanation, Akia and others realized that after becoming a lich, Wiz chose to return to the human camp and live in seclusion on Axel's side after he became a lich. I opened the magic prop shop in the innermost alley between the 2 streets of the cemetery. Because I had been taken care of by the cemetery guards and priests here, after the other party passed away, I took over the requiem of the cemetery. The magic factor in this world is very active, and many dead people are buried in the places where many dead people are buried easily, so some professions who can perform purification techniques often comfort the dead souls in this place. But Axel is a novice city, and there are not many adventurers, let alone professionals who know how to cleanse. Even if there are, they rarely are willing to do the work of guarding the cemetery. In other words, if Wiz had not been comforted by the dead in the cemetery for many years, the Adventurers Guild in Axel would have been entrusted to attack the undead tribes of the cemetery all year round. Chapter 147 Just be able to eat and live. Why did Miss Luna suddenly entrusted Akia? It started with Viz suffering from a purified flood. Well, it's also Akia's fault. I haven't come here these days, but the magic power that has radiated from my body seems to have catalyzed some ghosts here, but it's no problem. Those ghosts have been rested by me using the Requiem. In this way, then, am I wronged you? Yet. Wiz nodded repeatedly. No, you didn't wrong me, it was indeed my fault. The Lich Lady who reacted quickly shook her head again. Seeing this, Akia nodded with satisfaction. You guy, listen to your story, your strength is not bad. You may be able to help us when we deal with the Demon King in the future, and my disciples also like you. Let's do this. If you promise to be my disciple's wife, I will let you go. Akia continued. Akia, why did you introduce a woman to my future husband again? Oh no, this is a dead person, but it's still wrong. Hearing this, Darkness couldn't hold back. In just one night, is it a second time, right? Don't be so stingy, and this is not my subjective wish, but what Broly himself wants. Hello, Broly, you don't care about anything, you can say a few words. Broly nodded and came to the side and said a few words. What about words, it is really just 2 sentences. Darkness. I am worthy of being my disciple, and I really have the talent to be a funny artist. Broly's 2 sentences made Akia laugh and she praised her directly. Darkness, if I continue to find a wife, it will make you feel uncomfortable, then I apologize to you. However, finding a wife is very important to me, and I hope you can understand me and support me. Darkness's happiness value just now dropped. Her situation was different from Akia. Akia has a distracted personality, and it is normal for the happiness value to fluctuate. Darkness is a jitter and only when he is really sad will the happiness value drop. Broly didn't know that Darkness felt sad when Akia introduced him to his new wife because she was really moved by him, but he apologized with a candid attitude. This is a matter of eating. Broly's attitude is serious and sincere. He directly used what he learned from the first world and asked others for the ultimate skill, seed from the earth. Please let me continue to find a wife. The lines of request were a little bit stingy, which really made people feel a little overwhelmed. If an adult makes this gesture, it will definitely make people want to kick the shameless opponent into the Atlantic Ocean to feed the sharks. But Broly is just a child, and asking for it with this serious attitude is just a little funny. This is the situation. This child has the obsession with finding a wife. Although I don't know how this obsession was born, I was the first one I was asked for, you were the second one, the white-haired thief was the third one at night, and the lich in front of me was the fourth one. Akia patted Darkness on the shoulder and signaled her to get used to the fact that her child husband was obsessed with finding a wife as soon as possible. Can you? Darkness opened her mouth wide, thinking of her divine enlightenment, and suddenly felt that it was like this that Broly would be encountered by him. After all, from the perspective of human beings, she herself is also a person with big problems. Broly, it's not your fault, it's my own problem. Darkness figured it out that the child encountered him, not the child's problem, but his own problem, and he could not blame the child for finding more wives because of his own problem. Therefore, on the road that is destined to be green, there is only one answer. That is to put on the hat, choose to forgive him, and forgive this child. Broly, I will understand you and support you. Darkness covered her mouth, turned her head to one side, and she cried, and said this. Not to mention, after accepting that it is your own fault, the feeling of being destined to be a victim is quite touching. Hey, really? Broly was a little surprised. He didn't expect that things were so simple. Seeing Darkness's rising happiness value again, he no longer had to wait for the other party's answer. Long live understanding. Akia came to the middle of the two at the right time, opened her arms and made a goddess of fraternity, allowing the light of heaven to cover the depths of the cemetery and above the heads of the two who had already understood each other. Next to him, the Lich Miss was stunned. as the three people in front of her suddenly started acting in a stage play. The plot of this stage play is not complicated. At least on the surface, it is just a fickle little guy who is ready to pursue more wives and kneel down to ask for the understanding and support of his original wife. The original wife didn't know what she was thinking, and suddenly she looked like she could understand her fickle little guy and was willing to support her to pursue more things to get her little wife. Hao Qian, what kind of shit plot did she watch? Oh no, because the performer's expression is sincere and vivid, it is not so shitty to show. It just made the lich miss, who had a very hot temper, want to grab the collars of the two of them. While asking about the other party's motivation for finding more wives, the other party's mental changes just now, what did they think of to choose to forgive? Of course, there is a background board next to it, but Akia, who has already created the holy light of the heavens as an atmosphere lamp and can be determined to be the true goddess, did not dare to do anything too much. It can only be under the influence of forced calm magic unique to the undead clan, and silently stand aside and wait for the self-end of this stage drama that suddenly begins. Okay, the gap between the young couple and the future has also been eliminated. Let's continue the topic just now. Akia looked at Wiz and asked, "Are you guys willing to be your little wife for my disciples?" Akia may still be polite to humans, but facing the undead tribe, even though he had heard the story told by Wiz just now, he could not fully confirm the authenticity of the other party's story. Akia cannot show much politeness. Let me be a lich and be a little wife for a child, that's not good. Wiz said in a little embarrassed. What, do you guys don't like my disciple? Akia looked stern, and asked in a threatening tone, come out. No, it's just that I feel that I may not be worthy of this child. Wiz said a little tactfully, but she would actually be better if she refused bluntly. That's what this lich says, Broly, what do you think? Aqua looked at Broly. I don't think there is anything wrong with it, she is totally worthy. As long as the Crystal Palace can recognize it, let alone a lich. Even if it is a lump of feces, as long as it can get a happy value and finally get a happy point, Broly will recognize it. Wiz was shocked and hurriedly said, I am a lich, my body is not warm at all, and I won't feel warm when I hold me. Wiz originally wanted to express that she was like ice, and she had no great practical value, but she didn't realize that Broly had not yet understood practical value. Broly just valued the added value attached to her by Crystal Palace. It doesn't matter, just let me have enough food and clothing. Ah! This is the voice of the lich lady who hugged her chest and covered the center of her legs. Hey! This was Darkness, who also hugged his chest and covered the middle of his legs, and exclaimed a little blushing. Broly, your child has a slightly heavier taste. Akia looks like an old SIG, and she teaches her disciples earnestly. Broly looked at his master in confusion. He didn't understand why he tasted heavy. Chapter 148, Surrender to the Power of the Wind. I can't actually help you deal with the Demon King army. The blushing lich lady told her another big problem. What's going on? Akia frowned and looked at Wiz. Although she looked down on this lich, if this lich really had a history of breaking into the Demon King city and retreating as in the story she said, then they would definitely play some role when they attacked the Demon King in the future. But she didn't expect that before she even made this idea, she was rejected by the lich in front of her. Of course, Akia had to figure out what was going on. Because I am now one of the 8 major cadres of the Demon King army. Wiz revealed his true identity now. What? Darkness was shocked and drew out the knight's sword. Sure enough, the undead tribe is evil. Akia even took out the flower bud staff and prepared for purification again. So, is there any problem with this identity? Broly didn't understand why, he had no idea about the Demon King army, only knowing that Akia seemed to hate those guys more. Broly, the Demon King army is the one who causes chaos in this world, and it is also an enemy that our goddess often sends brave men from another world to deal with. Akia explained, but she was completely unconscious. In addition to the Demon King army, the various plug-in abilities and equipment she brought in by the brave men in another world were also one of the culprits, and it may even be the main reason for the chaos in this world today. In other words, this guy is our enemy. Get out of the way. My purification technique is ready and I can deal with her now. Ah, Lord Akia, please wait a moment. Although I am a cadre of the Demon King army, my main task is to help maintain the magic barrier of the Demon King city. I will not fight for the Demon King army. Wiz quickly explained that she didn't want to die for such a reason. In fact, the Demon King city is often attacked by the red demons. In order to prevent the sudden impact of being hit on the face by the superiors in their sleep, the Demon King has always been worried about finding a magician who is proficient in the magic barrier. I, who tore the defensive barrier of the Demon King city, was attracted by the Demon King. He contacted me through Mr. Barnier and asked me to go to the Demon King city to help build a protective barrier at the cost of the Demon King army not prosecuting me for the attack on the Demon King city. Then are you working for the Demon King army? Akiya hugged her arm very dissatisfied. There is no way. I am not very good at rejecting the elderly person's request. In addition, the other party is willing to agree to the conditions I put forward, so I agreed. What conditions? If I join the Demon King army, I will help build a magic barrier in the Demon King city that will prevent the Demon King city from being invaded by the red demons. Then the Demon King is willing to restrain the Demon King army in his own name and not attack adventurers and people other than fighters such as knights, such as civilians and neutrals. After we eyes joined the Demon King army, the Demon King army did not attack the human villages outside the city. Of course, it is unknown whether to keep your promise or to attack in private. In short, after we eyes joined, the battle between the Demon King army and various human kingdoms in this world did rarely affect civilians. According to the content of the contract, I cannot take the initiative to attack the Demon King army unless the Demon King army itself destroys the promise. After hearing what happened to Wiz, Akiya and Darkness put down their weapons for the time being. In this case, you can't be treated completely as a member of the Demon King's army. We eyes does not have a reward from the human side, even if it is the best proof. After becoming a lich and joining the Demon King's army, she did not do anything that endangers the humans in this world, so she has no fame. If it weren't for self-exposing, no one might know that a magic prop shop owner who is the poorer the business he does, would be a cadre of the Demon King army, even if he is a nominal cadre. Kind. Okay, I already know this. Since you do not harm humans, even if you pass, you must take good care of my disciples in the future. Akiya waved her hand and said. Hey, I have such an identity and can't help me, do you still want me? Wiz was shocked again. She thought that she would be given up by telling her identity as a cadre of the Demon King army. Although you may not be able to help with the Demon King army, we actually don't need you to help. My lovely disciple is very powerful. I think I will definitely be able to solve the Demon King army after growing up. Before that, you will help take good care of him and serve him, but if you can't do it well, Akiya didn't continue talking, but just shook the light of the purification technique on the staff in her hand, and the threatening meaning was obvious. Woo 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 woo. What else can Viz do? Just as when she was a human being, she was not strong enough to deal with the devil. Now she is also highly restrained as a lich to deal with the goddess. She can only choose to succumb to Akiya's purification technique. By the way, you made the mess in the cemetery, so you have to be responsible for cleaning it up. So don't make it difficult for me to do things. Seeing that the lich was more sensible, Akiya also handed over the work of purifying the spirit to her. And those purified ghosts did not disappear, but were sent to the world after death. The guy sent by Akiya's purification technique went directly to Eris. Just when Aqua was the boss and took Broly back to Marion's house to sleep, Eris of the Heaven was busy. Who knows why so many dead souls suddenly come to her here, who has an angel to help deal with the affairs of the deceased. We were attacked by a terrifying priest. The guy called us evil spirits without saying anything, and threw purification techniques into our heads without saying a word of refutation. Yes, yes, another child who was following the priest. I just scared him and he broke me up. Fuck, where do you get the confidence? The ghost of Puxin is really behind. The noisy situation in the rebirth space gave Eris a headache. The next day, Akiya, who had a full sleep, took Broly to the cemetery to inspect the requiem effect of the lich miss for a hard night. After confirming that most of the ghosts in the cemetery were indeed purified, Akiya went to the Adventurers Guild to settle the mission. I am really Miss Akiya, and I can easily solve the haunted problem of the cemetery. Of course, you don't even look at who I, Akiya, are. Faced with the praise from the watchdog lady, Akia took the credit on her without hesitation. It was obvious that last night, she just started the purification technique to purify her for a while when she first entered the cemetery, and basically all the rest was done by wee eyes. By the way, what about your disciple Broly? Didn't he come to the guild with you? Miss Luna suddenly asked. She also knew who was in Akia's team. I met a new friend last night and went to find him to show his kindness in the morning. When talking about Broly, Akia curled her lips. Hey, aren't you going to take on the mission today? Stop for one day. The lady of the prosecutor was a little disappointed. She also wanted the team Akia to work harder and do the task of striking the demon monkey group in the forest. Miss Wiz, I'm here to play with you. At the door of the magic prop store, Broly knocked on the door, holding some bread bought from the bakery in his hand. If others could bring him some food when they were looking for him, Broly felt that he would definitely be happy. And he came over and was preparing to refresh the guide object, the happiness value of the Lich Wiz. However, Broly knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came out to open the door, which made people wonder if the owner inside had packed up his things and ran away overnight. However, Broly could feel a faint cold aura in this magic prop store, which was exactly the aura of Wiz. After thinking about it, Broly knocked on the door again, but increased the intensity of the knock and spoke the lines that began to appear in his mind. Miss Wiz, don't hide inside and don't make a sound. I know you are at home. If you have the ability to promise to be my wife, why don't you have the ability to open the door? Open the door. Click. The thick magic prop store door was photographed by Broly. This is also an alternative door opening, right? I'm disturbed. Broly opened the door for himself and walked in. The magic prop shop was quiet, and the windows and curtains were not opened, making it look a little dim. There were all kinds of strange props on the shelves around. Broly just glanced at them and withdrew his gaze and walked towards the only room with a cold air in the store. Pushing the door and walking inside, there was a storage room, and there was a single bed in the corner of the room, where the Lich Miss was lying on it. Her situation is not very good, she seems to be in a coma. His expression was a little uncomfortable, and his figure appeared in some illusory state. Chapter 149 filled with the body of the Lich Miss. Miss Wiz. Broly walked over and didn't understand the situation of the Lich Miss. After thinking about it, he took out the breadstick he brought and put it on the other party's nose for her to smell. Perhaps he felt a little heated stick approaching his face, but maybe he could have noticed a source of vitality next to him, and Wiz suddenly opened his eyes. Her eyes seemed a little scarlet, like a hungry beast, her eyes fixed on the boy beside the bed. The cold breath spread throughout the room, but in the end Wee Eyes did nothing, just swallowed the breadstick close to his mouth before sitting up. So it's you? Wiz said weakly. What's wrong with you? You look very weak. Broly asked curiously, and when he saw the other party last night, it was not like this. After taking a goddess-level purification surgery, I reconciled the ghosts in the cemetery all night. How can I not be weak? Wiz pulled the corner of his mouth and gave another explanation. I didn't sleep well last night. This won't work. You have to go to bed early and get up early. Broly directly educated him. Thanks to the care of others, he also has the good habit of getting up early and going to bed early in this world. Miss Lich. Wenwan is as gentle as her, and now I really want to complain, whose fault is this? I see. Wiz responded softly and looked at the boy and swallowed again. As soon as you look at your appearance, you know that you are hungry. I bought you a breadstick. Do you want to eat it? Broly asked, then he quarreled at Wiz again with the breadstick in his hand. I am a lich and cannot eat normal human food. Wiz was a little amused. Then what are you eating? I'll buy it for you. Broly is indeed showing his attentiveness, but his purpose of showing his attentiveness is to improve the value of happiness. The way to use is to give the other party what they eat. What should I eat? Well, can you let me eat it? Perhaps it was too weak, and the lich's instinct for the living had gained the upper hand at this moment. Ah, what did I say? But Wiz quickly reacted and brought human consciousness back to the heights of consciousness. Yes, but what do you want to eat from me, meat? However, Broly had already asked back. Hey, is that okay? Hearing this, Wiz widened his eyes. After obtaining the confirmed answer, the Lich Miss just hesitated for a moment and was about to taste the boy in front of her. After all, she is too weak now and may have dissipated accidentally. Then, if you come closer, I will only eat your vitality. Wiz put his hand on Broly's heart and carefully used the unique life-absorbing skills of the undead, worried that it might hurt the child in front of her. She originally wanted to absorb some vitality and restore her state, but after being connected with Broly, Broly's vitality rushed in like a surging river. Hey, so you want me to be angry? I'll say it earlier, I'll give it to you, give it to you, give it to you, and give it to you. Broly felt that part of his chi was drawn, and he might not have anything else, but he had a lot of chi. When he found that the Lich Miss needed this thing, he immediately generously sent his chi from the outlet of the overflow toward Viz. Ah, no, too many come in, you're going to be filled, oh. The power of life is an extremely delicious thing for the undead. The reason why conscious undead cannot control their attacks on living people is that they cannot control the feeling of trying to taste the power of life. Wiz knew this, so she was always very restrained in absorbing the power of biological life, but she did not expect that she would be restrained until today, but she was careless and was fed directly by someone. The body was no longer illusory, but instead turned red with a red face. He looked at the boy who was gnawing the breadstick next to him and seemed to be unclear what he had done just now. He couldn't help but sigh, "Thank you for the hospitality. No need to thank you. If you need me to be angry in the future, just come to me. I have so many of these things," Broly said vaguely as he chewed the breadstick. He was just angry with the Lich Lady next to him, but the happiness value on the other party increased by more than 40 points. If it weren't for the feeling that the Lich Lady would have been profuse, Broly designated that he would instill more chi into the other party. Okay, if I need it in the future. Wits did not doubt Broly's words. If someone else's vitality is just a pot of water, then the other party would be a vast ocean that could not be seen at first sight. I can only say that I am a child who can be accepted as a disciple and valued by Lord Akia, the goddess of water. By the way, what's your name? I didn't ask you last night. Miss Wiz, just call me Broly. Okay, Broly, you don't have to add honorifics after my name. Just call me Wiz. Also, thank you so much today. If you hadn't come to find me, I would have dissipated in this room alone. Hey, will you dissipate? This is just a low probability event. It is rare for the Lich to dissipate, because the Lich itself absorbs magic power and maintains its own existence. To be honest, if you didn't meet the goddess Akia, or a Lich of Viz, it might be a bit difficult to commit suicide. How can you not dissipate? Broly became nervous. As long as you have enough vitality, it's fine. Wei-Eyes replied subconsciously. Then I'll give you some more anger. Broly said as he was about to instill air into Wiz's body like he did just now. But without the life-absorbing skill that Wei-Eyes actively released, his use of chi was only energy bomb. After holding it in for a while, only one energy ball was squeezed out. The terrifying power emitted on the energy ball was so scared that Wei-Eyes retreated repeatedly. If this thing is pressed into her body, she may die directly, right? How did you do that trick just now? Broly held it in for a while, and only turned the number of energy balls into plural numbers, then asked. That is a life-absorbing skill, a trick that only some advanced undead races can learn. Hearing this, Broly took back the energy ball and took out the adventurer card. Ah, that's not humans can. Before Wiz could finish his words, Broly added a skill directly. Life absorption. Then, she saw the boy reaching out, putting his hand on her heart like she did just now, and the same skill lit up. Ah, don't put your vitality in, I'm already filled with you. The Lich Miss was frightened and quickly shouted. Chapter 150, Being Guided to Explore the Mystery of Life. But after a while, Wiz found that there was no huge amount of vitality, and it poured into his body, which was already filled with too much vitality. On the contrary, I have just absorbed it into my body, and the vitality that has not yet been transformed into magic is being absorbed by the other party. The speed is very slow, just like a novice who has just learned to absorb vitality skills and is not skilled in using it. This is true. Broly frowned, and the trick of absorbing life was different from what he thought. He tried to instill Invis through the link. However, once this is done, the channel for absorbing life formed by this skill will be blocked by his huge energy, which is completely different from the situation that Viz used before. Why is this? Broly was puzzled. Your profession isn't a magician, right? At this time, Wiz asked. Well, my profession is an adventurer. Broly nodded and admitted, answering his career. I am not a magician, and I have not learned systematic magic knowledge. Even if I quickly learn a certain magic skill through the adventurer card with skill points, I will only know the process of releasing magic skills and not the principle of releasing magic skills, which leads to the fact that I can only use the learned magic skills, and your situation is similar to this one. Wiz explained that learning skills in this world is simple, but whether you can use skills skillfully is another matter. Then what should I do to give it to you like I did just now? How can you convey your anger? I can teach you, but don't spread your vitality to me randomly, it will make me very distressed. But you said you will dissipate. I can only dissipate when I am extremely weak, but now I am not weak at all, so there is no problem of dissipation. So that's the case. Broly felt at ease. If the happiness value was cleared, the lich lady in front of him would be gone, and then he would be destined to explode. Akia, where is Broly? At the Adventurers Guild, Darkness came here with a good mood, looking forward to what kind of adventure would be today, but found that the teammate he was looking for was only Akia, and she couldn't help asking. I went to the magic prop store to find the lich last night. What's wrong? Early in the morning, Akia was drinking, but she was a complete drunkard goddess. Ah, just let him go and look for it alone. Upon hearing this, Darkness was shocked. What's wrong with this? I don't like to be with the undead. Akia would rather drink in the guild than approach the lich. This is a big problem. Are you not afraid of that lich and eating Broly? Darkness started yelling. Ha, how is this possible? Don't say whether the lich dares to do this, just ask her if she can do it. My Broly is very powerful. Akia is very confident about this. No, what I mean by eating is not to eat in the physical sense, but to. As Darkness said, she pulled down the bun in her ear and then made a somewhat obscene probe. She knew a lot of knowledge. And when she said this, in addition to her a bit of paranoid abuse, there is also the lich miss named Wiz last night, who had a somewhat overly plump and hot figure, which was really a strong opponent. Haha, it's impossible. Broly is so young. I've seen his thing, just a little bit, like a loach. Akia is not much different, she gets it directly to the meaning of C's words is that she becomes less confident the more she says. Given that his disciples have no physical development at all, the scale of loaches is not small anymore, and it may even be used for some perverted women. No, you have seen it. Akia, what have you seen and where have you seen it? Could it be that I had already? Darkness was originally just shaking MS paranoia, but she didn't expect that Akia, the custodian, wanted to question the other party. I don't have time to say this, shaking M girl, we have to hurry to that magic prop store. Akia's face became serious. After paying for the wine, she pulled Darkness away quickly. Good morning, Akia. Even the adventurers who greeted her enthusiastically at the entrance of the guild had no time to pay attention to it. The two of them rushed all the way to the door of the magic props store. I thought about it carefully and this should be impossible. The lich was quite repulsive last night. If I hadn't threatened her with purification techniques, that guy might not have surrendered to be Brolin's little wife. When he arrived at the door of the store, Akia had calmed down. That's right, so you saw Broly's one when you were taking a shower together, right? Darkness's focus is still on strange aspects. Can you have a normal mind? Broly is just a child. I have taken a bath with him and I have any problems. And that's just a loach. What's there to ask? Akia seemed a little impatient about Darkness's entanglement about seeing the issue of loach. But, I haven't seen it. Darkness felt a little wronged. If you want to see it, come to Marion's house tonight and have a shower. But you have already seen his first look. Hey, you are obviously a trembling girl, why do you have such a love story about a little virgin? And what the hell is it at first glance? Akia complained without hesitation, and walked into the magic prop store with Darkness who was scolded a little twisted. Broly, close your eyes and feel the close connection between our bodies and the feeling of life energy interacting with each other in our bodies. When he arrived outside the warehousing room, he heard what was coming from inside. Akia, who was about to open the door, his hand was a little stiff on the door handle. Next to it, Darkness's body trembled. It was obviously trembling with delusion, but the lich inside came true. Broly, are you okay? Darkness broke in with the knight's sword. Damn lich, what are the things that you did to my lovely disciples? Akia also held a flower bud staff and followed behind. But after entering the room, they did not see the scene of the mature Wiz, driving a small car fiercely. Instead, Broly and Wiz sat opposite each other on the bed, holding each other's hands, but the clothes on their bodies were completely complete and not in any mess. "Good morning, Darkness." Broly greeted Darkness. "Master Akia, aren't you unable to tell me?" Then, he asked Akia a little strangely. "Today, when Broly bought bread and came to the magic props store, I remember that the goddess said she didn't want to come here. I don't want to be with the undead creatures, it will make me want to use the purification technique." This is what Akia said in the morning. It's Darkness who wants to play with you, I'll lead her way." Akia coughed and found an excuse. "What's this staff?" "Well, it's for exercise." Akia put away her staff. Broly looked at Darkness. "I want to ask you, do you want to wash with me tonight?" "Oh no, today we will accept the commission to go out to fight against monsters." Darkness was also embarrassed and put away her long sword. She almost asked if she wanted to take a shower together, but fortunately she changed her words in time. "Today? Well, I'm not going out." Broly is trapped in learning and mastering new skills and cannot extricate himself. "By the way, what are you doing?" Akia looked at the hands that he and Viz held each other and asked. "Master Akia, Wiz is leading me to explore the mystery of life energy." Broly honestly answered Akia's question, but his answer was full of ambiguity. "Actually, it was Broly who learned my life-absorbing skills in the morning, but he was not very good at using it, so I was teaching him to master this skill." On the contrary, Wiz's answer was more serious. "If we didn't talk about the same ambiguity words that we heard just now.